September 14th, 2020, at around 8 p.m., a Chinese vlogger by the name of Lamu went live. And she was in the kitchen of her dad's house. She's wearing her traditional Tibetan clothes, and she looks very happy, as usual. She's kind of one of like those wholesome vloggers. She's lip syncing to songs. She's interacting with her viewers. She's whispering, I have to stay in the kitchen because my father and my brother-in-law are upstairs sleeping. So I'm trying to keep it down. I don't want to scream too much. And for the next few minutes, everyone is smiling while they're watching her. See, Lamu was kind of a lot of people's comfort vlogger. She was a safe space for most people. She was one of the wholesome ones on the internet. And so all of her live streams, all of her videos, her overall presence online just brought a lot of peace to those that were watching. But this one would be very different because it would be her very last live stream. Only a couple minutes after the live stream started, a lot of the viewers had heard this. People are confused, and there's this sound of water or some sort of liquid that was pouring around, that was kind of being splashed, as if someone took a water cup and just threw it at someone. Lamu is heard screaming, "Help! Murder! Help!" Then there were more footsteps just thumping down the stairs, and you can hear her scream, "Appa, run! He's gonna make me explode! Brother-in-law, stay away! He poured gasoline all over me and he's about to light it!"
What?
The viewers can assume that her father and brother-in-law rushed down the stairs when they heard her scream, and now they know why she was screaming. They don't know who this person is or who this man is, and they don't know if Lamu even knows him. They can't see anything. They could hear one of the family members trying to talk to the intruder, trying to calm him down. But his voice gets further and further away, then closer, then further, and it's just so hectic. We have no idea what's going on. Then the viewers hear a very slight, barely there, click, and this loud crackling noise, and it sounds like a fire. Lamu is screaming again, and this time from pain. Then the live stream cuts. All of her viewers were shocked. I mean, this doesn't even seem real. If this were any other internet personality, they would take this as a joke. There have been instances where YouTubers will pretend to be regular vloggers, have this whole elaborate thing set up, and they start making their viewers believe that they're being stalked, or that they're being broken into, or that someone's messing with them, or they've got this crazy, they're about to get kidnapped, and it turns out it was all for views. There have been instances of that, but people couldn't really believe that with Lamu. I mean, they almost wanted to believe that. But the screams, the panic in her father's voice, and she never seemed to be that type of vlogger to do that. A few days later, news came out. Lamu's house had been destroyed in a fire that was supposed to take the lives of all 3 residents. When the fire rescue got to the scene, Lamu's body, they only knew it was a person because of the shape of how she was found. Her skin had basically charred into the wooden floor, but she was still alive.
What?
She had severe burns on 90% of her body. She was alive. And so was her family. They had managed to escape and they hadn't been seriously hurt, but the killer escaped as well. So now everyone has the question of, well, first and foremost, is Lamu going to survive? Is she going to make it? And was this person someone she knew? Was this someone that watched her? Was it like a creepy stalker? Was it a viewer? Was it random? Was it targeted? Why would someone do this to let alone anyone, but why would they do it to this wholesome, beloved, kind blogger from China? As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This case happened fairly recently. The crime itself took place in 2020, and the court case was even more recent. One of our wonderful Chinese researchers helped us gather a lot of the research for this because, it's primarily in Mandarin, and it's honestly one of the scariest things that I've researched in a really long time. This whole story is just full of hatred and jealousy from a single person. I mean, I think that's so scary to have all of these emotions come from a single human. And it's heartbreaking because it ends in, we kind of know where this is going. It ends in a very scary, terrifying way. The case deals with a lot of interpersonal violence. So if you or anyone you know is in a similar situation, just know that it's not your fault. You're not alone. I'm going to link some resources in the show notes. And just remember, clear your history, clear your cookies, clear your call logs. Please stay safe. And with that being said, let's get into it. Lamu was an influencer, but she's not the kind that you're thinking of. Okay. Like, trust me, she's really, really different. She actually found a niche for herself on Douyin, Chinese TikTok. And she was a Chinese national, but ethnically Tibetan. And she's living in the autonomous prefecture of China called Aba for short. It's like this underdeveloped area that is known for their beautiful snowy mountain peaks, and they just have like these glassy skies. It's filled with a lot of solid communities, but it is hard to make a living there. Most residents do move out to find jobs in neighboring cities, but not Lamu. She stayed behind to take care and provide for her aging father. Her job, she would go out into the mountains whenever the season rolled around. And for days, I'm talking like 10 days at a time, she would go pick Chinese herbal meds, like herbs to make herbal medication. And this is not a cute little mountain. This is not a cute little hill and a cute little farm with an established trail and a road and like shelters and seeds. She would have to put on a giant backpack, sleep in the pitch black mountains for 2 weeks at a time while she's just foraging for herbs. She posted videos about her life in Aba and her adventures like hunting the mountains for herbs. And I mean, just even picturing it, it kind of sounds like a social media success, no? Like she would vlog everything that she eats while she's out in the mountains. And it was fascinating, but it was still so incredibly wholesome. Like she would show that she had packed noodles and cabbage and these boiled eggs. And this is like boiled eggs from 2 weeks ago. And her boiled eggs would be broken or squished from all the weight of the bags. And she would just laugh and she would show her viewers like, oh my God, look at how goofy my egg looks.
今天我带的是鸡蛋，结果鸡蛋变成这样了，因为挖药的时候一直背在背上。
And then the nightfall would come and she's by herself in this mountain. And every day she's just eating noodles. It's like the same packaged noodle, and she would never complain. She just had like one piece of veggie, one piece of meat in every pack for dinner, and she was so grateful.
吃晚饭了，你们看，今晚上下的面条有腊肉，还有白菜，你们看。虽然在大山上，但是味道刚刚的，你们看，挺有口味的。
She slept on rocks in the mountains because you have to make sure you don't get wet and the floor is moist, I believe. So you have to sleep on the rocks and then put your blanket on the rocks. But it's not comfortable. You don't sleep well, you know, and she would wake up in the middle of the night because probably how uncomfortable she was or how cold it was. And she would just turn on her camera and like sing to her viewers until she fell asleep.
她有着长长的乌黑发，一双眼明亮。
And she just had this really devoted fan base. I mean, they always called her the most down-to-earth person. She never complained in her videos, even though she's literally in the middle of a mountain freezing, sleeping on rocks for days at a time. She talked about how her dad was sick and he just needed someone to take care of him, and she happily stepped up to the plate. Like she never made comments about how, oh, you know, if my father weren't sick, I would probably move on and like do different things or have a different job. She was never bitter. Never. She would just get so excited if she found an especially good herb, and she would show her viewers like, oh, this herb is used for A, B, C, and D, and like you can cook it this way. So she just focused on finding the joy in all these little things, you know, no matter how hard things got. And she would tell the viewers, you know, hi, I'm the Tibetan girl from the mountains. My name is Lamu. In another video, she's vlogging and she would say things like, it's time for dinner, everyone. This is what we're eating. I just dug these up from the ground. And look at how wet my shoes are. Oh my gosh, my gloves are all wet. But the sun is out now. So I'm just going to enjoy the sun and then I'm going to continue my work. And you watch it and you just think like, how can someone be so happy and grateful for every little thing? She makes you want to be more like her. But I don't think that she knew how much she meant to the internet or her viewers. One time she introduced herself saying, my name is Lamu, poor family, ugly person, 165 centimeters in height, elementary school education with a rural household registration. She was obviously not an ugly person, and while she did come from an impoverished background and she did not have an advanced education, I don't think that those things detracted from who she was. They just made her much more impressive. Her viewers just said that she had like the purest soul, you know? But I think not a single person knew what was going on in her life. She would have all these videos and she would post herself singing and dancing and going on walks and her daily activities, but netizens didn't really know everything. They would just point out that, hey, I think she works hard because look at her hands. There's actually a TikTok that netizens commented on, and there was a brief shot of a close-up of her hands, and they're covered in calluses and dirt. And she's just smiling as she's working. And now her father and brother-in-law are running down the stairs, and they're seeing her standing there drenched in gasoline, and there is a man pointing a knife at her throat. This is while the live stream is still ongoing. And she keeps screaming at her dad to run, telling her brother-in-law, stay away, run. Her father is frozen. He's trying to take in the situation. He knew that he's an elderly, sick man. I mean, there's no way that he's going to overpower this younger man. No way, especially with a knife straight on her throat. His son-in-law, who was standing right next to him, I mean, he was average. They were no match against this evil, despicable human being in front of them. So they tried to de-escalate the situation. The brother-in-law asked, okay, why are you here? What do you want? Meanwhile, Lamu's dad went to the front door hoping to unlock it so that they could all distract the man with the weapon and they could all run out the front, including Lamu. But the front door had somehow been locked from the outside. Someone had barricaded it from the outside. So this man had planned all of this. He came into the house after he barricaded the front door.
So he's not trying to leave either?
The only way out is the back door. So the dad runs to the back door, runs outside, and rushes to call the police, but he turns around and he sees his son-in-law standing behind him. So now both of them are outside in the backyard, and Lamu and this knifed man are inside the house in the kitchen still. So they hope that they can call the police and they would get here, and they don't really know the intentions of this man. Maybe he wants to scare them. Maybe he wants to scare Lamu. I think the imminent danger was there, but I don't think that they were all thinking he's going to murder her while we're outside. This was their best shot to get the police down here while they go back in and try to de-escalate the situation. And whatever they were doing right now, it just wasn't working. But as they reach that threshold outside, it's almost instantly, before they can even call the police, this wall of heat goes up behind them. It's like suddenly they were standing in front of a furnace. The kitchen was on fire. And the father is screaming, his daughter's still inside. He pulled his shirt over his mouth and he ran into the burning house. The brother-in-law appeared by his side and they're staggering through the kitchen looking for Lamu. She's screaming out in pain. And then the house exploded. Flames had reached the second floor and they weakened the support beams. So the inside collapsed in a wall of flaming just brick and wood, and the explosion blasted the dad and the brother-in-law outside. Neighbors who saw the smoke, they rushed over. They dragged the brother-in-law. They dragged the dad's bodies away from the house while they waited for the firefighters. And the dad, he was only out for like a minute or two. He was unconscious. So when he regained consciousness, before even the firefighters got there, before the police got there, the crowd of neighbors had to physically hold him down to the ground because he's crawling, fighting to run back into this collapsing house. The second floor had already crumbled in on itself. All the entryways were blocked with burning wood and debris, and he had no idea how he was going to get inside, and he did not care. They could still hear Lamu screaming.
Oh my God.
She was dying, and there was nothing they could do to help. It would actually take 3 whole hours before firefighters could enter the home. You have to remember, this is a very rural area.
She was burning for 3 hours?
Yeah. They retrieved Lamu, and the dad looked around at the crowd of faces, but he knew it was useless. The evil man had gotten out of the house, and he had left. He used the chaos, the explosion, the distraction, and his daughter's murderer was now free. Her ex-husband was now free.
Lamu's ex-husband?
Yeah.
Was the killer.
Lamu had recently divorced her husband of over a decade, the man she had 2 children with, and he basically refused to let her go. And now she's laying in a hospital bed in a coma with severe burns on over 90% of her body. Her long black hair was all burned off. Her whole body was charred. It stated that some parts of her flesh were resembling cooked meat. The doctors had no choice but to cut off a lot of her flesh and skin to even get to her body to try and perform life-saving measures. They had to basically peel a layer of skin off of her body. Her exam results show that she had burns on 90% of her body. She had gone into hypovolemic shock, which is when your body loses a large amount of blood or fluid. It stated that she had lost more than 20% of her blood volume. She had multiple organ failure. She had coagulation function disorder, meaning her body was forming either too many or too few blood clots. She had acute kidney failure, liver failure, inhalation injury from smoke inhalation, acute gastritis or sudden inflammation of her stomach lining, skin lacerations, probably from either the falling debris or the knife. I think behind her left ear, she sustained knife injuries. And last but not least, she had compartment syndrome, which means there was a dangerous amount of pressure buildup in her muscles. So she was in a coma. And side note, I don't know if they have this in the rest of the world, but in a lot of parts of China, they have something called the APACHE test, the acute psychological and chronic health examination. So each hospital patient can take the test and receive a certain number of points. The higher the points, the more risk they have of dying in the hospital. So the low risk category is from scores 5 to 16. That means they're probably here because they're very uncomfortable, they're in a bit of pain. Moderate is 17 to 28, and high risk of death is anything 29 and higher. Lamou's score was a 31. And her family could only sit there, they're wondering, like, why? Why Lamou? Why could he just not let her go? Lamou also has an older sister, and she was at the hospital and she found herself wondering out loud. And she would say things like, I don't want to cry. Because if Lamou was awake, no matter how big of a challenge she was facing, she was always smiling. But now I cry every single day. I feel like I'm not as strong as Lamou. I just can't hold back. And I'm so sorry about this because I feel like I can't control my emotions. But, she stayed in her ex-husband's home for 13 years, working like a cow, working like a horse. And when they divorced, she didn't even take a needle or thread. She only took a few pieces of her own clothing and she left. And even like that, they still wouldn't give her a chance to live. And she blamed herself. She said, sometimes I feel like my whole family is too weak. I hate myself that I couldn't help her. So they're sitting in the hospital and the medical bill is going through the roof. The hospital quoted them a total of 1 million Chinese yuan, or a little over 140,000 US dollars. They did not have insurance. They're from a rural village of China. I mean, the money that Lamou's family saved up was laughable in comparison to that. The family had nothing. They had no choice but to ask Lamou's 800,000 followers for help. And that would have been a miracle because think about all the people on social media that ask for help these days. The dad wrote a letter to her followers and to netizens, and he wrote, on the evening of September 14th, my daughter was burned by her ex-husband while live streaming on Douyin at home. It caused extensive burns all over her body, and now she is dying in the hospital. The State People's Hospital recommended a transfer, and the cost of treatment exceeded 1 million. Seeing my daughter in front of me beyond recognition, I no longer have the motivation to live. Seeing her struggle with death and even just a glimmer of vital signs, I have to do everything to save her life. Life is fragile, but people's hearts are strong, and I beg someone to help my poor daughter. Reluctantly, I write this letter of help, begging you to lend me a helping hand. I hope my daughter will get better. I thank you, but we desperately need your help. On September 17th, Lamou's Douyin account had a new video, and it was from her older sister. And she said, for those who like Lamou, I'm her sister. She was burned with gasoline by her ex-husband a few days ago, and she's currently in the ICU. She's in a life-threatening condition and needs to be transferred immediately. Her medical bills are around 1 million yuan. We hope that everyone can donate and help save my poor sister, and just let her get through this stage. Thank you, everyone. Do you believe in miracles? Because within 7 hours, they exceeded the donations, and the transfer was made possible. Lamou was transferred to a state hospital, and the family was going to be able to afford the treatment. They felt like this glimmer of hope. And on top of that, it felt like it was going to be okay. What's crazy is that even in that moment, after they exceeded the goal, we don't know how much more the bills are going to be, but people kept donating. And the family actually came out and said, it's okay, we passed our goal. You guys don't have to donate your hard-earned money anymore. It just felt like the universe was listening, and at this point, she was getting better. She was in stable condition, and people were being so kind, and it was like the hope in the world was being restored. And at one moment, Lamou, her eyelid actually fluttered for a second, But the universe has her cruel days. And on September 24th, after all of these hopeful signs and after all of these people thinking that, okay, as long as we come together now, we can make miracles happen, at the end of September, Lamu passed away. She was 30 years old, and it was the last day of September at 11:16 p.m. when her heart stopped, and she was dead. And her sister sobbed, and she cried. I hope that wherever you are on the other side, it's a world with no harm, and I hope it's a world where domestic violence doesn't exist. And after you reincarnate, I hope you can find a better family. A family that can protect you better. And then she went through her father's house looking for all the pictures of Lamu. And she dug through all of Lamu's old belongings and she piled together every single picture that she could find. And then very carefully, she took a pair of scissors and cut out her sister's killer's picture from each and every photo. She didn't even try to make it look like he was never there. Some of the pictures just have a ghost-shaped hole in the center of them. She did not care about how pretty it looked. She cared about erasing everything about this man out of her sister's life once and for all. And at the end, she's left with these stack of hole-filled pictures and a pile of the evil man's face cutouts. And I hope she burned them all. Tong Lu was the ghost in Lamu's life. We're going to call him Tong to make it easier to follow. But Tong and Lamu, they met 12 years before all of this happened. And Tong is an interesting guy, okay? So Tong was born to an impoverished family, which is very similar to everyone in this community. And his highest education level was middle school. He doesn't go to high school. He ends up delivering bread. He's like a bread delivery man. And he was destined to live like this mediocre life, right? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not judging it. I'm just saying that's kind of the route that everyone in this community was taking. But he didn't like it. And it's not because he was so motivated or hardworking. He just always wanted to be those guys. He wanted to be the richest guy in the room. He wanted to be the one that everyone would respect. He would want to be the one that everyone would be jealous of. So his parents actually ended up selling a plot of land and they opened up a tea shop with that money. The tea shop ended up doing really well. And this guy is like, you know what? Forget the bread. I'm not making enough bread selling bread. So he quits his job. And his whole intention, he's telling his parents, you know what? I'm going to help you guys with the tea shop. Is that what he does? Absolutely not. But he's talking the talk. He's gonna I'm going to multiply the business. I'm going to 10x this, the 10x the profits. He quits his bread delivery job. He just lives off his parents. He lounges around, gets involved in some shady business, blows his parents' money, acting like the richest guy in the neighborhood. I mean, just to give you a good feel for what kind of person he was doing his absolute best to be the bad boy in town. He just had this uncontrollable ego because he and his family were doing better than the rest of the people around him. And I think that he genuinely got off on that. So he ends up getting into alcohol, ends up getting into drugs when he should have been helping support his family business. And then it almost seemed like true love changed him. Like that's kind of what his friends even thought. That's kind of what his family thought. They all poked fun at him, or at least for a little while. He meets Lamu and his whole life is a 180. I mean, the minute that Lamu holds his hand for the first time, it's like a switch flipped. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be a better man for this woman. I want to be deserving of a kind soul like her. He stopped drinking. He stopped hanging out with all of these women. He stopped going out at night. He spent all of his time with Lamu. They were so in love. They promised each other that they would get married. And after 3 years, which I feel like 3 years of dating someone on average is kind of a long time to get married these days. You know, like 3 months, kind of short, but 3 years, it's pretty appropriate, if not on the longer side. The problem was they met when Lamu was 16 and she would be 19 in 3 years. So even though 3 years of dating seems like a long time to get engaged, it's not because she's only 19. And her friends kept telling her, don't get together so quickly. Like, date. What is the rush to get married? I don't think that Tong is a reliable person. Her mother said, you know, you guys are still young. Getting married so young is just not appropriate. Plus, I'm still young. I don't want grandkids, you know? Like, just wait.
So everyone kind of told her not to get married that quick? Then everyone must have some kind of red flags on
Yeah.
this guy, right? Yeah.
So whether he did do a 180 or he just pretended to do a 180 or even just how alarming his past was, I think people just didn't like him. And I think Lamu genuinely doesn't have that kind of past. She's truly this like wholesome person that just wants to help her family, and she ends up falling in love with the town's bad boy. It's just you want to say, no, don't do that, right? And of course, Lamu, she's in love, and I don't blame her. She's like, I'm willing to put in the work. I mean, what's age? Age is just a number. Like, I'm responsible. I've been holding down the family. Why can't I hold down a marriage? I'm going to put all my time and effort into this. But marriage is 50-50 in the end. It's like not about the effort from one person, but rather the collective. And in the end, Tang was just not there with her. I mean, at first, married life was bliss. Tang gets a job as a taxi driver. Lamu is staying at home, occasionally helping out at the tea shop. They would go on these like long walks. They were constantly holding hands and eating dinner together every night. Villagers said that they were inseparable. But then Lamu got pregnant. And we've talked about this before. But unfortunately, a lot of male abusers start their abuse on their female partner when they're pregnant. It's an emotional and vulnerable time, and the woman's priorities typically drastically shifts. It goes from, I mean, in these types of relationships, it goes from being about her husband and being about her relationship to being about her child, to being about her body and this amazing process that she's going through. And these narcissistic clowns just cannot handle it. They cannot handle it. So the abuse starts when she's pregnant, and Tang just keeps going back to it. He keeps going back to his old ways. Sometimes Tang would come home from gambling, and he would be so frustrated, he would just pick random fights with his wife. And Lamu is so furious, and she's begging him, please stop throwing our future away. But he would say, you're controlling. He would complain that all she does is nag him and doesn't want him to be himself or have fun, and she's so selfish and is miserable and is tying him down. They were still living with Tang's parents at this point, and Tang Lu's mother said she heard them fighting so much it almost became white noise. And then things got worse. Tang Lu got in contact with his old buddies, and he started doing his dirty business again. Now, sources don't specify what his dirty business refers to, but I have my suspicions it's probably drug dealing or gang-related activities, something like that. Regardless, it's a pretty horrible thing to do as a parent. Not only do you risk exposing your kid to all of these activities, but on top of that, you could be robbing them of a parent if you're to land in jail. Like, it's horrendous. And they don't need the money. So Lamu, as a protective, loving, caring mom, she has every right to be upset with her husband, especially since it's not like we need this money. Like, we have the tea shop, we're doing okay. Like, why do you want to do this? They get into another heated fight, and he punches her for the first time. And there is a saying that goes, it's either 0 times or infinite times. For all my listeners out there, if there's a first time, make sure it's the last time. I think everyone deserves someone who gets physically sick at the thought of hurting people and not as an impulse control problem or stress release. So after he hits her for the first time, she packs up her bags and she told him straight up, I'm moving back to my parents' house and there's nothing you can do about it. And what does Tang do? He does what every single abuser does. He gets on his knees and he's begging her to stay, sobbing, talking about how there's something wrong with him. He needs to fix it and he's going to fix it for her. Of course, they're living with Tang's parents, and Tang's mom hears this, and she comes out, and she turns on her son and slaps him across the face. So she's establishing, which I'm like, okay, this is good. This is very good. Maybe this will be her supporting Lamu and having her move on and still being a grandmother in the child's life, but, forget the son. But it seemed like this slap had an ulterior motive. She slaps her son across the face, and then turns to Lamu and says, Lamu, when me and my husband were young, we used to argue and fight a lot too. But I tell you, as we got older, it got better. And she begged her to stay. I don't even know what to say about that, okay? But what could Lamu do? I mean, like I told you already, she is a compassionate, understanding. She's outrageously empathetic. Of course, seeing her husband crying and seeing her husband's mom, her mother-in-law, crying, sobbing, begging, it's pulling at her heartstrings. Like, this is the man that she dreamed of growing old with, and she promised to stay by his side no matter what. So if he needs her most in this moment where he's breaking down and realizing how messed up he's gotten, she should be there for him. So she put her bags down and she went back into the room. But then it happened again and again and again, and it wasn't even something avoidable, which it never is. In domestic violence situations, it's never a big fight or even a mistake. Not that that excuses abusive behavior, but it could be the smallest argument that turns to violence. And most of the time, Tang would be the one picking a fight and then hitting her. And at first it was a push or a slap or a pinch, but then it would escalate. Every time he would break down crying and just beg for her forgiveness. And every time she would grant it. Now, I just want to reiterate, the victim is never to blame in an abusive relationship. It's just one of those situations where I feel like we don't understand unless we've been in it ourselves. But Lamu is not naive. Their relationship had fallen into this cycle of abuse, and she could see it. You know, she hoped that he would change, but each time he apologized, it would only be a matter of time. It was like a clicking clock, a timer. Just when is it going to happen? She hated walking on eggshells, and one day she was so fed up, she got in his face and she told him, you know what? I'm tired of your worthless apologies. Like, you think I'm dumb? You think I don't know that you don't mean it because it just keeps happening? And she said, I'm leaving. Like, I'm done. He tried the whole apology thing again. He's crying on his knees. And she's like, no, it's not going to work this time. And almost instantly, like the snap of a finger, he drops the act, stands up, stares her in the eyes and says, if you ever even think about leaving, I will do unthinkable things to your son, aka his son as well, and your family.
Oh my God.
She was so terrified. I mean, leaving him would mean that her family was in danger. And side note, her abuse was well hidden from everyone. She did not want to worry her parents or her sister. She wanted to make it work for the sake of her child. And whenever she was out and about and doing all these things, she always had this big, big smile on her face. Like they had no idea what was going on. They had no idea that they were going to indirectly be in the line of danger. And it just made her sick to her stomach. So under the threat of her child and her parents' safety, she stayed in the relationship. And then a life-altering thing happened. Lamu's mom passed away. Her mom died 3 years into Lamu's marriage. And Lamu was really, really close with her mom. I mean, this was the person that just kind of glued the whole family together. Lamu's sister lived really far away with her husband, and their father had gotten sick, and now his wife is gone, and he needed a caretaker. So Lamu stepped up to the challenge. She didn't even think twice, you know? She accepted it wholeheartedly. She loved her father. And I know some of you might be like, yes, but every daughter does this. This was no easy task. She took up the responsibility of taking care of her dad, of the land, of the foraging for herbs, and even taking care of her elderly grandmother.
Wow.
So to support these two people and her own family, Lamu started all the collecting of the medicinal herbs in the forest and in the mountains and selling them in town. She would split her time between her husband's house, her father's house, and the mountain. Tang did not like this. Instead of being proud that his wife was this compassionate, tenacious person, he was very upset that her priorities had shifted. So the abuse actually got worse the harder she was working. Whenever she did visit on a good day, he would scream and humiliate her. On a bad day, he would physically abuse her. So 5 more years, she continued to live like this type of torturous environment. And then in 2017, she fell pregnant with their second son. So at this point, she already has an 11-year-old, an abusive husband, her job picking herbs, and 2 adults under her care, and now she has a newborn baby on top of that.
Wow.
It was a lot on her plate, but she's constantly thinking of ways to support her family. That was her thing. So she starts a Douyin, and she starts filming her life at this stage. And in the midst of all this stress and struggle, she actually found a lot of peace online. Just, it gave her some sort of purpose to keep smiling every day. And I can kind of relate to it in the sense of like, some days you just feel sad, but you're like, you know what? It's fine. Maybe if I like smile for the camera, I'll feel better. And then you do. Her videos focused on all the little things in life that she did love. And her account name was like Black Princess. And which in East Asia, very thing, but she would kind of poke fun at herself for how tan she was getting on the mountain. And her bio read, "It's not that I don't enjoy the city life, but I want to be with my family. I choose to rely on the mountains to make a living. I hope to share my mountain life with more people out there. She posted about her daily life, and she never mentioned the abuse. She did show some vulnerable moments, though, where I think you can see a lot of inner sadness come out. When her grandma passed away, apparently the same month, instead of comforting his wife, Tong beat her even more for, quote, moping around. She posted one single video where she was crying, and she never mentioned the abuse. All she said was, "I'm just sad because today I miss my mom and my grandma. I just miss them a lot, and I can't control it."
And he beat her for that?
Yeah. I think in hindsight, you could see a lot of the sadness and just the betrayal. But being the ever-positive person, by the end of that year, she posted again, "Even though 2019 was difficult, I'm still happy because I'm surrounded by love. May better things happen in 2020. In 2020, Lamu got more popular on Douyin. People actually started recognizing her on the streets, and they would be like, "Hey, you're the mountain girl, you're the mountain deer." They'd call her like the mountain honey, the mountain sweetie. Like, they really thought of her as like this protective, like they wanted to protect her. They all called her sweetie, honey, darling, dear, all these enduring nicknames. And Tong would get so jealous. He did not like the attention that she was getting from the viewers, and he especially didn't like the attention that she was giving to the viewers. He felt like her success was threatening his control over her. So he amps up the physical abuse around this time, just to help his ego, just to cement his role as the man of the house. Side note, it's not clear if he abused Lamu in front of their kids, but I imagine that they knew. Even if it's not directly in front of their faces, kids are really smart.
I just don't see a man like him, care about what the kids are thinking
about him, yeah. So, we can just assume safely that Tong was not only abusing his wife, he was putting their children in very abusive situations as well, which that's going to mess with the child's psyche for the rest of their life. In March 2020, Lamu finally filed for divorce. Tong got so angry. He screamed, yelled, punched, kicked, but no matter what he did, Lamu was determined. She successfully filed the divorce papers, and as she walked out the courthouse doors, she filmed a video and posted it saying, "The moment I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, I was not sad. Instead, I felt I was safe. Kids, Mom will love you even more."
And she posted that?
In the video, it almost looks like she's wearing eyeshadow, but people who watch Lamu knows she never wears makeup. So that eyeshadow under her right eye probably came from her soon-to-be ex-husband, Tong. Tong completely changed after that. I'm talking immediately after that, okay? He knew where Lamu's family home was. He knew which market she was selling her herbs at. He knew everything about her life. It's a small town. And he cleaned up his act in one single day and spent weeks trying to woo her back. He took care of their son. The divorce awarded one son to each person, okay? And he was the perfect father figure. He told Lamu that the divorce really sobered him up, and he was ready to be a changed man. For real this time. Again, I don't want to hear anyone judging Lamu for this, but she did take him back. They officially remarried before the end of March. They had not been divorced for a full month. And this time it seems like he really meant it. He would help her around the house. He didn't hit her. He didn't scare the kids. He was the perfect dad. And by the way, just a disclaimer, that's the bare minimum. Like, doing your chores and doing your responsibilities and not hitting or screaming at people, that doesn't make you a perfect person. That makes you a normal person. Lamu really believed that her husband had come to his senses. Like, this was such a drastic moment in the couple's life. Like, he must have woken up in a sense. The phase lasted 10 days. That's how long it lasted. And listen, I don't want to make it seem like people can't change. I think it's very hard for abusive people to change. I'm sure if they truly, truly want to and they're truly willing to put in the work, they can change. But that really doesn't mean you have to be there for it. You don't have, just because you love that person doesn't mean you have to help them through this process. If you are in an abusive situation and you truly think the person you love is trying to change, they can change on their own time and they can come back to you a changed person. After 10 days, he blew up and he beat Lamu within an inch of her life. He broke her phone and beat her until she was barely conscious. The next day, she filed a lawsuit against him and then went into hiding. Tong was out of his mind with anger. His wife just sued him for abuse and now she was hiding from him. How dare she? He turned the town upside down looking for her. And when he couldn't find her, he went to the shop that Lamou's sister owned, right? With her husband in a different town, and he ransacked the entire place. Lamou's sister was there. And Tong walked up to her and screamed and said, "Where the hell is Lamou?" She refused to tell him, so he punched her in the face multiple times, and 2 of her orbital bones were fractured. So orbital bones are the bones around your eyes, and she was very lucky that none of these bones pierced her eyeball and permanently affected her vision. Because that can happen.
Kidding me?
Yeah.
And he's not in jail for this?
No, he did this in front of everyone, including his own 3-year-old son. Witnesses said that the son watched his own father punch his aunt in the face, and onlookers said that this little kid was looking at his dad like his dad was a stranger. Like this kid doesn't even know his dad type of feeling. He was so afraid of him. So Lamou's sister called the cops, was brought to the hospital. She had to stay there for 2 weeks. Tong's family never came to visit, never offered to pay the medical bill, which is insane because think about it. This is Tong's ex-wife's sister that he just punched. They're all family. He just punched his sister-in-law, not even a stranger. And Tong's parents don't even go and try to apologize on his behalf or try to make things right. They don't force Tong to go and try to pay for the bill and try and make things right. Nothing. So Lamou files for another divorce, and this time it would be their last divorce. The court awarded, not only was Tong not arrested for assault, the court awarded custody of both children to Tong.
What? Why?
I don't know. Financial means, I'm assuming. He was able to get a lawyer. He had more financial means than Lamou. And I have no idea why they would do that other than that. I mean, there were multiple witnesses against his abuse. Like, what? So Lamou's sister, she suggested, Lamou, you need to leave the village, clear your head and get away for a while he calms down. You should travel, go see the world, like experience things. And Lamou refused. She said, no, it's almost harvesting season. I gotta go into the mountains soon. And besides, before I go into the mountains, I just want to spend some time with my dad. She really wanted to spend more time with her kids as well, but it seems like Tong would not allow her to see them. He used them as leverage to emotionally destroy her. I mean, she had been ripped to shreds. Now, don't get me wrong. She was completely emotionally broken. But I think at this point, when you're so broken, it's almost like this, oh my God, you want to laugh because you're so broken and you don't know how to process it. And you almost feel like you're slightly unhinged, not in a weird way, but what is my life? That kind of feeling. I think that Lamou had one of those feelings. For just 1 second, she wanted to feel normal. And so the day after that second divorce, she posted a video of herself dancing in the woods. And it's not because she's so happy that she can't ever see her kids or that she's divorcing her husband. Think about it. Why would she be happy in this moment? She's not happy. Anyone thinks that she's happy is, honestly, I'm so sorry, an idiot. She's not happy. She's just trying to focus on maybe what she has instead of everything that she lost. But she's not ecstatic. Tong saw that video and he was pissed. He was bitter. He's like, how dare she be happy? How dare she be so happy after ruining our family and leaving me? How dare she be happy without me? He felt like it was Lamou's fault that the whole family was broken apart and now here she is, not a thought in her head, dancing in the mountains. And at 8 p.m. on September 14th, a few months after their final divorce, Tong left the kids at home, got on his motorbike with an empty container. He filled it with gasoline, arrived at the final destination, parked his bike about a block or two away from Lamou's house, and he walked up to her house with 4 things: the gasoline, a lighter, a knife, and a plan. He blocked the front door before going in, went through the back door or a window, we're not sure, and he drenched Lamou in gasoline. He lit her on fire and escaped through the woods back to his bike. She had spent 3 hours in a burning house with gasoline all over her, and she was still alive. But she would never wake up from her coma. A few days after her passing, her family found themselves standing at the bank of a river and spreading a portion of her ashes into the water. So normally in this area, funerals are typically held in one's home, but they didn't have that anymore. It was burned down. They only sprinkled maybe half of Lamu's ashes in the water, and they saved a portion. So her sister said when they were kids, Lamu talked about taking their father to Xizang.
Xizang.
It's known as the roof of the world. And it's got ancient mountains and these really stunning views. That's actually where, not in China, but that area, like the Mountain Alps, that's where Mount Everest is. And in Nepal, right? Now, the sister saved some of her ashes and promised her that when her killer came to justice, she would finally spread her ashes so that Lamu could rest in peace. Tong was finally caught by the police in September while Lamu was still alive in the hospital, but he wasn't formally arrested until October 10th. I'm not sure why, because she passed away the last day of September, so technically it's still murder. I don't know why they waited 10 days. I don't know it's still attempted murder. I don't know why they didn't just arrest him immediately. The whole family, they tried to find some peace in this. They would visit their old childhood home, and, I think... I don't know, it's just, I don't even know if I can say this coming from a place of, clearly more privileged than this family, but it's so heartbreaking to see the cards that they were dealt and how they handle it with such grace, but also, why? Why is the world so cruel is the feeling that you get. Even when they went back to their childhood home, Lamu's sister was saying, we had no money. I mean, we have no money now, but back then we had no money. We were living in this house, and every day we were so exhausted, so tired from working, all of us. They're the best memories, though. Because Lamu was alive, our mom was alive, and we were just all there together. Lamu and I had plans to open up a clothing shop, and she was going to have a fresh start after the divorce. She just needed to do one last herb picking season. Her sister said she was at work when it happened. Her friends were sending her all these WeChat messages telling her to go watch her sister's live stream, and they said that they thought that her sister might be in trouble. So she doesn't watch the live stream. Instead, she calls her sister's phone, nonstop blowing it up to see if she's all right. She did not know until later that her sister was on fire at that point. By the time that she got to their family home, the walls were black, the furniture was ashes, the house had exploded, and Lamu was in the hospital. And now she was gone, and what could her sister do? She quit her job. She took over the reconstruction of their house. She handled her sister's funeral. She helped the police with the investigation. She helped take care of her father in the midst of suffering from her own grief. She didn't even know that her sister was being abused by her husband, her ex-husband, until she read the divorce files. Lamu protected the whole family from her life.
Nobody knew?
Nobody knew. And she said, and I repeat, she stayed in their home for 13 years, working like a cow for this family, working like a horse, basically working like a servant as a daughter-in-law for this family. And when they divorced, she didn't even take one of their needles or their threads, nothing. She only took a few pieces of her own clothing and she left. And even with that, even leaving like that, they still would not give her a chance at life. And the father, he blames himself. He said, I was a burden to Lamu, and I couldn't help her. And now that she's gone, I'm going to be a burden to my other daughter. He said with his low level of education, his sickly body, he would never be anything but a burden to his kids. He said, I keep dragging them back. I keep dragging them down. He's so sad that they were born to a father like him. And the whole time he's saying these things, Lamu's sister's just wiping the tears from his eyes. And you can see that she's trying to be so strong for him. But when she's alone, because there's a small documentary on this, when she's alone with the producers, she completely breaks down. And she tells them, I try not to break down in front of my dad because I know he's never going to be able to recover. And being strong was always Lamu's thing. She was the type of girl that whatever challenge she faced it with a big smile on her face. And some days I feel like I'm gonna break down. I don't think I can go on. I don't know how much longer I can last.
那时候我想我们娘家人太软弱了，我都恨我自己没能帮上我妹。
Now, what's absolutely unhinged about this situation is the fact that Tong's mom, who witnessed so much of the abuse because the couple lived with her, remember? This is the mother-in-law. She saw the first time that Tong hit Lamu, and probably the second time and the third time until she lost count. She saw all the times. She knew the situation. She knew what it felt like to be a mom. You know, I think that is something that people without kids probably can't relate to. The idea of something happening to your child, that visceral feeling that you might have, she probably has that as a mother herself. But this is how she responds to the situation of her abusive son killing his ex-wife, the mother of his children, the one that lived with her for over a decade, after torturing her for that long. This mother-in-law says with her whole chest, Tong did this because he was too loyal. He was so in love with Lamu, he could not live without her. He would have never set her on fire. I mean, this incident must have happened because of some sort of altercation between the two of them. Netizens said, taking another person's life as being too loyal, then no one should have this type of, quote, love. You have a mother like that, you'll have a son like this.
Yes.
The court did not agree with his mother, thankfully. In October of the next year, 2021, they pronounced Tong Lu guilty of intentional homicide. He was stripped of his constitutional right to life and handed the death sentence. He was also ordered to pay the family financial compensation for the material damages they suffered. In other words, he had to pay for the damage of the house, but not for the damages to Lamu or to the loss of Lamu. He did try to appeal his sentence, but his appeal was denied. And after this appeal was handed down and after everything was done and said, Lamu's sister rushed home, and in the documentary, she shows parts of their old house that was burned down. It's completely ruined. And there is a room that they kept just as much as it could have been the way it was before Lamu died. She set up an altar. She even hung up Lamu's dress, and she cried, "This is my sister's dress, and I can't get myself to burn it because, you know, in their culture, they burn the clothes of their loved ones. So I kept it here." And she told her sister that she finally got the closure and she can be free now. Their house was reconstructed June of 2022, and her sister posted a video the first day in the house on Lamu's doing. And it was the first time in a long time that she saw her dad smile, and she wrote, "I've been so busy recently that I haven't had time to sit and talk to my dad. Tonight, I'm going to spend some time talking to my dad and drink some tea. May all the parents in the world be in good health." And 1 month later after that, Tong Lu was hanged. He was killed. They allowed his family one last visit beforehand, and Lamu's sister posted again. "Hi everyone, I'm Lamu's sister. I believe everyone saw the news today. We have always believed in the legal system and justice. As the victim's family, we have very mixed emotions after seeing the news today. I don't want to say too much, but we finally have an answer. I hope that this answer will let my sister rest in peace. But I just want to express gratitude to everyone that cared for and helped us through this painful journey. Thank you, everyone." But it's not perfect. As for Lamu's two sons, they were awarded to Tong Lu's family in the second divorce, and nothing changed even after he was hanged for murder. So they're now being taken care of Tong Lu's mom. And on top of that, in 2021, China passed what I like to call the don't get divorced law. Basically, anyone who files for divorce in China will now have to undergo a 30-day cool-off period before they can move on with the paperwork. This is 30 days, not even processing paperwork. This is, you have to go to court and say, "I would like a divorce." They make you wait 30 days like you're some petulant child who makes impulsive decisions. And then after 30 days, you have to go back and say, "Hey, I didn't change my mind." And it just adds an extra step to the divorce process. And it's designed to reduce the number of divorces that happen in China each year. That's basically all it does. And there's major problems with it. Let's just talk about a few of them. Well, actually, let's first talk about the success rate. It is wildly successful, so I don't think that they're going to get rid of this law. And it's not wildly successful because you think it's going to be like, it's not like, oh, now people are really thinking about it. In 30 days, they thought about it and they're like, never mind, government. We actually love each other and we're going to stay together for the sake of your divorce rates numbers. That's not it. So divorce rates in China were down 70% from what they were in 2021. But what politicians don't talk about were other factors that were playing into it. In 2021, divorce rates were through the roof, not just in China, but kind of all over the world, because this is right after the pandemic. People had been cooped up in a house with this person that they supposedly loved, and they're like, you know what? You're actually not that great. Like, after being with you 24/7 for how many months, I think our problems are even worse. And I think life is too short. There are pandemics. Life is too short to be with someone that I don't fully love. So people were running to the courthouse after all these bans were lifted. They're running. I mean, that's an exaggeration, but that was not factored in. All the politicians are like, see, the law is working because people are using the 30 days to think about their love. Now, not only that, but divorce rates are down because marriage rates are down. Less people getting married, less people getting divorced. Young people in China, Eastern Asia, and really everywhere around the world, they just aren't getting married like they used to. Mostly it's the crazy cost of living combined with housing and job scarcity. And I mean, specifically in China, there is the situation where there are a lot more single men than there are women. So it's the ability to be a lot more selective and a lot more ability to be independent as women. So the government, they're even trying to implement programs like paid honeymoon days. Did you know this? In China, you can get paid honeymoon days, but nobody is taking the bait. Marriage rates have never been this low in China since they started tracking them in the 80s.
Yeah, I heard like 37 years.
Yeah.
It's like the lowest point.
Yeah. And this divorce law makes it even worse.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to get married now.
Yeah. Now you're like, oh, it's even harder to get divorced? Never mind, not worth it. And according to a New York Times article, from what I read on the subject, this new law basically states that both parties have to agree to proceed with the paperwork. They both have to file paperwork at the beginning and then both come back to court 30 days later and say, yes, we both still want to divorce. How many times, I mean, I've never seen a mutual divorce. Otherwise, all these family attorneys would be out of a job. And not the richest attorneys around, okay? Like, if they forget to come back after the 30 days, or if one of them forces one to not come back, abuses one to not come back, the divorce paperwork is canceled. The cool-off period poses a problem for a lot of reasons, and in instances like today's case, how would Lamu have been able to get a divorce if she had to convince Tang to agree to it? How much abuse would she have had to suffer in those 30 days that he tried to convince her to drop it? Netizens say this is a law that could be so fatal and detrimental to those who are stuck in abusive relationships. Officials claim that victims could ask the court to dissolve their marriages, but without an actual divorce. Because if you ask, hey, can you dissolve our marriage? That's basically saying, can you just act like that never happened? But in a divorce, money is split up. Housing is split up. So if you can't get a divorce and you basically and you just dissolve the marriage, a lot of people, primarily women, could be left on the street without money or resources that they are rightfully owed. So think of it as if marriage is a building and divorce is an emergency exit, this law locks that door. It also made Chinese netizens more nervous to get married in the first place, especially women. Women don't want to be tied down. They don't want to secure their future with someone. Most women in China are becoming more and more independent. They like their freedom. And now it's getting worse. And so many netizens have wondered out loud, why can't there be a cool-off period for marriage and not divorce? We've heard so many stories of people just going to Vegas and getting married because they're drunk. You never really hear of an impulsive divorce. It's
That's
never
true.
like, you
That's
know what,
very true.
You wake up one
Yep.
day, you take a shot of
Yep.
alcohol and you're like, you know what, let me just go through the biggest headache of my life and get a divorce.
Yeah.
But people will wake up and be like, oh my God, you want to go to Vegas and get married?
Yeah, that's very true. I think there should be a cool-off period.
Yes. So, I mean, I think in the US you can like annul it within like a certain amount of days, but I mean, why are you adding this to divorce? We can't think of a single person that gets divorced on an impulse and they're like, wait, I regret it. Let's take back the paperwork. Oopsie.
Yeah.
And I think divorce is a necessary thing, and the only people that benefit from society that shames divorce are abusers, toxic partners, and narcissistic people who want to force a partner to stay regardless of their behavior and or efforts in a relationship. Like, why is divorce a bad thing? Like, we as a collective are shielding bad people. That's not to say that we should divorce people willy-nilly, but I don't think most of us do that to begin with. And divorce was one of those things that got Lamu out of that relationship. How many women today are living exactly like Lamu? And how much harder is it going to be for them to get out? And about 30% of women in 270 million families have experienced domestic violence. So yeah, this divorce law kind of really sucks. But that's it for today's case. If it sounded a little familiar to you or to anyone that you might know, please click the link in the show notes or call the National Domestic Abuse Hotline at 800-799-7233. Just remember to clear your browser, your call history, and your cookies. And stay safe out there. And I will see you guys. You ever had kimchi before?
Oh yeah, every day.
So kimchi is like the holy grail in terms of Korean cuisine. I mean, we eat this side dish with practically every single meal, even with hamburgers, even with pasta. Kimchi goes with everything. It's a spicy pickled cabbage dish. Like if I had to choose to compare it to something, it'd be sauerkraut. It's fermented. It's loaded with probiotics. But if you drink kombucha, or if you eat anything fermented, you know that there is a very strong smell that is associated with it. All these fermented foods. But on top of that, kimchi has garlic and onions. It's a strong flavor that's absolutely delicious. So typically, Koreans will have their own kimchi mixing bowl. It's typically this red plastic, maybe sometimes almost like a rubberish type material bowl. It's very shallow, very wide, so you can get up in there and mix all the kimchi thoroughly. And it's red, so that you never mistake it for a mixing bowl and like start whipping up a fruit salad in there. Most Koreans are familiar with these types of kimchi mixing bowls. They're iconic in Korean households. We're getting to the crime, okay? Like, just bear with me. Did you know there's different sizes? So like the small, medium, large, you keep those at home. Those are for home kimchi. They've got extra large ones that they use at churches or in Korean schools to make big batches, like tubs of kimchi for the whole group. I mean, I've never seen any one of those personally, like the big ones. They're not that popular anymore because nobody really has the space for that in their homes. And you would need to be really feeding a village to eat out of one of those giant tubs of kimchi. Like some of these buckets, kimchi mixing buckets, can be 4 feet tall with a lid on top. 4 feet tall. Usually it was used to bury them so it ferments. But anyway, they're often used in like Korean restaurants to collect food waste.
So usually like you put the cabbage and all these things in there, you seal it, you bury it in the ground, and then you take it out.
That's like super traditional. These days you just leave it on the counter for like 4 days and then you throw it in the fridge. Yeah, that's how you ferment it. But back in the day, they would need these big buckets. They're no longer around. But in 2014, in South Korea, one of these big red 4-foot tall kimchi buckets was now sitting in an empty room inside of a morgue. Most of everything in that morgue room had been taken out. They laid down 2 layers of plastic tarp. This was like a double layer project. And now all that prep was done. The detectives stood there staring at this bucket. They don't even know how to continue. First of all, the size of the bucket is overwhelming, and they know there's no kimchi in there. Or at least they hope not. The officers try to go through the bucket from the top. They're like standing on a ladder, reaching in. The first layer inside this bucket was a fluffy blanket. The kind that you curl up and watch a movie on your sofa with. And then when they ripped that off, there was a partially decomposing corpse covered in some sort of thick juice. And then underneath that, they saw some sort of plastic flooring, if you will. So think of the flooring that you would buy if you wanted to cover up some ugly kitchen tiles inside your rental apartment. Peel and stick floors. So they're thinking, okay, well now underneath that is probably just a bunch of liquid and maybe some more evidence. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get another bucket and just pour out the liquid into that bucket. And hopefully it's easier to go through evidence that way. As they're doing that, liquid is just splashing about everywhere. The smell feels like it's going through their skin. That's how strong it is. And then plop. They see something round and white tumble out of the bucket. It was a human skull. And once they saw the skull, they saw other bones, a femur, a part of a spine. And right there, that looks like a hand. The detectives in the room realized at the same time that the bucket didn't just have one body in it. It had 2 bodies. And one of them had been in there for much, much longer than the other one. There were 2 bodies in the kimchi bucket and one very sadistic killer on the loose. And the police didn't know when she was going to kill again. This is the story of the kimchi kill. As always, show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. I do want to warn you that this case is, it's crazy. It unraveled in 2014 in South Korea, but the crime itself took place like through 2014, through 2013, and then like a decade prior. Interestingly enough, it's not really covered on Western media. So most of the sources that we have are in Korean. We had multiple Korean researchers work on this case just so that we could bring you like a deep dive on this one. But as always with international cases, if there's any details that you want me to know or anything that got lost in translation, let me know in the comments. And side note, as with most Korean cases, there's a lot of anonymity involved. Interestingly, we do have the perpetrator's full name, even though it's not allowed to be published on mainstream media, but we have it and we're going to use it. So before we get into this case, I just want to put a quick disclaimer. This one is particularly gruesome. It's really intense. There's a lot of descriptions in here that I felt like I couldn't take out because this case was so impactful in Korea, and I feel like it's not talked about in Western media. But if you're eating, if you have a weak stomach, this is not the episode for you, and I will see you in the next one. And with that being said, let's get into it. This particular child psychologist had seen a lot. Okay, his patients weren't just kids that were brought in by their parents that were like, we don't know what's wrong with our kid. Can you fix our kid? Please help us, sir, with our kid. Many of the kids that he worked with had seen the more sinister sides of humanity. He worked closely with the police, and whenever they called and said, hey, we have a kid, can we send them your way? He would say absolutely. And I think the most delicate part is that he would have to get the patient to open up. But then a lot of them would feel like they're in trouble or they did something wrong or they didn't want to share the details of whatever happened. And sometimes he would have to do this by not even asking or listening to their stories, but by watching them, observing them. He would give these kids a meal or a snack, and then he would just take notes. How a kid eats can tell you so much. Maybe they reject your offer. Meanwhile, you hear their little tummies grumbling. That means maybe they don't trust you, or maybe they have a hard time trusting most adults. Maybe most adults in their life have betrayed them in some way, shape, or form. Perhaps they inhale the cookies and immediately they're like, can I get more? Maybe they're hungry and they're dealing with food scarcity at home. But he passes a burger to his newest patient, and his new patient was a special case. This is a boy that didn't exist. There is no record of him anywhere. This is in 2014. Okay, yeah, that's like 10 years ago, but still, it's South Korea. Everything is on the record. How did this boy manage to be invisible in a society like South Korea? No hospital records, no government records, no school records, nothing. Anyway, he passes him in an individually wrapped burger, and he very calmly picks it up, opens up the burger wrapper, and puts it neatly to the side. And the psychiatrist is watching as this little boy breaks off a small piece of the burger, but instead of putting it into his mouth, he sets it down. Then he breaks off another piece about the same size. He did this again and again until he had 5 equally sized pieces laying on the desk in front of him. He did not speak a single word. He didn't even glance at the psychiatrist to see like, oh, does he think that I'm being weird right now? He was so focused. He was treating this as if every kid does this, as if this is completely normal. This is how you're supposed to eat a meal. He grabs the original wrapper and neatly puts 4 of the 5 pieces of burger back inside, and finally just eats 1 piece.
Oh my gosh.
The psychiatrist wrote in his notes, patient most likely does this as a result of being left alone for long periods of time. Best guess is parents would come home once or twice a week, every couple of weeks, and bring food. Other than that, he would be on his own, so he learned very quickly to ration out his food if he wanted to make it until his parents came back.
Wow.
So the detectives are reading his notes, and it's heartbreaking, but it was also kind of expected. You see, like considering the way that they found this kid in the first place, it made sense. Let's talk about one of the neighbors. A middle-aged neighbor, and we're going to call him Sam, okay? He was the one to call emergency services. He lived right above the stinky apartment. All the neighbors called it that, the stinky apartment. The apartment was on the second floor. The third floor neighbors right on top of the stinky apartment and the first floor neighbors right below the stinky apartment, they had it the worst. But every single resident in this massive building, they complained nonstop to management that the entire building was uninhabitable because of the smell that was just radiating off of this stinky unit. It was so bad that they wanted to walk over and slap a biohazard sign on there. But that would be rude. So instead, they took the elevator instead of the stairs. If they, for whatever reason, had to take the stairs, they would do that thing where you pull your shirt over your nose and you just start booking it. You make a run for it. There wasn't a single day the smell did not punch them up the nostrils. I mean, the entire second floor gave off a stench like the sun gives off heat. But that's not why neighbor Sam called emergency services. I mean, he wished he could. Hello, I'd like to report a stench. The police would laugh at him. He called 112 because there was a kid crying in that stinky apartment all day long, all night long. And when he first heard the crying, he tried to ignore it, you know? It's pretty standard Korean culture to not meddle in what is perceived as family business. So he's like, okay, maybe the parents are mean. Maybe the parents are slightly abusive. I'm not going to do anything about it. That's what he's saying. I'm not saying this is right, but that's what he's thinking. Now, this kid was not crying like a normal kid. He was crying so loud that neighbor Sam couldn't even focus on cooking anything. He couldn't even focus on his work or focus on sleeping. He tried turning up the TV volume. He tried putting in earplugs. Nothing helped. This kid would keep crying. It was unbearable. The noise, the smell. Neighbor Sam said he would plug up his ears and then he would plug his nose and try to breathe out of his mouth. But the stinky apartment was so stinky, he said he could almost taste it. And he wanted to gag. Side note, he was never rude about it. I mean, none of the residents were. He never directly complained to that unit. He actually tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. He thought to himself, okay, maybe they have some sort of health condition and they cannot help the smell. Maybe they cannot clean. Some neighbors also had the same thought. They actually went once to knock on the door, offering to help clean the place up free of charge. And the resident never responded. Now neighbor Sam was at the stinky apartment's door knocking. He just wanted to ask, if you could stop hitting the kid or being nicer to the kid so that the kid could stop crying. Like, whatever you're doing to your kid, can you please knock it out? He tries knocking. Nobody answers. He could literally hear the kid crying through the door. Neighbor Sam leaves and he comes back within a few hours and he tries knocking again. This time he hears a tiny little voice on the other side. Please call my mom. I want my mom. Neighbor Sam didn't even have his mom's number. He barely even saw her in the apartment building. So he couldn't do anything. He went back to his apartment and hoped the kid's mom would come home that night. But she did not. The crying did not stop. The kid cried for hours and hours, sometimes for 2 days straight. This time, neighbor Sam was determined to get answers. So he gathered up a few of the other residents. They stormed the stinky apartment door and they started knocking on it. And they hid out of the way from the peephole. They could hear the kid shuffling closer to the door, and one of the female residents clears her throat. Sweetie, it's your mom. Can you please open the door? I forgot my key. Can you let me in? The doorknob made a little jingling noise. It sounded like the kid was trying to open it. The doorknob twists right and left, but it wouldn't open, and the kid starts crying again. It's okay, just open the door. The kid starts jiggling the doorknob again, but the door still doesn't open, and he tries this a few more times until he starts crying and running and screaming, I will not open it, I'm not going to open it.
What?
Their plan didn't work, and the kid goes back to crying, but even harder. So that night, neighbor Sam called 112 at 9 p.m. 112, what's your emergency? For a while, I've been hearing a kid crying in the house next door, but I feel like something really bad is going on. I mean, the kid isn't just crying. He's like crying his lungs out like he's dying. I think there's something going on in that house. When the police get there for a wellness check, the kid would not open the door for them either, but they could clearly hear him crying. And neighbor Sam was right. There was definitely something wrong. Like, judging by the way that he was crying, something bad was happening. So Officer June, he tries to bust down the door. It doesn't work. It just makes the kid cry louder. So they're scaring the kid now. The two officers, they call for backup. Someone brings them a ladder and they use it to climb up to the second floor balcony. The balcony door is locked. But there's a window that's unlocked. And they push it open. Officer June said he almost fell off the balcony. the smell that came rushing out of this apartment unit, it hit him so strong, he almost toppled over. So he's clenching his nose. He peeks in through the window. He can't even see the floor. I mean, there's bags and bags of trash everywhere up to the ceiling. It's like a hoarding situation. They're around the room. They're ceiling high. There's random things scattered all throughout the apartment, like random old rusted shower heads, random drawers that have been pulled out of the dresser that are now laying around with old baskets and weird microwaves nearby, random parts scattered everywhere. Even just by looking through the window, Officer Jun saw more flies and maggots than he had ever wanted to see in his entire life. Yeah, inside, just crawling around.
Oh my goodness.
And the kid was still crying.
How old is the kid?
8. Officer Jun couldn't see the kid from the window, which means he's gonna have to go in and get him. Like, there is no time to call for a hazmat suit. He had no idea what state the kid was in, if he needed dire medical attention, needed help in some way. So he holds his breath, puts his leg through that window, pushes aside a giant bag of trash that has like roaches crawling out of it, and he starts walking through the unit. He's listening to the sound of the kid wailing, and he pushes open a door to the bedroom. This was the cleanest room of the house, but it was still filthy. I mean, just imagine roaches and rats all over. There were probably only about 3 square feet of clear floor space, but even the carpet looked like it had been defecated on and then vacuumed into streaks. There was a bare mattress on a frame, presumably where the kid was sleeping, but the mattress was brown. It wasn't brown sheets. It's not a brown mattress. It was brown from filth. There were more bags of trash in the room, and Chiho, the little boy, this is not his real name, but we're going to call him Chiho, he was cowering in the corner of the room. He looked, well, we know he's 8, but he didn't look 8. He looked incredibly malnourished, so he probably looked younger. Officer Jun said Chiho looked like he was about to faint, and his eyes were just glazed over, like he seemed out of touch with reality, is how the officer describes it. Also, another interesting detail that I honestly have no idea what to make of it, he said that Chiho's eyes were super blue. So his actual iris were a dark brown color, like most of the Korean population, but he's saying that the whites around his eyes were almost like a hazy, cloudy, fluorescent, bluish tinted white color. So not white, not yellow, but like kind of like a weird, murky, bright blue-white. Others would later theorize that he hadn't been outside and exposed to natural light in years, so maybe his eyes were adapting to just the blue light coming out of the TV. But I don't know if this theory is plausible, and I'm not an eye doctor, but we have talked about other cases where people have been trapped for years, and there has been no known phenomenon or reoccurring theme that their eyes look blue. But we did look into it online, and it seems as if this were true, it was probably most likely genetic. And it's not really blue. It's more like a blue-white tint. Anyway, Officer Jun scoops up little Chiho. He was wearing tattered, dirty clothes, and he's taken straight to the hospital. And while no sources state outright that he was physically abused, I mean, I think being that malnourished as a kid is basically a form of physical abuse. So Chiho is left in the care of the doctors while the police start combing through the apartment. They speak with the neighbors who stated, I mean, we saw men come in and out of that unit, no offense. We never saw like the same guy most of the time, or at least recently. I think it was just him and his mom. I think those are the only people that live in there, like full time. And since the kid was found crying alone in the apartment, the police safely assumed maybe the mom died. Maybe the mom had a stroke and died inside the apartment somewhere, and because the kid was scared, he never left. He just cried and never let anyone in. I mean, it's devastating, but it makes sense. Add to that, the officers stated that when they walked in to find the little boy, they knew someone died in that apartment. There is a specific scent that humans give off when they die, and we've talked about this before, but it's often described as rotting meat, but with a very specific, very nauseating, almost syrupy sweet floral undertone that makes you want to bend over and puke, and they smelt that in that unit. They could smell it. So they're like, okay, well, we got to go back in and search for the mom because what if she's there? I mean, the apartment isn't even big by any means. I think it was about like 600 square feet. In Atlanta, that's tiny. In New York, that's a palace, right? But it's not technically massive. It's not like a 10-bedroom home that they're like, we got to comb through this mansion, right? It was just so dirty, so covered in filth and random objects and trash piled to the ceiling. It could have easily hidden a body. Side note, none of the trash bags were tied up tightly, so just think of they were stating there was a lot of insect activity coming in and out of those bags. They said that their eyes were watering as they're going through the place. Anyway, they're sorting through these trash bags, and they open the door to a small room. It didn't look like it was being used as a bedroom. They open up the door, and in the center of the room, just in plain view, like think about how odd this is. Think about you go into someone's home, you push open a door, and this is what you see. A 4-foot red kimchi bucket in the middle of the room. You're like, that, in no world would that make sense in my head where I'm not like, oh, I should ask them what that's for. It's so unsettling. There's a giant bag of salt on top of the lid. One of the officers got up on a step stool, pushed the giant bag of salt to the side, lifted the lid off the bucket, and there he saw a fluffy blanket. He's like, okay, maybe that's okay. He uses just 2 of his fingers, pushes the fluffy blanket to the side, half expecting something to like pop out and reach out at him. And the bucket was filled with this mysterious, thick, viscous liquid, is how it's described. And on top was a floating body part. He almost gagged directly into the bucket. The bucket was nearly filled to the lid with a liquid that was most likely a direct result from decomposition. And because of that, they needed to take the whole bucket into evidence to look through it and try and ID the bodies. That's how the bucket ended up in the morgue. So there were 2 objectives now for the police. We got to find the mom. And they find out through the apartment lease that her name is Lee Sejong. So they're like, we got to find Sejong. And then we got to ID the bodies in the bucket. They wanted to start with IDing the bodies in the bucket because it was technically possible that Sejong was one of the bodies. Maybe mom is the body, right? Maybe some bad people snuck into the apartment, murdered Sejong in front of Chiho, and then stuffed her in the bucket. And maybe that's why he's not okay. You know, I think they knew that that's kind of unlikely, but still, they have to rule out the possibilities. The bucket thankfully didn't have any kimchi in it. I say thankfully because, not because corpses are better than kimchi, but I guess thankful in the sense that there wasn't like a cannibalism aspect to this, or nothing was being eaten for human consumption. That was like a big thing. People were like, was she making kimchi out of them? Or like, what was happening? So she wasn't like making kimchi out of them. Just want to clarify. But there was a lot of liquid in the bucket that was reminiscent of fermentation, if that makes sense. So I think that's where it gets a little complicated. People are like, no, she was making kimchi. She wasn't making kimchi. Yeah. So the officers, they had to be extra delicate. They had to push, like they had to take out the contents from inside the bucket. They wanted to save every last bit of the liquid to send it in for testing, but they also couldn't just like throw it into bags. They couldn't throw it into another bucket. It was really complicated. Officers said that they had to receive intensive therapy after this. They thought, you know, we had seen everything in our careers until this case. They had to run their gloved hands through the liquid and look for pieces of evidence. So I can't even imagine what that does to someone's psyche.
무슨 젓갈 형태 모양 밑에 있었죠. 장갑으로 그냥 이렇게 휘휘 젖어서 찾는 그런 상황이었거든요.
So the body parts that come out and they splash on the ground, they were barely recognized as human. So there were 2 bodies. One was considered a partially decomposed body, and then underneath that was some plastic tile, like flooring, and then a badly decomposed body. There was a 20-pound bag of salt on top of the bucket lid, but no salt was inside the bucket. So imagine the state of these bodies, especially with all the liquid having no place to go. It was going to be a rough time for investigators to ID the bodies, but they knew right off the bat that both of these bodies, both of these victims were men, which means Chiho's mom is alive. And that also means, since they were found in her apartment, Sejong is the number 1 suspect. Side note, her name is technically protected under South Korean law, but it was leaked online because of the police. So the police put up, it's a long story. We're going to get there. The police did something. Her name was out in the public. They didn't say that she was a killer. They weren't like, we want her for murder. They were like, have you guys seen this nice little ajumma?
So when that happened, that's just free game. Her name's out now.
Yes, but you cannot, all these Korean mainstream publications cannot legally say her name. But it's out for, online. And technically in other countries it's kind of free game. And I don't think they're going to prosecute anyone for it because you're going to see what she does. So she could have changed her name since then. But the police at one point, they put up missing posters with her picture. We just have one clear picture of her because of this missing posters and her name. And that's how we know. So anyway, the police run her records and she is registered as a wife to a Mr. Park. And they're like, a Mr. Park? None of the neighbors mentioned seeing a dad or a husband going around here, so what's going on? They had been married for the past 20 years. But since no neighbors knew of a Mr. Park, maybe they separated a long time ago and they just never formally filed for divorce because of the hassle or the social stigma. Maybe they could talk to Mr. Park to get some answers on this case, or at least get some insight on who Sejong is and whether or not she's a killer. And who would she even want to kill? So they put Mr. Park's name into the system, which would pull up his record, everything, driver's license, arrest records, loans, contracts, apartment leases, insurances, phone contracts, everything is going to be pulled up. Anything that's in his name, credit card, bank account, everything is going to be pulled up. But the screen was empty. They scroll, and what do you know? Everything on Mr. Park's record, anything signed in his name was dated over 10 years ago. He hadn't had a car loan, credit card, apartment lease, filed taxes in the past 10 years. The only thing active still under his name and being paid was his phone bill. Every single month for the past 10 years, his phone bill got paid. But other than that, he's basically invisible in society, which is nearly impossible to do. So they pulled the records on his phone, and his phone actually had frequent activity making calls and sending text. But when they run those numbers through the system, none of them are people that are related to Mr. Park. He wasn't talking to other women or any other family members or anyone for that matter. His phone was only in contact with Lee Sejong's family and friends, and even her coworkers, his estranged wife's side of the family. That doesn't even make any sense. Records show that Mr. Park and Mrs. Lee had a kid. Okay, so you're like, Chiho. No, remember, Chiho has no records anywhere. He's like an invisible kid. This kid was 27 years old now and living on his own. So the police pull up his record, and he's got a record. So not like a criminal record, but he's got an apartment. He has a life that's on the record.
So he's still around. You can find him.
Yes. So the police go and pay him a visit, and, they had to try. And let's call him James, because South Korea is protecting his identity. James was going about his daily business when the police knock on his door. He was not expecting them. He hadn't done anything different lately. As far as he knew, he hadn't been involved in anything shady, at least not for a long time, right? Why would the police want to talk to him? Hi, we're with the police, and we're here to ask you some questions about your father, Mr. Park. Do you have time? James's blood runs cold. He hadn't seen his dad in 10 years. No birthday cards, no calls, no nothing, and when he was a kid, his parents weren't too happy living together. There wasn't any abuse in the household per se, but it was just that they had a lot of financial stress, which made the marriage tense. And then there was the incident. They never really talked about it. I mean, nobody in the family could really discuss it out loud. James didn't really like remembering that time in his life. A few years before his father disappeared, James's younger brother was walking home from school. He was patiently standing at an intersection waiting to cross when this huge sand truck comes down the road. The truck was going too fast, and the driver underestimated how the weight of the sand was going to affect his ability to turn. So the truck topples over right in front of his young brother. He was not hit by the truck, but the sand spilled out like an ocean and completely engulfed the kid on the side of the road and suffocated him to death. I've never heard of...
What?
Yeah.
Are you talking about?
Yeah. So James was old enough to remember all of the details of this incident and how it ripped apart his whole family. His parents' marriage basically fell apart after this. His mom blamed his dad for the accident. Mr. Park wanted to move to this town to be closer to his aging parents, and Sejong felt like if we hadn't moved, something like this wouldn't have happened. In her mind, it was her husband's fault. Mr. Park reacted to this guilt and blame by having a lot of affairs. And James said his mom just kind of reacted strangely to everything. She started saving everything. Maybe it was the loss of her child. She just wanted to save everything. Nothing was going to be taken or lost or thrown away. Even if it was a food wrapper with no more food inside, she would save it. Or an old, unusable screwdriver that was broken, she would save it. She would never throw a single thing away. And that house turned into a hoarder house. That combined with the resentment, the anger, I mean, it caused a lot of stress for everyone. And then one day, Mr. Park just disappeared. He was just gone. It was just James and his mom left, and he told the police, I don't know where he is. He just left us 10 years ago when I was 17 years old. The police kind of felt bad for him. They thanked him. They apologized to him. Sorry for bringing up such painful memories, but thank you. And they leave. James closes the door behind them, wondering what the hell is going on. Like, he hadn't seen his dad in so long. Was his dad in some sort of trouble? Was his dad back? But deep down, he knew that there was no way. There was no way, because his dad was dead. And James knew that for sure. He had helped his mom drag his father's dead body into the kimchi bucket 10 years ago. So if Mr. Park is the body at the bottom, the badly decomposed body, who is the other person in the bucket? Because a lot of medical examiners stated that person was probably put in there in 2013, like a year ago. And how did Mr. Park even end up there? What is going on? So Lee Se-jung was a very interesting woman. And by interesting, I just mean horrible. Like, just a horrible person. When James was 17, he said he came home from school. He hated being home, so normally he would keep his head down, rush into the kitchen, get a snack, run into his room, and never come out, right? But then he just saw something in the corner of his eye the day that he went to the kitchen. It was like a very eerie scene. His mom was crouched down as if she was making kimchi. She was squatting. And Mr. Park, his dad, was underneath her, laying on his back on the ground, motionless. It seemed like Se-jung was about to put her arms underneath his armpits and drag him somewhere. But stopped because James walked in and she froze. And now James was frozen, staring at his parents like, Mom, like, what are you doing? Instantly, she snaps out of it and she puts on this whole show. Your father died of natural causes. I got home from work and your father was like this and I'm just trying to take him to the room to figure out what to do next. James looked into the room that she's pointing at. And there in the center was a giant 4-foot red kimchi bucket. Look, I don't know if she always just keeps 4 feet tall kimchi buckets as like the centerpiece to her bedroom. But from what I can tell, that is not normal, especially for people who live in cities. It's very likely that she bought this intentionally, knowing that she was going to put it to use one day. So James is in a state of shock and he's thinking, is my mom really trying to put my dad into a kimchi bucket right now? Like, this doesn't even make sense. It's not even registering in his head. And he's trying to talk, but he can't even think clearly. He can't even think logically. He felt like he was out of control over his own body. One moment, he's freaking out in his head. The next moment, he's helping put his own father into the kimchi bucket. She kept reassuring him the whole time. Sweetie, it's going to be okay. It's just temporary. I just need somewhere to put your father till I can call a funeral home. It's just so complicated right now to go through the whole process. I don't even know where to start. So in James's foggy state of mind, I mean, it kind of made sense. His mom struggled with severe depression. And so things that would take people and used to take her like 2 minutes, it would now take her a full day. I mean, to make a doctor's appointment, to go to the doctor, that took her like months to just get through. And surely reporting a death, calling a funeral home, like these are things that's going to take a lot of time. And that's the thing that he regrets the most about all of this, is that he helped put his own dad's body into the bucket. And now he's technically liable. I mean, he technically helped her get rid of the body. And even afterwards, when he has a moment to finally be like, okay, this is not normal. Like, people don't just do this when people pass. People don't do this when your loved one dies naturally in the house. There was no way that he felt like he could call the police.
You say he was 17?
Yeah. He just didn't report it because he felt like, okay, I'm going to go to jail. And then I'm never going to go to university. I'm never going to get a job. I'm going to face stigma for the rest of my life. Like, I can't throw away my future for this, which I know it sounds crazy. It's like, excuse me, what did you just say? But in theory, it makes sense. I'm not saying that I would do this, but the idea that he has is, my dad is already dead. I'm already grieving his death. I didn't kill him. He's already dead. So should I go ahead and kill my future too? I think that's where James was coming from. So he stays quiet about this whole thing for decades. He didn't say a single word to anybody for 10 years. But now the police are knocking on his door, demanding answers about his missing dad. And he was so scared he lied to them. Again, he knew the minute that they left, he should have told them. He should have been like, okay, you know what? I was so scared 10 years ago that I never told you guys this, but I'm going to tell you guys now. Especially because the statute of limitations for what he did, being an accomplice to concealing a body, is 7 years.
Huh.
So he can't even go to jail if he tells them the truth.
Wow.
But
Okay.
maybe he didn't know that. Maybe he was so scared. He didn't tell them anything. Now, it didn't seem like James had much contact with his mom. Like maybe there was an occasional letting her borrow money or like a birthday dinner here or there, but I don't think that they were close. But here's the thing. Lee Sejong had 2 sons. One that passed from an accident, and then her eldest son was James. And now she has an 8-year-old son, Chiho. But Mr. Park has been in that bucket for the past 10 years, so who is Chiho's dad? Could he be the other man in the bucket? Does she just like to off the father of her children? Like, what is going on? According to neighbors and those who knew Sejong from 8 years ago, they said, no, it's not possible. According to the neighbors, there was a foreign man that came by the apartment a lot around the time that Chio was born. This is before they heard the kid crying, so they assumed that this is Chio's dad. It was like maybe 8-9 years ago. And later when Chio was an infant, they would see Chio around once in a while, and one of the neighbors had caught one of the foreigners, like the foreign man, and Chio on the way out of the apartment. And the neighbor just casually asked, like, oh, like, are you the dad? And the foreign man said, yes, I'm the dad. But they don't remember anything else about this guy, other than the fact that his hair was curly, he had big eyes, and some sources say that he was from Bangladesh, and he decided to move back after his visa was over. So he moved out maybe a year or 2 after Chio is born. Sejong is left to raise Chio by herself, which I get it. It's a hard task. Like having to be a working single mom feels nearly impossible. But she didn't even try to put in effort. She didn't even attempt to be a good mom. Firstly, she never let Chio go to school, which is illegal. In South Korea, it is required that every citizen attend school up to middle school. And because neighbors knew that she had a kid, she had to keep up the appearances because they can report you. They're like, hey, there's a kid that's crying and it's school hours. So come get this kid. So she tells her local school district that her son is not ready for school yet. He's not developing at a normal rate. That's what she said. Which you can use this excuse until the 1st grade. So you can skip all the way through kindergarten with this excuse. 1st grade, it doesn't matter anymore. Your kid needs to show up to school. So she does this all through kindergarten. 1st grade shows up and she comes in with a doctor's note and says that Chio has epilepsy, so he can't go to this school. She didn't say school, she said this school. She said, I'm going to be sending him to a private school that has better resources for a kid like him. And that didn't make sense to literally anybody. Private schools are so expensive. Sejong couldn't afford it. And the public school she was supposed to send Chio to actually was one of the best disability programs in the area. The teacher in charge of this disability program was well known in the teaching world as being an expert in specifically teaching children with epilepsy. So this would have been the best, absolutely the best choice for Chiho. But Sejong refused. She said that she could take him to a private school, and the principal, I believe, tried to reach out to her a few more times, and around that time, Chio went under the radar. Neighbors never really saw him again. So up until he was about 5 years old, around 1st grade year, he's out, he's hanging out at the playground, he's doing his thing, and then just nothing, gone.
No crying, you mean?
No crying, nothing. It was so bizarre. And neighbors just assumed that he went to go live with his dad or potentially even, like Sejong's parents. And then about 2 years later, Sejong was kind of in and out of the apartment whenever she felt like it. Like she would bring in random men here and there. And then about 2013, a year before all of this unraveled, she had a relatively stable boyfriend. He ended up moving into the apartment. And the smell had been there since the day she moved in and had only gotten worse over the years, which is wild. Like, how does someone come over, date someone like that, and is not thinking, this is such a big red flag? So he's dating her. He's moving in. And Sejong, she had known this boyfriend from work. So they both work at this candy factory. They start dating. His name is Mr. Jung. And
So this whole time the apartment smells because there's a corpse in there.
So at this point, Mr. Park had been in that bucket for like 8-9 years.
And this whole time, there's a smell and other stuff.
Some people say that she wasn't actually a hoarder and that she was piling up trash to make an excuse for the scent. Some people say that she was a hoarder and that's why she kept the bodies for so long. Because, I mean, you would think that sometime between the 10 years, you start thinking, okay, maybe I should get rid of this body, right? But some people say no, because she was a hoarder, she didn't even want to get rid of the body that she allegedly murdered. Anyway, she meets Mr. Jung at her candy factory workplace. And the boss has this crazy rule. Strictly no employees are allowed to date anyone. I don't know. It's like a weird power tripping reason, but the boss is like, absolutely not. So they fall in love and everyone knew what's going on. I mean, they're suddenly walking to and from work in the same direction. It's very clear that they're dating. In October of 2013, the factory boss is like, you know what? I'm going to make an example out of them. So he fires Mr. Jung. He's like, you break a rule, this is what happens. I'm not here to play around anymore. And this is when it's speculated that their relationship just starts kind of falling apart. Mr. Jung stays home all day. Sejong goes to work and she's the breadwinner. He's starting to feel insecure. He's not a provider. Sejong takes over his bank accounts, changes his passwords, doesn't even give him access to his own money. And she argued, you stay home and you spend all this like frivolous money that you don't even need to be spending when you don't even make money. I mean, he has no control over his life. And then at the end of 2013, he just disappears. He goes missing. He'd already been isolated from his coworkers. His boss was not expecting him to come in because he didn't have a job. And even his family, I mean, nobody really knew until the time he was gone. Sometimes his family would call Sejong and be like, what's going on with Mr. Jung? Like, where's my brother? And she would just scream into the phone, your brother cheated on me and left, so don't you ever dare call me anymore. It was like a lot. So she quickly moves on and she starts dating all these other men. And none of them move in though. So just like Mr. Park, Sejong's first husband, Mr. Jung just vanishes off the face of the earth. The police speculated that he is the other victim in the bucket. So even before the trial or even before Sejong's arrest, this case is receiving so much national attention. People are like, you're telling me that there were 2 bodies inside of a kimchi bucket? That's wild. That's nuts. Where is the killer? Who is the killer? The public is putting pressure on the police. Get the killer. So the police go around and they put up these little missing posters for Sejong and they're like, oh my God, she's not wanted for like a double homicide. This is so unrelated to the kimchi case right now. She's just a missing ajumma and we need to find her because missing ajummas, like they're vulnerable. They had her full name on there. But people are like putting 2 and 2 together. They're like, missing ajumma, kimchi bucket murders.
Just like that?
Yeah, they're like, it's to me it sounds weird. So the day after finding the bodies in the kimchi bucket, the police show up at Sejong's work and they're like, hey, receptionist, we need to talk to this lady. Oh, her? She just left. What do you mean she just left? Like an hour ago. You just missed her. She said she had some sort of family emergency. So the police, they track her through the CCTV cameras. They see her literally leaving work an hour ago, running home, seeing the cop cars outside the apartment building, U-turning it, literally turning on her heel, U-turning it out of there. And they try to track her as far as they can with the CCTV, but they lose her. She's like in a blind spot and then she's just gone. They can't see her anymore. She switched off her phone. She stopped using her credit cards. There was no way for the police to track her. And the cops, they had seen so many cases like this. Okay, not like this, but instances where perpetrators go off the radar and they know that in cities like this, you can't do that unless you have help, unless someone is helping you. There's no way you can avoid all the CCTV cameras while you're going out, not use your phone or card to purchase something unless someone is out going and buying these things for you. South Korea is a pretty cashless society filled with cameras everywhere. Even to order food through a delivery service, you need to use your real ID, which is like your social security number. So they tracked Sejong's phone before it was shut off. And there was one number that she would constantly call at night. Which, like, who do you call at night? You call your boyfriend at night. And it's always to the same one. And it belonged to a foreign, anonymous man. Let's call him Christopher. Christopher was an immigrant from Sri Lanka. And he worked in the factory next to Sejong's factory where she worked. Also, he didn't just like work in the factory, he lived there. So he lives in the factory. And it made sense because neighbors were like, oh yeah, she never comes home. So like, we don't even know where she's sleeping. We don't even know why she pays rent here other than to stink up our nostrils because she's like never home. So they go to the factory and they try to find Christopher. Now, I do want to mention the conditions in this factory are like abysmal. Like, sure, they get free housing, but I'm talking like shoebox apartments that have roaches everywhere. It's really bad. And it technically wasn't free. I'm sure it was deducted from their pay somehow. Employees always complained about the conditions, but the employers just didn't care. They were basically living in these shipping containers that had been split into multiple apartments, and there wasn't even like a single window in each one. The police arrive at Christopher's room, and they knock on the door. And he opens it, and he's like sticking out just his little face, just a crack. And the police have an arrest warrant for Lee Se-jung. But they don't have a search warrant for Christopher's house. So technically, unless he lets them in, they have no legal authority to search his home. And Christopher just kept saying, I don't know this woman. I don't know Korean well. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. And no, you cannot search my place. So they're like, fine, we'll just come back with a warrant. 2 days later, they show up with a search warrant in hand, and this time, something bizarre happens. Christopher opens the door, sees the police, and lets the door swing all the way open. The cops are like, okay, that's a weird change from the first time they came around, where his face was just like peeking through the crack of the door. They don't immediately bring up the search warrant, though. I think that they still want to play nice, as he was maybe like could be considered a viable witness in the trial one day. So they tell him, hey, we're here to talk to Se-jung. And he just kept responding, I don't know her. You can't come in. That's what he said the first time too. But it didn't matter because they have a search warrant now, right? But Christopher kept reiterating, I don't know her. You can't come in.
What?
And his eyes were wide. They're like bugging out of his like face. And he keeps repeating, I don't know her. You can't come in. And it's almost like he's looking at the wardrobe behind him.
What? Why don't he just point it, just say, come in, check the wardrobe.
Yeah, I don't
What is he doing?
Maybe he's scared. That's what the police presume, that he's very scared, and maybe the police wouldn't check and then he'd be screwed, you know? And I do think that there was a language barrier. So he just kept saying, I don't know, you can't come in. And so the police look at him and they walk past him, he lets them, and they're silently looking, standing in front of this wardrobe, and they're like, okay, like count to 3. They're like 1, 2, 3. And they slam open the wardrobe door, and there is Lee Se-jung squinting from the sudden light, dressed in nothing but her underwear. So the police immediately arrest her. And side note about Christopher, police theorize that Christopher had no idea about Se-jung's kid, no idea about the bodies. He was just dating her. And then maybe she probably came up with some sort of lie about, hey, I'm on the run because my ex-boyfriend is also a cop and he's trying to get after me. And then he was just shielding her. And then probably read on the news that some weird stuff was going on. He starts connecting the dots, but now he's so scared that he's going to be the next one in the kimchi bucket. So he's like, what do I do? So the police bring her in for questioning, and she is ready to talk. She seems like a nervous talker, if I'm being honest. The ones that just keep talking until they find themselves in a very uncomfortable situation. That's what she was doing. That is not a good combination if you are in police custody. So getting her to talk wasn't the hard part. Getting her to tell the truth was the challenging part. When she was first detained, she kept insisting, I did not go to Christopher's to run away. I was there to get some rest. I was just tired, that's all. I wasn't running from the law. And then out of nowhere, she blurts out, okay, I killed them. It was me. I said I'm sorry. She confessed to both murders, but she totally recants everything when she lawyers up. Just keep that in mind. And side note, there was one part during the questioning that made the investigators feel very uneasy. So unsettling. So the conversation would keep going, and they would ask her all these questions about like the case and stuff like that. How do you feel right now? Why did you do this? And she just kept repeating, I'm sorry. You're saying that you're sorry? Yes. I'm sorry. Why did you do it? I'm sorry. Okay, so you killed both of them. I'm sorry. The interrogator said it felt like she wasn't sorry. She was practicing which version of I'm sorry sounded the best. Like, imagine someone's acting and they have like one line and they keep repeating that one line in different emotions, but like you can tell they're not feeling the emotions. It's almost like they're overly analyzing their own cadence and tone. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was so
What
weird.
does that mean? Like, what is that? She's not sorry, just trying to learn how humans say sorry? Like, what's going on?
So people think that clearly she might have antisocial or psychopathic tendencies where she doesn't feel sorry. And a lot of these psychopaths, especially the ones that turn violent, I mean, anyone can turn violent, but you get what I'm saying. A lot of them mimic humans. So they just mimic people. They mimic the emotions, and that's why that's why you kind of, I don't know, I wonder if people get like a gut feeling because you can just tell something is off, even though they're smiling at you, even though they're saying these things, you're like, something feels a little weird. It seems like she was trying to learn how to best say it. Yeah, it was really unsettling, they said. Anyway, her final version of events was, I came home after work, I saw a bunch of officers, and I thought my son was dead, and the police were looking for me because I left him home alone. Side note, she doesn't even remember Chiho's age when the police ask her. And so they're like, okay, yeah, we're going to talk about that later, but that's not why you're here, ma'am. Can you tell us about the two bodies inside of the bucket? The man at the bottom was my first husband, Mr. Park. The man on the top is just a foreign man that I met on the street by chance once. I ended up killing him inside my house, and I hired another foreigner to help with me and put his body in the bucket. I paid him like $1,000 to keep quiet. And they're like, okay, why did you do it? And she's like, well, I'm not some heartless killer, you know? I'm not some horrible low-life mom who just leaves her kid alone in filth so she can have fun. Just kidding. But she's like, I'm a good person. I didn't kill them. She states that for her husband, Mr. Park, she woke up one morning just like so happy in love. She woke up a great mom. She could feel it in her bones. She's like rubbing her eyes, looks to her left. Her husband is dead. This is literally how she's explaining it. And she said she kept trying to shake her husband awake, but his body was already cold. He had died in his sleep. Okay, let's be real. If this story is true, she would have no reason to hide his body in a bucket for 10 years. The police also had his medical records. There were zero traces of any medical condition or problem, and middle-aged people, contrary to some people's belief, don't just like die in their sleep from old age out of nowhere. So why didn't you call the cops? Why didn't you call the hospital? I was severely depressed at that point, and the idea of reporting a death, calling a funeral home, doing all of these things, I mean, it was so daunting. It was just so stressful. It felt like, honestly, it felt like a hassle. She uses the word hassle, the exact word. She said she didn't want to deal with it. Later, I think she realized that's a horrible story, so she changes it with the help of her lawyer. And she says, no. I left Mr. Park in that bucket because I love him so much, I can't be away from his bod.
Wow.
Yeah. And as for the second body, they're like, why did you kill the second body? And then she goes, no, I didn't kill them. Well, I didn't kill Mr. Park, but I did kill this one. He's a foreign man. That's her explanation. That is her explanation, as if saying that he's a foreigner is explanation enough. And side note, this body does not belong to a foreigner. And it's speculated the reason that she lied about it being a foreigner was because sometimes the Korean police do go easier if the victim is a foreigner. Which is weird. So she thought the police would be easier on her if it wasn't a Korean citizen. Yeah. So, it's a lot. Now, the police were able to successfully ID the bodies, and the process was really long and creative. The fluid of both the bodies were all mixed up in the bucket. The first one, the one on top that wasn't as far along in the decomp process, I mean, there were very few remaining skin particles, so they tried to draw DNA from that. Also, an autopsy would have been pretty much no use. There was a piece of fabric still wrapped around the victim's neck, like a scarf, so it's speculated that he could have easily died from strangulation. But that's not enough in court. They still needed a motive. They still needed to find out who this body belonged to. So the police get in contact with the Korean National Forensic Service to see if they can help, and it's difficult. The body fluids from both the bodies had mixed and cross-contaminated each other. The examiners did find traces of different drugs in the liquid, though, so one was a medication used for allergies. But think like Benadryl. One of the biggest side effects is it makes you super sleepy. So nowadays, doctors will recommend it either if you have allergies or whether you have insomnia. And it's an over-the-counter medicine, so you don't even need a prescription. And then there was high blood pressure medication that was found in the fluid. This one is a prescription medication, and it's not just used for high blood pressure. Some doctors will prescribe it for depression and anxiety. But it's not the most common drug to be used for that. But it happens. Now, the theory is that Sejong drugged both of the men in the tub to kill them and then dragged them in there. As for the identities, it was, confirmed that it was Mr. Park at the bottom, but they had to just get that DNA confirmation. And the other one, they didn't have the confirmation. So this is where investigators, they get really creative. And they got really lucky. So the bottom body, presumed to be Mr. Park, that would have been the biggest obstacle. I mean, he had been dead for 10 years. Most of his body was just soaking in liquid. Miraculously, one of his hands was above the liquid, like reaching out towards the top. It looked like he was reaching up for the sky. And a few of his fingers didn't decay as much. That meant they were trying to run fingerprints.
Wait, this is from the top?
Bottom.
Really? After
10 years. Top was pretty easy to identify.
Wow, after 10 years, they still can run fingerprints.
So they had to get very creative. They cleaned off the thumb, trying to recreate the fingerprint. They had to put the thumb under pressurized hot water to kill as much of the bacteria as possible and get a lot of that liquid from out of the grooves of the fingerprint. But they had to make sure that the water wasn't too pressurized or it would destroy the sensitive skin. Because imagine just like soaking in liquid for 10 years, your skin is going to be practically like schlop. So once they cleaned out the grooves, the examiner tied a rubber band around the thumb below the joint. And then they carefully injected air and hot water into the thumb using a small needle. So this had been in the liquid for 10 years. So it was shrunken, misshapen, very pruny. So they had to inflate the finger pad. So while it's bloated, the examiner would try to record the fingerprint. And the rubber band worked to keep the air and water inside, but it wasn't a perfect solution. They had to try multiple times. But sure enough, it was a match to Mr. Park, Sejong's husband, who went missing a decade ago. The body on top was easier to identify, like I said. They lifted a fingerprint, and it was Mr. Jung, the coworker. So now with this, Sejong couldn't lie that this was a foreigner, and she starts coming up with every excuse in the book, and she's like, you know what? I came home from work one day, and he was drunk out of his mind, okay? He was drunk out of his mind, he was belligerent, he was fighting me, we were yelling, screaming. I tried to walk away, but he kept drinking and he kept yelling, so I told him, here, take this. I gave him some medication that I have for insomnia, and I said, you know what? Just sleep it off and talk in the morning when your head is clear. Now this medication, think Ambien. This is available only with a prescription, and it was prescribed to Sejong. And Ambien, it slows down your nervous system so that you can get some sleep. But if you mix Ambien with alcohol, it's a huge no-no. Doctors will drill this home when they prescribe this to you. Mixing the two can cause your respiratory system to stop working like it should, and you can suffocate to death. Sejong would have known that because she's the one that's been prescribed that. It's unclear if she did the same exact thing to Mr. Park 10 years ago, but he took the medication, got really weak, got really drowsy. He was out of it. And I genuinely thought, I'm sitting there like, okay, she's going to say that he died. She didn't know that he died. She didn't know that the meds would interact with the alcohol in his system like that, because that's what this all sounds like a setup for, doesn't it? Instead, she goes, he knocked out, and I thought it was the perfect opportunity to start choking him to death.
Huh. So she confessed.
Yeah. She choked him to death and then threw him into the kimchi tub on top of her husband.
She didn't get help, like
No.
you said?
Now, there are allegations that she had help from another boyfriend of hers or somebody else, but the police have come out and said that there's no evidence of it. So she admits to killing Mr. Jung and refuses to admit to killing Mr. Park. And all of this goes to trial. And the police want to charge with Sejong with the murder of both of these men. So August 14th, 2014, trial starts, and Sejong shows up in court, and everyone's kind of freaking surprised. She is just a normal ajumma, middle-aged lady. Like, just looks so normal. Like your typical Korean grandma. Not even grandma, just like mom at H Mart. People even questioned if she could lift a body and put them into the kimchi bucket herself. She didn't even look strong enough, which the police were one step ahead. They actually made her do a reconstruction for the crime, and sure enough, she was capable of lifting Mr. Jung's weight above and putting him into a container that was 4 feet tall. Yeah. In court, she just repeated the same thing that she told the police. that she never ever killed her husband, Mr. Park. She just kept repeating that she loved him so much she couldn't dare part with his body. There were some moments in the trial, though, where it seemed like maybe Sejong's lawyer was putting their whole back into this case because, for example, all the neighbors were called in to testify about the stench coming out of the unit, alluding to the fact that she hid 2 bodies in a kimchi bucket in her apartment, and it was so blatant. She didn't even care that she was ruining everyone's quality of life, nor the fact that even for the slightest bit, someone could have looked into her because of that scent. Well, when the neighbors got up on the stand to testify about that god-awful smell coming out of her unit, they were asked, what about the poopy plant next door? Spectators are like, what? What did they just say? What poopy plant? The whole apartment building is right next to a soil plant that specializes in natural fertilizer. In other words, they live next to a factory that takes animal feces and mixes it into dirt to make really rich, fertile soil and packages it into bags to sell for gardeners. So that factory is the whole neighborhood literally smells like shit. But honestly, the neighbors were prepared and they said that actually further proves our point. The whole neighborhood smelled bad. We knew that moving in. This wasn't new to us. That wasn't a deal breaker. But the fact that we could stand the smell of a poopy fertilizer plant but not her unit should tell you how bad her unit was. So in February of 2015, the court requested that Sejong receive 24 years in prison for her crimes. It was sent to the higher courts in Korea, and she received 18 years in prison instead. Yeah, the public was pretty pissed about this. They wanted the Supreme Court to explain themselves, and everyone was really disappointed. They wrote online, our legal system is crazy. Like 18 years? Seriously? We need to rip apart the law and rewrite it. For 2 people's deaths and an entire kid's future, 18 years, that's way too low. Side note, Chio has been taken from his mom's custody. He's in a child home that provides him therapists and psychologists for his trauma. He was 8 in 2014, so he should be about 17 years old now. Wow. Yeah. And I just hope that wherever he is, he can lead a happy, fulfilling life. Now, the courts, they stuck by their decision, which means that she's going to be getting out in 2034. She's going to be 73 years old. But a lot of people say that Sejong is a different kind of killer. You know, age never really stopped her. Her physical strength never really stopped her. So who knows if society is safe from her, even though she's 73. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you feel like the sentence is justice served? Do you think that this is another case of Korea giving more rights and protections to the perpetrators rather than the victims? Do you think she got off easy because she's a mom? And she looks like your stereotypical ajumma? Let me know in the comments. But please stay safe. And I will see you guys on Sunday for the mini-sode. Bye. There is an urban legend in the Philippines that revolves around shopping malls and beautiful young women that go missing inside of these shopping malls. The legend goes something like this. A young couple were in a shopping plaza in this massive mall, and the place it's bustling with people. It's the weekend. There's a lot of people in and out. I mean, there's just activity everywhere. It's supposed to feel safe. I mean, you feel safe when there's so many witnesses, when there's so many people, yeah? I mean, most of the time, right? Now, the couple, they walk into this women's clothing store. The boyfriend is already bored. She tells him, it's just gonna be 1 second, like just hold on a second. He leans up against the wall of the store. He's looking at his phone, scrolling through. She's running around the store, picking out a few pieces. And she lets him know, hey, I'm just gonna go try this on in the fitting room and it's gonna be super quick. We can leave immediately after. He nods again. He does not look up from his phone. It is not until about 10 minutes passes he realizes, wow, she's taking an extra long time right now. What's going on? Maybe her zipper is stuck. Maybe she needs assistance. Maybe she needs my opinion on something. Not that we care, okay? But he makes his way to the back of the changing rooms. And every single one of them has their doors wide open. They're all empty. Sorry, miss, you work here, right? Have you seen my girlfriend? She was just in there changing, trying on some clothes. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You don't have a girlfriend, or at least not that we know of. You walked in here alone. Why would I walk into a women's clothing store alone? I came in here with my girlfriend. She literally was in that changing room right there. Perhaps you were buying a gift, but sir, you were alone. Nobody has been in the fitting room since this morning. The boyfriend starts to feel agitated, angry, and potentially even confused. He might almost be questioning, wait a damn minute, like, did I really come in here alone? I mean, her birthday is coming up. Was I trying to buy her a gift and I blacked out? Like, this is weird. But then you remember the legend of the half snake, half human. Look, some people believe that this is just human trafficking. But others believe that there are false floors in the changing rooms. Women walk in, they are spied on by two-way mirrors or cameras that are installed into the changing rooms, hidden cameras. If they are chosen, the bottom of the fitting room floor falls out. They're transported into this long tunnel/slide that leads them to an underground hidden maze/tunnel system underneath the mall. From there, they are either human trafficked, according to the urban legend, and never seen again, vanishing into thin air. It would imply that the malls are in on it, okay, including all the retail workers. But more people believe it's actually the half human, half snake. The legend isn't as old as you would think it is. It started in the 90s in the Philippines, and it kind of died down until recently. A case connected a missing woman with the half human, half snake legend. Legend says there is a half-human, half-snake living in the secret basement of a popular mall near Manila called Robinson's Galleria. There are two versions of this part of the legend. Some say that the owners of the mall know the human snake is in the basement. And at first they thought of all the ways to get rid of this human snake, but then they realized the human snake is what's bringing in the fortune. That's what's making this mall successful. So we need to do whatever it takes to keep the human snake happy. That is our price for fortune. The other variation says the human snake is actually a child of John Gokongwei, the owner of Robinson Malls. The human snake was allegedly the twin brother of Robina, which is John's daughter. So this is a very public family, very wealthy family. They own the malls, and they're saying, no. She actually is not just a daughter. She had a twin brother. He's the half human, half snake. The legend says John's wife had given birth to both human twins, and originally everything seemed very, very normal. Now, as time passes, the boy twin starts to grow stronger, faster, but also kind of stranger. Instead of legs, he ends up growing a snake body. This is the urban legend. Now, the growth of his body was so uncontrollable that within a couple of months, this infant toddler is taking up the space of a living room. Soon, the first floor, there's no way that he can play, live, and exist. And it's not like they can just let this half-human, half-snake outside. He's going to be shot dead or held in a science lab somewhere. So now the family is thinking, okay, what do? We got to figure something out. They also realize a little catch. It's not just the fact that he's half human, half snake, but it's also the fact that this little boy, this little creature, does not like to eat anything but pretty young women. Will not eat eggs, rice, nothing, just pretty young women. Now, it's debatable what he does with these women. Some versions of the urban legend say that he swallows them whole like a snake. Others say that he digs his fangs into their necks and drains them of every drop of their blood, just leaving bloodless, empty shells of dead women all around him. Either way, the family was forced to build a massive compound to house their son that happened to be half human, half snake. And they had to constantly find young women to feed their son. But you cannot just throw a big building in the middle of nowhere and have a bunch of young women disappear that's connected to that building and think that nothing is going to happen. So the only solution that they could come up with that made logical sense was a mall. It would give the family unlimited access to girls, and it would house their son in the underground basement. The fitting rooms were said to have these hidden cameras, and sometimes there would be two-way mirrors that allowed their son to see these girls. He's very particular. He likes them young and pretty. He has a style. Even though he's trapped in the basement, he would pick the ones that he wanted, and with the press of a button inside the fitting rooms, the floor would disappear from underneath them, and they would slide down the tunnel straight into his mouth. Now, I do think that the urban legend would have died down in the 90s had it been just that, but a famous celebrity somehow gets involved in this. Alice Dixon was crowned the Philippines Miss International. So this is like a Philippines beauty contest. And she is now working as an actress. She had this promotional shoot at the Robinson Galleria Mall. And, she's trying on clothes and they're taking pictures of her and they direct her to a department store on the 4th floor. And they're like, hey, use this fitting room to change into your next set of clothes for the next shot. She goes in and she said she couldn't shake this feeling. someone was watching her. Now, since she had entered this mall, she had felt that, but she brushed it off because she's a celebrity. There must be people watching and, they're taking pictures of her. That's going to draw attention. But even in this fitting room when she's supposedly alone, she feels eyeballs on her. It's weird. There was this growing sense of unease to the point where she didn't even want to change. And boom, it all happened so fast she didn't even have time to scream. The floor to the changing room dropped. She found herself in a slide that led to the basement of the mall. It didn't even look like out of the back rooms. It straight up looked like an abandoned sewage tunnel. A horror movie. She was confronted by a human snake. The human snake was astonished by her beauty for a split second and it froze. It was just soaking in her beauty. So she ran. She ran through the dark chambers of the tunnel and did not stop running. Eventually, she heard a change in the air. She said that she had blacked out at this point. She didn't even know how she got out. Somehow she ends up in the lobby of a hotel nearby, confused on how she even managed to escape. Tabloid headlines and small news articles start coming out about this bizarre near-death experience. People start going nuts. They want to know more. Everyone just assumed that this whole thing was an urban legend. There is no way it actually happened to someone. And there's actually no way that there's a half human, half snake. Come on. The legend only grew stronger when supposedly Alice was supposed to appear on this big talk show to discuss what happened to her. And just as she starts sharing her experience and the truth of what happened, the TV signal falters and the show stops midair. People at home were losing their minds. It felt like someone really, really did not want this story to get out. And the mystery only grew stronger from there. Because, it's like, okay, fine, get Alice to a different show. It's not going to falter again, right? This time maybe do a live audience. Well, it was impossible because out of nowhere, Alice decides to just drop out of show business and abruptly ghost the industry and moves to Canada.
What in the world?
No longer interested in doing interviews about anything, and whispers started speculating that the owners of the mall had compensated her $15 million USD to ensure her silence. Alice would eventually come back to the industry, but it definitely served the urban legend a lot. It just kept going further and further. So the unsettling feeling that people associated with the mall was pretty cemented in stone after that. And in August 2022, like half a year ago, the popular urban legend regained its grip on the Philippines. A young retail employee of the Robinson Galleria went missing in the mall. Her name is Jovelyn Galleno, and her disappearance would stir up conspiracies of a human snake lingering in the mall, allegations of a human trafficking ring, and a very, very mysterious tarot card reader who is said to have gotten to the truth of what happened to Jovelyn predicted everything correctly before the police did. How did the tarot card reader know what happened to her? Did it have anything to do with the urban legend? Let's dive in. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Since we are covering another Filipino case today, we had our wonderful Filipino researcher help with gathering of the facts, understanding the public's response, and even just trying to grasp the complexity surrounding this case. She actually resides in the Philippines, so I think that she had a really good understanding of just generally how people felt, what this urban legend was about. And I hope that this will be a comprehensive deep dive on this very, very frustrating and very puzzling case of Jovelyn. But as always with international cases, let us know if there's anything that was missed or anything lost in translation. So with that being said, let's get into it. Have you ever used or gotten a tarot card reading?
When I was in middle school, it was trendy in China.
Oh.
Yeah, all the girls has a stack and
They read your future. Okay,
Yeah,
what did they tell you?
I think they predicted everything, yeah.
Yeah, they're like, you're going to meet a Korean girl
Yep.
and she's never going to stop talking. So a lot of people refer to tarot cards as a soul map. You have a stack of cards that all mean something, whether it's about your love life, work life, or family. And actually researching about tarot cards makes me want to get into tarot cards. So you pull randomly from a deck of these very specific cards and you think about the questions in life that you want answered. Then you start interpreting these cards. And this is oversimplifying the beauty of tarot cards. I clearly don't read tarot cards. I do find it fascinating. Now, I will say typically, and I've been vocal about this, I hate when tarot cards or psychics are involved in true crime cases. I just think that it's a lot more pain than it is productive. But this case is particularly interesting because the tarot card reader is spot on with practically everything. Now, obviously, it could have gone the complete opposite way, but it was interesting. So I did go on Reddit and I did look up tarot cards, and a lot of people who regularly use tarot cards say that it's just a way to meditate. You're not trying to base life decisions off the cards. You're not trying to figure out your future. It's not really something that tells you what's going to happen to you. In fact, it lets you have a deeper understanding of oneself. So you're asking a question. There's almost this gut feeling of what you want the cards to read. Or it pulls out a card that makes you self-reflect in a different perspective that you might not have done before.
Yeah, I can see that.
And that makes me want to get into tarot cards.
Yeah, so it's just a medium for you to think
Yeah.
or let your mind wander. And
People say that it's not really about talking to a spirit like people make it out to be, or predicting the future, or even like trying to get you to do a life decision off of it. It's genuinely just meditation, they said. Instead of journaling, you're just asking yourself these questions.
that
And
makes a
it's-
lot of sense.
Yeah, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, and I feel like there's actually science behind that.
Yes, because
Yeah.
it might be a fresh perspective to these problems or obstacles you're facing. And the cards are vague enough that it applies to a lot of things, so you start wandering with your mind. In that sense, very cool. But when the news broke that a young, beautiful 22-year-old mall employee went missing in the Robinson Galleria, social media was all over this case. A concerned citizen took it upon herself to seek the guidance of a renowned tarot card reader in the Philippines, Jay Costura. Now, she is very famous. She is very well beloved. She is on YouTube. Yeah, she does a lot of these tarot card readings for big cases and just things in general. So the tarot card readings of what happened to Jovelyn, the missing woman, were posted on YouTube. I know, very controversial, all of the above. But the readings were fascinating. Jay Costura went into detail about what the cards revealed. This is like literally right after the 22-year-old goes missing. Nobody has any clue what happened. All people know is that she went missing in a mall, and Jay starts doing the tarot card reading. And I just want to make it very clear. The tarot card readings went the best way possible in this scenario, if you can even call it that. But there are countless cases where people have predicted what happened so publicly with so much conviction, and it turned out to be wrong. And this is happening in the US as well, okay? Or it just turned out to cause more distress amongst the victim and their families. So just keep that in mind. The cards were laid out on the table. There were these beautiful, like luminescent gold-colored cards, and the light was reflecting off of them beautifully. They felt very rich. They felt very tangible. And it just kind of contrasted sharply with the air of mystery and anxiety. It just felt very anxious in the video when you watch it. Now, a few of the cards were chosen, revealed, and analyzed. Both women, Jay Costura and the concerned citizen, looked very stressed. They looked very focused. Now, this case at this point had been a blank slate. 22-year-old Jovelyn had walked into the mall for her shift. She was a sales lady. She finished her shift, texted her family that she was hungry, vanished. We don't know if she left the mall. We don't know if she's still in the mall. Did she leave alone? Did someone take her home? Did they say that they would drive her home? Did she get on a bus like she normally does? Nobody knew anything. I'm talking blank slate. She just vanished. And of course, there's more pressing questions like, is she still alive? What happened? Can we rescue her? Jay read the cards and emphasized the belief that Jovelyn Galleno was still alive. Jay continued to flip the cards and studied them and talked to the viewers at home. She presented a compelling narrative. She stated that the cards suggested that Jovelyn was still alive, being held captive by powerful individuals or individuals who had power over her. They were authority figures of some sort. She looks at the cards and says, see, this is what I was afraid of. Here I see a substantial amount of money, which can mean that her captors may have profited off of her. Jay went on to continue. And this part is interesting. But she states that the abundance of red cards compared to black cards suggests to her that there was a surprising sense of lack of envy or jealousy in Jovelyn's life, meaning that Jovelyn had a very tranquil energy that emanated off of her, suggesting to Jay that Jovelyn's disappearance was not due to an angry friend or partner. It was not a crime of passion where someone just hated her, despised her, was jealous of her, or someone was upset with her or had something against her. It seemed almost random. Or maybe they just genuinely wanted her because of the way she looked, or her age. Jay also noted that there was no card that features the Ace of Flowers, which Jay associates with water and a change of location. She believes strongly that Jovelyn was still in the confines of the island. Now, this was the very first session that was posted online. These are the details that she reads from her tarot cards. Another secondary session was posted with the same concerned citizen and the tarot card reader, and this time they had a new deck of cards. The new deck still indicated to Jay that Jovelyn was alive, and the new card suggested a sense of betrayal in Jovelyn's case. A deal or agreement appears to have been made, potentially involving Jovelyn. She is being held against her will by someone or a group of people, and despite being held captive, the card suggests that she is being very well taken care of. Jay stated the card suggests that Jovelyn possesses the strength to escape if she can just discover a way. Jay continued to state that she senses the captors, or at least some of the captors, are considering releasing Jovelyn, but the heightened attention surrounding her case complicates their decision. Jay reiterates that although Jovelyn's disappearance in her belief is premeditated, it's not driven by anger, animosity, or jealousy or revenge. It is unrelated to romantic relationships or personal attachments. She believed Jovelyn to be in close proximity to her home. She states that the captors wanted to take Jovelyn somewhere else, but unseen obstacles prevented them. She stated that she saw Jovelyn entering a car willingly and that she had left the mall willingly. She concludes her session by saying, "The individuals holding Jovelyn captive are likely part of a syndicate or possess significant influence and power over her." She also states that there are more things that the cards have revealed to her, but because of the ongoing investigation, she doesn't want to release that information. Now, I believe in the Philippines, tarot card reading is generally more accepted and believed. So there was some pushback of, I don't think we should be doing this. But most people who were listening, I don't think that they took it so seriously that they were like, oh my God, the syndicate, we got to bring down the syndicate. It was more of, they listen to this and they feel more connected to the case. They feel more passionate about this case, which I think ultimately did lead to positive things. So the public starts putting pressure on the police to do something, find something, take action. So let's start with what we do know. The night of August 5th, 2022, Jovelyn's mom was home with Jovelyn's two sisters, Jonalyn and Jocelyn. So Jonalyn, Jovelyn, and Jocelyn, okay? They're all hanging out downstairs waiting for Jovelyn to get home from her shift at the mall so that they could cook up some dinner. Jonalyn, her sister, was scrolling through her phone when it buzzed. Jovelyn, "Hey, what are we eating for dinner?" "Mom, Jovelyn wants to know what's for dinner." Mom's confused. "Wait, I thought she was bringing home food. Or at least that's what she said this morning, but... Okay, maybe she's tired. Forget it. Just tell her to come home. We'll have something." So the mom gives the sister some money and sends her out to buy some takeout. She goes out and she texts Jovelyn on the way saying, "Hey, I'm grabbing food. Is there anything particular you want to eat?" Jovelyn never responds. The sister brings back the food and the family waits around the table. Like, the food is waiting, it's hot, it's steaming. They're sitting around and they're like, okay, any minute now she's going to be bursting through the door and we're all going to feast on some dinner. Maybe she's working overtime? No, but usually when she's working overtime at the store, she texts us to let us know that she's going to be running late. Either way, they decide to eat without her. But even when they were done, Jovelyn was still not home. They kept trying to message her throughout the entirety of the dinner and no response. And finally, they called her, which I imagine that they were avoiding calling her in case that she was working. And the phone rang. Someone picks it up. "Hello? Hello?" Whoever was on the other line did not say anything. It was silent. There wasn't a single word, a single noise, nothing. It was really unsettling. Maybe it's in her pocket and she accidentally picked it up and she's busy. They couldn't hear clothes rustling or inventory being put away, so they didn't really know what to make of it. That night, it was really hard for any of them to get sleep without Jovelyn being home. It just wasn't like her. The next morning, they wake up and Jovelyn is still not home. So Jovelyn's mom and her two sisters, they rush to the mall and wait for it to open, hoping that Jovelyn is there. Maybe something happened and she had to sleep overnight. Maybe, I don't know, okay? They're coming up with all these reasons in their head because that's the best case scenario. But when she's not there, they ask any of her colleagues, "Do you know where she's gone? This doesn't make sense." They have no clue. In fact, they turned that store upside down. There was no sign of Jovelyn anywhere. There was no signs of struggle. There was no signs that anything happened last night. That morning, she would officially be registered a missing person. at just 22 years old, Jovelyn Gayeno had vanished. The police are going to try and convince us that she didn't just vanish, she ran away, or she willingly got into a strange man's car because she was just crazy like that. Even if that were true, you should still be looking for her. But in the case of Jovelyn, it just didn't make sense. Jovelyn was working as a sales girl at the Robinson Mall, and her boss had only great things to say about her. She was consistently on time. She delivered great performance. The customers loved her. She was polite, eager. Literally, what is there not to love? When she wasn't working, she was studying criminology at the local college. Her dream, her ultimate dream, was to become a police officer. And I imagine that if she became an officer, she would not fail the families of victims like the police would fail her family. Everyone who knew Jovelyn said her whole life could be summed up into two things. She had this very strong, unbreakable sense of familial unity. Like she was the type that would do anything for her family. As the eldest sister, she would take on odd jobs while she's studying in college. She wanted to make sure that her sisters never had to work for food or were eating well. It's like she had more hours in a day, more days in a week than most people. On Sundays, she never missed church service. Everyone described her to be just so utterly wholesome. She's the type of student or daughter that other parents would be like, why can't you be more like Jovelyn? Please. She never went out drinking, never went out clubbing. She was dedicated to her goals and nothing was going to get in her way, like even fun. The only time that she stayed out late was when she had to stay after closing to help with packing and inventory. But even then, she never came home after 9 p.m. She was actually one of the odd young people that really found comfort in just staying home. She was very happy to stay home. Even her cousins, Leobert and Jovert, were both in their 30s. If they ever got hungry, these are full-grown men in their 30s. If they ever got hungry, if they ever couldn't afford food, they went to Jovelyn, to 22-year-old Jovelyn. She would cook for anyone that she cared about. Not only would she cook for you, she would sit you down, make you feel warm, and ask you about yourself. Is everything okay? She loved like a good, heartfelt conversation. And now she was just gone. She just vanished. And this whole family, they're like, we have a giant hole in our hearts. Like, what are you talking about? The cousins are begging for her return. Her sisters are distraught. Her mom is beside herself. What is going on? Also, side note, another thing that was very, very rare for Jovelyn's age is that she knew that ego could destroy relationships and careers. So she never let her ego get in the way of resolving a fight. So everything is just saying that she's not a pushover. She is very, very strong-minded, has a good head on her shoulders, and it just doesn't make sense. I imagine working very early on and having this like financial burden of caring for her family was a big part of growing up early. But, you know, one day she was gonna be an amazing, fair, trustworthy police officer. One that would put these police officers working her case to shame. It felt like they had genuinely no idea what the hell they were doing. Jovelyn is reported missing and the police start their investigation at the mall, the Robinson Mall, because that is Jovelyn's last known location. You know, their plan makes a lot of sense. They would go through the CCTV footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of her movements. At least that way they could figure out what exit she took. Maybe she ran into a friend. Maybe she ran into someone in the mall. Or maybe she was taken in the mall. Like, we don't know. We got to go through the CCTV footage. But when the police arrive at the mall, the owners are like, well, we don't want to help. We don't want to give you the CCTV footage. Now, this is where the urban legend comes into play. I don't think that the public were coming into this guns a-blazing at the mall like, oh my God, remember the urban legend of the mall? Like, it's the mall. They just had the same reaction as the police. Okay, she probably left the mall and then ran into foul play after she left, right? Because the mall is so public, it's so bright. What's going to happen in there? We got to get the CCTV footage. See if she left with someone. Who did she leave with? What exit did she take? At least that gives us a direction that she might have been going. But then suddenly, the mall doesn't want to give CCTV? That's weird. Why would they not want to help unless they had something to hide? The urban legend now started getting brought up with this case. Now, the urban legend is what threw this case into social media spotlight. People could not stop talking about how creepy the mall was, how her disappearance must be connected to the human snake. Others argued there was never a human snake, it's human trafficking. Regardless of what you thought, public enemy number one right now was the police and the mall. You know, a lot of people were saying, what do you mean, officer, that the mall said no? Like, since when do you guys take no for an answer? As a regular civilian, you ask me to do something, I take no. Bad things happen to me, but this big fancy mall, they can say no to you all the time? People commented, a life is at stake and this is how much effort you're putting into it. Someone said no, so now you're done investigating. I'm sorry, is the mall more powerful than the police? This is kind of crazy, guys. Now, side note, Jovelyn disappeared in Puerto Princesa, which is a beautiful tourist island, like a tiny little island that attracts a lot of local and foreign tourists. So news of her disappearance made a lot of people adverse to vacationing there, and that is what made police get more involved in the case. So originally the police were like, sorry, we can't get them all CCTV footage, so like case is over, bye, everybody go home, right? Now, the public attention is what made the police get more invested in this case. They realized that the public was not just going to forget about her disappearance or her vanishing, and if they didn't solve it, nobody was going to go to the mall. Nobody was even going to come visit the island that relied heavily on tourist economy, on tourist money. So the government bosses, all of the officials, the people that are basically the bosses of the police, they're like, you need to figure this out. And with Jay Costora, the tarot card reader, along with other high-profile names getting involved, this case was getting bigger by the second, not even by the day, by the second. Now, side note, there were a lot of theories forming. Many people believed that yes, indeed, it had something to do with the mall. Something very strange happened in that mall, and since the owners are wealthy, they're able to stand up against the police and refuse to give CCTV footage. Other small theories started to emerge. There were rumors that Jovelyn was having an affair with her boss's husband. Listen, I don't even know where this came from, and I don't even know how it started. But her manager's name is Karen, and people said that Karen had found out that her husband was hanging out a lot with Jovelyn, and instead of leaving him, Karen became overwhelmed with jealousy and emotion. She channeled all that hatred, all that anger towards Jovelyn instead of her own husband. And she thought, as long as she disappears, I can have my husband all to myself. People on social media went so crazy with this theory that news stations wanted to interview Karen, the manager. She came out and she denied having any resentment towards Jovelyn. She said, in fact, I've only ever spoken highly of her. Like, you can see all of my other interviews. You can ask anybody. We had a good relationship. She has a great work ethic. She's dedicated to the job. She was one of my best employees. But people overanalyzed this interview and stated that she was way too emotionless. If a manager genuinely liked your employee, wouldn't you be emotional? Jovelyn's sister chimed in and said, well, I was able to log into my sister's Facebook account after she vanished, and I actually did see messages pertaining to the boss's husband. Jovelyn was talking to a friend of hers on Facebook about how she wanted to quit her job. Jovelyn said, I don't like it anymore. And the friend asked her why. Jovelyn responded, my boss's husband messaged me out of nowhere regarding our products and merchandise one night. And when I came to work the next morning, my boss asked me why I was talking to her husband. So I clarified what was going on, but honestly, that was that. Like, nothing happened, nothing went on. And it just, like, the whole thing, it just seemed like it threw off Jovelyn. She felt very uncomfortable. But there was nothing to indicate that Karen or her husband felt any type of way about it. So again, a lot of confusing rumors that aren't really propelling the case forward or helping in finding Jovelyn. Now, around this time, Raffy Tulfo, this massive TV personality and journalist and now a senator in the Philippines, he starts getting involved. He starts putting pressure on the officials. He even had the major of the police force on his show where he just grilled him for answers.
Meron screen grab from the CCTV, the victim going inside Robinson's Mall, pero palabas niya ng Robinson's Mall, wala. So yun po siguro susi. Would that be the reason?
Sabi ng PNP, meron na silang bagong nakita na lead.
The major just kept repeating the same responses over and over. It sounded like he was given a list of answers that were PR friendly, that were appropriate, and he just kept repeating those. I don't want to hinder the investigation. We're still keeping that in mind. We're still investigating the leads. We're still trying to figure it out. Raffy wasn't having any of it. He kept pushing, and since Raffy was this high-powered senator/journalist, the major was actually terrified of him. He was in kind of a pickle. He had to try and not hinder the investigation or make himself or the police force look bad, but also respond in a way that Raffy would be satisfied with. It was not a good position to be in. Every answer just made it seem like the major and the police were hiding something, or that they just were the most incompetent people running this case. Overall, situation. Rafi Tolfo kept pushing the major to tell them if they were able to get the CCTV footage from the mall and what was seen on there. The major kept brushing off this question, saying that he couldn't say anything that could jeopardize the investigation. But Rafi kept pushing and kept pushing and kept pushing. And with enough pressure, the major stated, you know what? I'll give you my personal theory. He stated that he saw a figure that appears to be Jovelyn exiting the mall in the CCTV footage that they were able to obtain. Allegedly, she leaves through the employee door and gets picked up by an unknown sedan. He states that they are looking for the sedan right now. Now, the whole energy of that statement shifts the entire conversation. It shifts the whole investigation. The major made it seem like Jovelyn willingly got into some stranger's car. Even the way that he was saying it was just very, why would she get into an unknown man's car? Maybe she ran off with a boyfriend. It's almost like that kind of route it seems like they're digging into. And since she's 22, she's an adult, she can legally make her own decisions. He almost made it seem like she's just this 22-year-old who doesn't care if her family is stressed out or worried for her and just wanted to go hang out with her boyfriend. That is the implication of this. It wasn't even the sedan itself that was the explosive news. So Rafi starts questioning the validity of this statement because this is the first time he's hearing of it, and it came out of left field. And again, with enough pushing, the major admits that he just made this up to say something, to say anything. Not a good look.
So he didn't see her leaving.
No. He was just like, I knew it was going to be a dead end, so I just wanted to say something, anything to get you off my ass. You can expect how the people felt about it. It seems like the major would rather lie than be truthful that they have nothing so far. So Rafi gets another police officer on the show. Starts grilling him too. It looks like the police officers work slower than turtles here. What's going on? Still no good response. The saddest part was Jonalyn, the sister, was on standby listening to everything. And she finally got on air and said, please, sir, I need to clarify something. The sister states that she's upset that her sister is being portrayed as this indecent girl that would run into the car with her boyfriend and run off without caring for her family. She kept clarifying that she was able to gain access to her sister's Facebook accounts and there was no romantic messages, not even flirtatious conversations with anyone. Also, side note, how sad is that? The minute a girl is in a relationship, people are like, well, no point in looking for her now. She probably ran away with a boy. Or the minute someone struggles with mental health, people are like, well, no point in looking into their clearly suspicious, weird, bizarre death because they were probably depressed. It's crazy. So Jovelyn's sister passionately argued, please, she doesn't entertain any men. Sir, she is focused on work and her studies. She just wants to graduate. So if you could ask anyone in the neighborhood, you could ask all of our neighbors, conduct a survey if you must to see if I'm telling the truth. You have to trust me. A lot of people sympathize with Jovelyn's sister. I mean, it's frustrating when people paint your loved ones to be someone that they're not. And even if she did have a boyfriend, it's frustrating that something like that could make her life less valuable. Rafi agreed. He went on to grill the head of the person in charge of the local police department, and he straight up just asked him, like, what is going on? Why did you lie? So the major says, I was just tired. So you mean to tell me when you guys are tired, you can just start making up stories and telling lies? And Major, adding insult to injury, why do you guys keep all implying that Jovelyn has a boyfriend or a suitor? We have Jovelyn's sister who says Jovelyn would never entertain any guys, so why do you keep imposing that her case is not an abduction and that she got into a car willingly? Before he could even respond, Rafi let the emotions get the better of him and he exploded on the major and he said, do I have to go to the headquarters of the National Police Department personally to request to talk to the chief of the entire National Police Force so that I can put you in the hot seat? You better do your job and get it together or else I will put you all under Senate hearing. Even that city director of yours, I will bring to the Senate. Once my patience runs out, I swear I will have you all investigated because you're all working too slow. I want answers by tomorrow. Is that good? It was really, really intense. Now, Rafi did work very closely with Jovelyn's family and even provided them with a new place to live, financial assistance to help start their own business because Jovelyn was the sole breadwinner. Rafi even paid the family's monthly bills at one point, and the family, the netizens, Rafi, everyone was so frustrated watching these interviews. It felt like someone was hiding something and they thought that you were too dumb or too powerless to do anything about it. It was such blatant lies. It was like a slap in the face. It was so shady. But there is another perspective to this. Some people felt like Rafi was doing a bit too much. So they were saying, it's one thing to draw public attention to a case and demand answers from the authorities that are being paid by taxpayer money. That's one thing. It's another thing to keep pushing people to a point where they could potentially jeopardize the investigation. So it's also a very tricky situation for the journalist, because the journalist is expected to get answers, and if they don't get answers, they have to wonder why are we not getting the answers. But at the same time, you got to use some reasoning, you got to use some nuance, and there's got to be some common sense and some mutual understanding. I do think that the major was shady, but I don't think he was shady to that point. I think that there must have been a part of him that genuinely was like, I truly don't know what to say. I'm like getting grilled so hard right now and we've got nothing, but I can't say that we have nothing. And then I can't say anything that would jeopardize the investigation. So it was just a very tricky situation. So in another instance, Rafi was interviewing another police officer, and the officer mentioned a piece of the CCTV footage where there was this visual presence of one of those giant metal cargo containers that are used to like transport goods. So maybe they were in like the cargo section of the mall and they're bringing in all these goods, and it was near the employee entrance. The police officer stated something along the lines of, she went inside the metal cargo container. Now, people are thinking, is this the next big lead? People were freaking out. Rafi was freaking out. How come we're just hearing about this? A metal shipping container? Are you kidding? Who owned the container? Why would she have gotten into one? That doesn't make sense. It's not part of her job description. Rafi immediately hung up with the officer, called the officer's superior, who clarified, wait, no. She went around the metal cargo container. To which Rafi responded, one of your men said that she went inside the container. That's why I'm asking you, what is inside? And if anyone has already checked who owns the cargo container, good grief. Like, that's what I'm asking you. Now, viewers at home, there is some nuance to this. Viewers at home were feeling a little bit frustrated because this one wasn't purely police incompetence or secrecy. The officer in question that mentioned the metal container, he spoke a different dialect. So he said went. But the way that he used the word in Tagalog made it seem like she went in, but it could have easily meant if she went around. But instead of clarifying, because it was clear that he didn't speak the same dialect, instead of Rafi being like, wait, can you clarify? Did she go in or around? He just kind of like hung up and was like, okay, let me call the superior and make it a whole big thing. And everyone was like, that didn't need to be a big thing, And then, he's calling out police incompetency and secrecy, but then people were like, this one just feels like you made something really big for an explosive news segment, but it wasn't that big of a deal. People weren't happy about it, but as social media discourse was ramping up, so was the investigation, believe it or not. The investigators were able to get through the security footage of the mall, and they found Jovelyn. There was clear evidence that she made it to work that day, so okay, good, but there was no evidence that she left the establishment at the end of her shift. Why does it not show that? The mall stated there was a local power outage, so all of their lights and power and cameras shut off. Locals disputed this and said, we did not have a power outage that night. So what are you saying? And coincidentally, it happened the same time that Jovelyn was leaving the mall for her shift. It felt really, really, really sinister. So people kept bringing up the human snake. People kept bringing up human trafficking. There were just rumors that the mall owners had to deal with the police to ignore cases like this so that they can feed their human snake or do some sort of underground activities. I mean, people also wondered, what if this was news planted by the mall's competition, SM Supermalls? They're like the biggest competitors of Robinson malls. What if they wanted Robinsons to go down? So they keep pushing this mall narrative.
This is like the Chinese school kids.
Yes.
It's like once someone go missing, I feel like school or the mall, they should be the number one people on top of this.
Yeah,
'cause this
not
is,
the police.
Yeah, this should be hurting them the most.
Exactly. I do think it's weird when the establishment that's getting hurt the most, that is known for being super capitalistic, is suddenly not capitalistic. Because capitalism would mean that you want to distance yourself from this.
No, they think distance is the way to go. Like suppress it. Let's just get rid of the story. But instead, that only fuels more online discussion and more conspiracies.
It's so weird. Wouldn't you rather just want to show the footage like, hey, she left the mall. We got nothing to do with it. Bye.
Release that to everyone.
Have fun, everyone.
Yeah. So now it's like, what's going on with the security, the cameras, and it just sounds more and more and more fishy. They should come out and provide everything they have.
Yeah. They should be working with the investigators excitedly, like aggressively hunting down investigators.
Unless they are
doing something.
Exactly.
So people are going back to the tarot card readings and trying to connect the dots. Jay, the tarot card reader, said that there was a deal made even before Jovelyn had disappeared. So maybe the mall and the police had a deal. Maybe the mall had a deal with the human snake or some sort of shady organization or syndicate like Jay had alleged. Now, on top of that, Jay had stated that the people holding her captive were authority figures that had power. The mall owners have power. The police have power. Government officials have power. Nobody could understand how there was no footage of her leaving the mall. But they did provide, the mall does come out and provide some records. This is like an employee login and log out records where you log out at that time and you sign. And it showed Jovelyn logging out of her shift and out of the mall. But this could have easily been, someone could have signed for her. It did nothing to calm the public. It just felt very shady. Like, how is this good enough? Like, you really think we're going to be okay with this piece of paper? All these coincidences were making people feel very nervous about ever going shopping or even trusting the police. And then out of nowhere, a store outside the mall said that they had footage of Jovelyn outside of the mall after her shift at work. They said the CCTV footage showed Jovelyn outside waiting for a bus home. Police state that they studied this footage and believed it to be Jovelyn, and they showed it to Jovelyn's family, and they were all confirmed that it was Jovelyn. Everyone except for Jonalyn, this is a sister that has been outspoken and has been kind of the family representative in the news. So it's not like she's going against her family. I would say that the family is kind of more behind her. She said that she was skeptical about this video. She said that the only reason that her family originally confirmed that it was Jovelyn was because they felt pressured by the police. But the more that they watched this footage over and over and over again, they felt like they could not confidently say that that was their sister. But as she's voicing her concerns, police stated, nope, it's her sister. She's mistaken. It's her sister, because there were witnesses who saw her on the bus. This stopped people dead in their tracks. What do you mean, saw her? So all of a sudden, this grainy footage of her outside the mall shows up because there's no other evidence that she left the mall. Suddenly, we have footage. And then you suddenly have people that came forward and said that, you know what, actually, I did see her. Why did they not come forward prior to this when everyone on social media was still talking about it? It's not like the case just exploded. So I don't know. The whole thing seems very, very fishy. But this was the strongest lead that the family was given. So they try everything. The public was able to find the driver of the bus, and he gave very wishy-washy answers. He said he had no clue if Jovelyn ever got on his bus because he focuses on driving rather than the passengers. Everything about it just felt weird. Like all of a sudden, people saw her on the bus. All of a sudden, she's on a bus. And then another family tragedy struck. Two of Jovelyn's cousins, do you remember Leobert and Jovert? Both in their mid-30s were involved in an accidental stabbing involving each other. Trust me, it gets weirder. The stabbing would result in both of them being jailed for Jovelyn's kidnapping and murder.
Wait, slow down. They stab each other?
Yeah. And it would result in them going to the hospital and then later to prison for Jovelyn's disappearance. Let me explain, okay? Let me explain. Leobert and Jovert had gotten drunk one night. This is like after Jovelyn disappears. And somehow they enter into this super heated argument, allegedly about Jovelyn. One of them was injured and required hospitalization. Now, it was reported to the police once Jovert came to the hospital because they're like, you were clearly stabbed with a knife. Like, you can't tell me otherwise. So we're going to have to report it to the police because that's a knife fight. So both of them get brought into the police station, and Leobert, one of the cousins, starts to confess. His confession would rip his entire family apart, or whatever was left of his family. It was bad. Leobert stated that he and Jovert planned to kidnap, assault, and kill Jovelyn. Their own cousin, their own flesh and blood that they grew up around. They said they planned it for weeks and that they finally did it. The reason that the accidental stabbing occurred was because Leobert felt so guilty about what he did. It was eating him up on the inside. He just wanted to turn himself in, clear his guilty conscience, give Jovelyn's mom some peace of mind. He wanted to stop living his life looking over his shoulder constantly for the police. He tried to tell Jovert one drunken night, hey, buddy, I want to tell the cops. Jovert was pissed. He's like, we agreed to do this together. You can't just turn yourself in because then I got to turn myself in. I'm not ready to go to jail. You can go to jail by yourself. Why should I have to go to jail? So he grabs a knife and threatens to kill Leobert. Leobert pushes him and attempts to defend himself, and it resulted in Jovert accidentally stabbing himself with the knife. They had been brought in, Jovert had been subdued, and Leobert felt like now that he was no longer around Jovert, he was no longer scared for his life, he could confess. He stated that he was overcome with remorse and guilt. This freaked out a lot of people for a number of reasons. The small one being, Jay's tarot card reading stated that the people who took Jovelyn were authority figures. In the Philippines, it's much like the rest of Asia. You are grown up to show cousins, especially that are 10 years older than you. You have to show them respect. They are also your authority figures. No one had thought of it like that. People are like, wow, we kept thinking about government officials and police officers when it could really be the person closest to you. Mainly everyone was freaked out though because these were her cousins. What motive would they have in kidnapping her? Leobert was asked that, and he said it all started a few months before she vanished. He and Jovert kept talking about how Jovelyn was so pretty, how beautiful she was. And at first it started as like a fun family banter, like, oh my God, our cousin is so pretty. But they said that they became fascinated by her looks. And they said that they were even more intrigued by her contrasting tomboyish manner. I don't know what they're trying to say with that. Something about her was irresistible, Leobert said. Now, at first, it starts off as a simple joke. They were joking, I don't know how this is a joke or how it's funny, how they would kidnap her and what they would do to her if they could kidnap her. And for about a month or so, this is how they planned it. The more they talked about it, the less of a joke it seemed, and the more feasible, the more excited they got for this plan. And then one evening, they put their plan into action. They said that they knew where the bus would drop off Jovelyn near the house, and it was very dark. She would get off alone, and they would forcibly grab her. Now, if this is true, I cannot imagine the emotions that she went through. First, being grabbed, the fear, the terror. And then when you look and you see it's your cousins, maybe you have this moment of like a release of tension because you probably assume that they're playing a joke on you. And then that fear comes rushing back when you realize they're not. This is not a joke. They stated that they grabbed and restrained Jovelyn, causing her to lose consciousness. Leobert said they dragged her to a grassy area in their hometown, subjected her to rounds of horrific essay by her own two cousins, her own family members, and Leobert stated that she never gained consciousness ever again. They realized that she was dead, which was kind of their plan because there's no way that they could do this to their cousin, of all people, and expect her to not say anything to anyone. Leobert said they dragged her lifeless body to an area with even taller grass and less foot traffic. They dug a shallow grave, buried her. They said that they scattered her belongings through the field as an attempt to hide the evidence. And apparently this was their masterful plan that took them over a month to come up with. The confession of the crime is strange, and it doesn't sit right with a lot of people. But either way, August 23rd, 2022, just 18 days after Jovelyn vanished, Leobert led the police to the locations where he and Jovert allegedly hid Jovelyn's body. This is where things get puzzling because at this point, people are thinking, I don't really believe this confession. Maybe the guy's on drugs. Maybe he's drunk. Maybe he's like having a mental breakdown because this doesn't make sense. Who can really do this to their cousin? Jovelyn had been missing for 18 days, and he pointed out where her body was buried. The level of decomposition on her body was extremely severe. She was completely skeletal at this point. There were no remaining soft tissues, nothing. It was nearly impossible to do a comprehensive autopsy. There was no way to even prove that she had been essayed before her death because of how advanced the decomp was at this state. A lot of forensic experts who saw the crime scene photos also stated that the bones almost looked a little too clean. I mean, yeah, you could argue that being in a humid tropical environment could lead to faster decomposition, but something about the scene felt oddly staged. That's how the public felt. That's how experts felt. Another puzzling revelation was just how close to home Jovelyn was. Even her things that were scattered about, like her ID, her bag, her sunblock, gum, wallet, all of it was discarded so close to her home. Even her body was found so close to her home, it didn't make sense. A lot of neighbors wondered how her neighbors, Jovelyn's neighbors, the same ones that were searching high and low for her, how they never smelled or spotted her remains when she was found 1,000 feet away from her own home. And she wasn't found in like an abandoned field. One neighbor said that the grassy area that she was found, it had some foot traffic because people would walk through it as a shortcut. It's not like a jungle, it's like just a grassy area. And since it wasn't being put to use, some of the neighbors even planted herbs and veggies. Kids would play in that little yard area. Sometimes dogs would play fetch. Even if a stray dog had died there, which has happened before, everyone would have known because of how badly it smelled. I would imagine it's worse with a human. There's even a store from where Jovelyn was found that's 300 feet away. And you're telling me no one smelled anything? No one saw anything? No, I mean, everyone in the area is looking for Jovelyn, and no one smelled something so strange like a decomposing body and thought, it's probably got nothing to do with the missing girl. Like, that doesn't make sense. The family did confirm some of the items found nearby were Jovelyn's, but not all of it. The underwear that was supposedly hers were not hers according to the family, but the wallet, ID, and some of the other things were. Now, there was no way for them to ID her based on appearance because of how her remains were found, but Jovelyn's mom said, "In my heart, I genuinely believe that she's still alive, that she is somewhere out there because I don't know if someone harmed her. In my mind, she's still alive. When I saw those bones, I didn't feel anything. It's as if they didn't belong to Jovelyn." So this further fueled the online theory that whoever was found was not Jovelyn. Netizens suspected that the police planted the bones there so that they could stop investigating this case, that it was some sort of big cover-up. But the police kept going with this. 2 days later, on August 25th, 2022, they instructed Leo Burt to guide them to where he allegedly buried Jovelyn's jewelry and phone. So this is another odd thing. The jewelry and phone were separated from the rest of her belongings, and they were buried super close to Leo Burt's house. So either he's a super confident criminal, dumb, or this just felt strange. It felt weird. Like, if you think of it from a criminal's perspective, especially if you were related to the victim, wouldn't you want to get as far away from their items as possible? Soon after, what the police believed to be a shut and done case, because, we can have all the theories in the world, but only the killers would know the location of Jovelyn's remains and her belongings, right? Mm-hmm. And Leo Burt led them there, so it must be him, right? Well, Leo Burt's attorney came out to say that whenever Leo Burt was talking and guiding officers to the evidence, Leo Burt would look at the officer, waiting for some kind of sign or go ahead or some sort of signal. At this point in the case, people didn't really know what to believe. Netizens were even questioning if they had gone too deep down into the conspiracy rabbit hole and they were just trying to create the most insane narrative of things now. People didn't know. Are we crazy? Is the police crazy? Or is this real? Because, sometimes things happen that are so sick and twisted, it almost feels like a conspiracy when you start thinking about it. People wanted answers, or at least some clarity. Another person that could have that is Joe Vert, the other person involved in the crime, the other cousin. Now, he hadn't been as involved in this investigation thus far because he was hospitalized for accidentally stabbing himself. A radio show tracked him down in the hospital and asked for an interview. Their aim was to just get to the bottom of the mystery, answer all the unrelenting questions, tell us why did you do it, what happened, tell us the truth. But in reality, all this interview did was muddy the waters even more. Joe Vert was so emotional during his interview, he stated that none of it was true, none of it. Even the accidental stabbing, none of it had to do with Jovelyn.
Hindi ko alam kung anong nararamdaman ko sa kanya. Buhay ko kasi matagal na panahon din ako nasira. Kaya kung saan na yung nagpapakatino ako, nung pa nila ako sasabi sa ng kaso. Na kahit kailan hindi ko pinangarap na pumatay ng tao at maghahasa ng tao.
I'm sorry, what? Then why did you accidentally stab yourself? I confronted Leo Burt about the rumors that he was trying to hit on my wife. I was drunk, I confronted him, and he looked me in the eye, and you know what he said? He got defensive. He said, "Hey, you better be careful about making accusations like that." And I started getting angry. I got into a fit of anger, and I was drunk. I grabbed the knife. I pointed at him. I demanded he take me seriously. Just answer the question. That's all I wanted from him. And then I end up in the hospital and charged with the murder of my cousin. I mean, I have no involvement in my cousin's disappearance. I loved her. I can't comprehend why I'm even being connected to the case. He talks about how he has a criminal history and he might have been involved in some shady things in the past like drugs, but this, he swore up and down. I truly had no part in this. I cannot fathom what's being thrust on me right now. This is the honest truth. When Jovelyn went missing, I was at work with my managers. I can confirm that. They can confirm that. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine taking a person's life or even committing such a despicable act of sexual assault. Please, you have to believe me. August 30th, 2022, a few days after Jovelyn's supposed remains were found, a DNA test was released by the police to the public, stating that the remains did indeed belong to Jovelyn. With this, the police formally charged Leo Burt and Joe Vert of rape and homicide. Now, most of the charges did rely on Leo Burt's confession and narrative. The police completely brushed off Joe Vert's claims of innocence and stated that thing that he said about work, it's just him trying to create an alibi.
What do you mean?
That even raised eyebrows. Exactly what you said. Either he lied about his alibi or he didn't. Like, what does it mean when you say it's an attempt at him creating an alibi? Was he or was he not at work? Like, it just felt like the police were being roundabout for no reason. You could literally just say, he lied, he wasn't at work. But they were like, that's his attempt at creating an alibi. It was really strange that the police kept taking these convoluted routes with this investigation. It felt like they refused to investigate or even entertain Jovert's claims and simply focused on what Leobert said. And just before Leobert was officially taken into custody, Jovelyn's mother, filled with a mix of anger and confusion, confronted him, and she screamed and demanded answers. She asked, how could you commit such a crime against your own cousin, your own flesh and blood? How can you live with yourself? Leobert turned around and he cried and said that he was coerced by the chief of the city's anti-crime organization, Richard Lygad. He begged his aunt to believe him. He cried out, you know me, you know that's not me, you know I could never do this, please. I didn't do it, auntie, you have to believe me. I didn't kill Jovelyn, I was forced to take the blame, please, you have to believe me. I didn't have anything to do with it at all. You've known me since I was a kid, you know what kind of person I am, please, I would never do something like that.
Wait, what?
Ano matakot? Ay, hanapin yung ano niya, ligad. Yung
anti-crime.
Yan. Ito. Kuya, ulit.
Oo, yan.
Kasama yan siya?
Kasama yan siya. Umutakpan,
Relax lang. Kami, nag-ano rin kami.
Yung nalaman to. Basta pagdating doon, nandun na lang yun. Yung mga buto ko doon. Dinala na lang nila ako doon.
She was so taken aback by his words. She was torn between her desire to believe him because she doesn't want to believe that someone she trusted, her own flesh and blood as well, could do something like this to her child. But then there was so much circumstantial evidence against him. And, she did think back to all those great moments of Leobert and their family. And it was just so hard to accept that he could have done something like this. She tried to get some clarity. She spoke with him while he was in jail. And later, Jovelyn's two sisters, Jocelyn and Jonalyn, would even go on air with Rafi Tulfo to talk about what was going on with their cousin Leobert. Leobert had alleged that it wasn't just the chief, Richard, that was trying to get him to take the blame. Multiple officers were heavily involved. Allegedly, they instructed him to point at random locations, so they brought him to a field. They were like, point in that direction. And then he would point in that direction, creating the illusion that he was the one that told them where the body was and where the belongings were.
So they were just using random clips of him.
Mm-hmm. But they just took him to a predetermined spot and told him to point. So he did. And sure enough, her body and belongings were found. And he said that he was gutted and shocked, but also terrified because that just made him look like the guiltiest man alive. Allegedly, Leobert only complied with Richard and the police because they kept threatening his family. The sisters were able to record a conversation with Leobert, and he does in fact seem terrified for his life. He stated how Richard told him exactly how to respond to the questions he would ask, but he also alleged that Richard physically abused him when he didn't do what was asked of him. He sent the sisters pictures of scars and bruises all over his body.
Now, pakipaliwanag sa amin, doon nababanggit yung pangalan ni Ligad at meron pang pinakitang picture. Saan ang galing yung picture? Pwede pakipaliwanag sa amin? Bakit nabanggit yung pangalan ni Ligad doon, ma'am?
Yun nga po, ang sabi niya nga daw po, si Richard Ligad nga daw po yung nagdidikta sa kanya. Kaya po sinechi agad namin kung anong mukha at pinakita namin sa kanya. At sabi niya, yan nga daw po yun. Simula unang gabing pagpasok niya sa kulungan, yun na daw nagdidikta sa kanya at nananakip sa kanya. So, kasama po ba sa inyong responsibility na kapag meron pong mga suspect na naaresto, kailangan kayo po ay present doon at kailangan kayo kasama sa mag-iimbestiga? In this case, inamin niyo po noong August 22, nandoon po kayo, present kayo, nung ito pong si Leonard ay nasa kustodiya ng mga pulis at kayo mismo nagsabi na nandun si Major Manalo at nandun ka rin. Ano po yung important significance po ng inyong presence doon?
Po, kasama rin po sa ano ko yon dahil same time ako rin po yung director ng Anti-Crime Task Force po.
Were you called or you were there voluntarily?
Yung doon po sa pag-ano ng cellphone, bali, tinawagan po ko ni Sir Manalo na yun nga raw po, ituturo daw po ni Leobert kung saan yung cellphone.
Sir, noong pong August 22, yung the day na natagpuan po yung bangkay at ito po si Leobert po ay nasa custody ng mga pulis. Yun po yung tinatanong ko, bakit po kayo nandoon? Sir?
Apa.
Bakit po kayo nandoon noong August 22? Kayo po ay civilian, hindi po kayo miyembro ng PNP, tama?
Sir Rapi, ako po yung Public Order and Safety Officer din po ng lungsod ng Puerto Princesa, sir.
So kayo ho ay may tie-up o meron ba kayo memorandum, City Hall and PNP na para makialam po sa investigation involving criminal activities? Meron ho bang memo between the City Hall and the PNP? O yung PNP ho ba, kayo po ay ni-request o kayo po ay dinetail ng City Hall sa PNP na pwede makialam, pwede mag-imbestiga, pwede magbigay ng information sa ginagawang crime investigation ng ating kapulisan? Sir?
Hello, sir? Yes?
Kayo po ay isang civilian employee. Hindi po kayo miyembro ng PNP, tama?
Sir Rapi, yung background lang po natin, hindi lang po ito yung first time na nag-obserba po tayo ng kaso dito sa atin sa lungsod ng Puerto Princesa, no? Nagtatay up din po tayo sa PNP sa iba pang mga kaso.
Okay.
Dito lang po, gusto lang po natin tingnan kasi naging sensation po ito eh.
So kayo po ay kusang bumalik ng Puerto from vacation kung saan man kayo galing nung sabi mo
Opo.
kanina para tumulong po sa investigation. At yan po ay kasama sa inyong responsibility na ibinigay po sa inyo ng City Hall. Tama?
Apo, tama po. Parang critic lang po, no? Tinitingnan po kasi natin kasi mahirap po na alam niyo naman, naririnig
Okay,
natin, very
sige.
sensational ito.
Opo,
Mahirap
critic.
naman
Okay,
po
sige
na
po.
mabigyan tayo ng
Opo.
maling suspect. Ika nga.
Opo. Pero sir, meron ho ba kayong sapat na training na para tumulong sa pag-iimbestiga para yung ginagawang investigation ng police sa anumang klaseng krimen sa kanilang lugar? Were you trained on that aspect in terms of investigation, in gathering information, crime investigation ng PNP? Yun lang po ang tanong ko.
Sir, hindi po. Actually, hindi po ako. Parang nag-observe lang din po ako doon, sir.
The police responded to Leobert's change in attitude by stating, "We have his confession where he admitted to committing the crime with Jovert. That is the information we currently have, and we're going to rely on it. If there are claims of additional individuals involved in the crime, we will conduct a thorough investigation into that matter."
Wow, this is so shady.
I don't
Holy.
think anyone was satisfied with that response. It felt like the entire case and the entire investigation, the police just kept taking the scenic, easy route. They didn't even care to investigate. They just wanted to say, oh, well, that's what we have. So even if it's not true, that's what we have. So we're going to stick with it. The lack of transparency, the inconsistencies throughout the investigation made it difficult to even have faith in the authorities. The family ended up reaching out to the National Bureau of Investigations, the NBI, to help assist with the police and getting justice. Honestly, they just wanted another DNA test. I think they just wanted to make sure the police weren't lying and that indeed was Jovelyn's body. I don't think any family could live on comfortably knowing that they were skeptical of something like this, and I think it would just drive people crazy. The NBI started their own investigation parallel to the police, and in the end, the NBI's results were the same as the police. They confirmed it was Jovelyn's remains. It said Jovelyn's family was feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. The NBI experts did what the police failed at doing, which was giving the family a reason on how that happened. They said the weather conditions played a big role. Additionally, they stated the presence of crocodiles in the area could have accelerated her soft tissue decomp. It seems like Jovelyn's family were satisfied with the response. Many people in the public were not. They brought up a few things that didn't track. For example, if there were crocodiles, how come there was no bloodstains in the grass? If you're saying the crocodiles came to consume her remains, there must be traces of either bodily fluids or even tissue left behind, because a lot of the times they'll take remains to a secondary location to consume. But the entire area seemed pretty clean. Another reporter, Tommy Abal, stated, "There is a recurring phenomenon where authorities attempt to conceal the truth by targeting vulnerable individuals and forcing them to shoulder the blame for crimes they didn't commit. They employ tactics of intimidation, issue death threats, instill fear by involving family members if they refuse to cooperate and confess." So a lot of people agreed with him. They stated, none of it makes sense. even Jovelyn's belongings that were found, they looked very dry, like her wallet, her ID. If her body decomposed at that rate, her belongings just looked so fine. Just didn't make sense. It looked like they had been tossed in the grass that morning. There was another moment that stood out, and allegedly during an interaction between an officer and Leo Burt that was caught on tape. The officer asked Leo Burt, "Where's Jovelyn's necklace?" Leo Burt seemed genuinely confused, but not confused in the sense of like, "Oh shoot, I forgot to hide her necklace," but confused in like wait, there was a necklace? Almost as in like, nobody told me about the necklace. Like, I don't know about a necklace. People took it as maybe this guy has no idea what's going on. Maybe he's being fed information to repeat, but he has no insider information. Everything he is saying, maybe it's just what he's told to say. And when they go off script, he has no idea what's going on because he didn't commit the crime. You know how I said the family seemed to somewhat accept that those were Jovelyn's remains that were found? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean that they were believing whatever the NBI or the police were saying. In fact, many of the family members were conflicted on how to handle Leo Burt's claims of innocence now. Some of the family members reached out to a local congressman to help pay for Leo Burt's bail. It's not clear how much the bail was, but the congressman agreed to pay for it, and he said that he has no opinion in the case, he just wanted to help someone. Meanwhile, Jovert took a polygraph on Rafi's show, and he passed with flying colors. Leo Burt did not. So it was kind of a shit show.
Yeah, wow. So that fuels the conspiracy even more.
Yes, of like, okay, now there's a conspiracy that only Leo Burt was involved. He's dragging his cousin into it for no reason. Then there's the conspiracy of neither of them were involved. Or there's the conspiracy of maybe Leo Burt tested and failed the polygraph because he has been so convinced and so, I guess, mentally abused by the police, he doesn't even know it's true anymore. Because that's what happens. There's false confessions where a lot of criminals start believing in, wait, did I actually do that? Mm-hmm. The police are saying that they have all the evidence. And they're playing out these scenes, and I can picture it in my head, and it almost feels like I did that then. On November 25th, 2022, the country woke up to news that the court had dismissed charges against Jovert and Leo Burt. The court stated that they could not establish a direct link between the individuals in question and the crime.
No way. They're freed.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine this was very confusing for Jovelyn's family. Like, there must be some members who believe in Leo Burt's innocence, but still want justice.
It's open again, right?
Yes, the case is open again, but it doesn't look like the police are making progress, or at least they're not letting us know if they're making progress. So it does seem like Jovelyn's family, they accept that Jovelyn is dead. They want everyone to accept that she's dead. But it does seem like they still want justice. They have come out with a statement and stated, we do appreciate that everyone still hopes that Jovelyn is alive, and we fully understand why it might be hard to accept, especially since we were only given skeletal remains and nothing more. But the experts provided good explanation and reasoning as to why her bones are left. We should respect this, as they are professionals and they are doing their job. Now, again, I think this part, a lot of people took it as, oh, like now the family is in it with the police, right? No, I think when there's an open investigation, as much as you hate the police for their incompetence, to a degree, the families of victims have to please the police to a certain level in hopes that they will investigate your loved one's death. You cannot piss off the only people that have the power to bring you justice right now. It's kind of with this Hewer tragedy, you know, like all the victims' parents, they were still hopeful that the president could do something. So they still, regardless of their political beliefs, regardless of her job in handling the situation, they had to still be nice to her, and they still had to talk with her and beg her in a kind manner instead of demanding things from her because she might be the only one that could help. That's kind of, I think, how this situation is. They stated, we're hoping that all of you can respect and accept the truth for our sake and our peace, and so you can join us in praying for Jovelyn. We know the results are hard to accept, but we believe the PNP and the NBI did their job well in conducting the investigation. They went on to thank the media for the coverage and helping in investigating. They ended the letter with, our last wish is that we all keep our minds open and embrace the possibility that Jovelyn is really gone. Let's all learn to accept this and be understanding about the whole ordeal. For now, we may not be able to understand everything about what happened and why it had to happen, but we just need to trust the process and have faith that God went through this with us from the beginning until the end. So it doesn't seem like the case itself is closed, but I have genuinely no idea what to even think the deeper I go down this rabbit hole, the less I understand about this case. And I feel like I haven't researched a lot of those cases in a while, where I'm like, the more I know, the less I know. I genuinely have no stance on what happened because I'm so confused. And it's just a case that has frustrated a lot of netizens. And more than anything, I think the only thing that I can take away from this case, or one of the very few things, is I think this showcases just how little trust that people have in authorities these days. To no fault of our own, it's just become harder and harder to take the authorities' words for things. I think humans, we just want proof now. And I think maybe the police should kind of learn from that. And it's scary. It's disheartening. And I'm glad that the family was able to find some closure, that they need to move on from all of this. But that is all we have for today. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Please stay safe. In the middle of the night, a 13-year-old girl by the name of Lee, we're going to call her Lee, she would sneak out of her dorm room. She lived in this boarding school near the mountains in South Korea, like near the southern tip of South Korea. And it's not just a regular boarding school. The boarding school was strictly for students who had mental, physical, and/or intellectual disabilities. They were always under close watch and supervision, so for her to sneak out at night, it was terrifying. She could hear the crickets, the sound of owls. She could hear her feet pitter-patter through the field. She's getting close to the outside school gates. She just needs to get past that and into the parked car. She opens the passenger side and hops in. This time there's 2 people in the car. Lee glances around to make sure that no teacher, no administrator saw her get in here. She'd be severely punished if she was caught sneaking out to talk to reporters. But worse things have happened in this boarding school, and she was ready to tell the journalists everything. So it's a known fact, almost like clockwork in this school, especially on the weekends. The students would go to sleep petrified. They would wear as many layers as possible, even in the scorching heat of South Korean summers. They would pull their blankets up straight up to their neck, sometimes even cover their heads, and they would wait. They can't fall asleep on the weekends. It's almost like you're waiting for a boogeyman, a ghost to come in. If they're lucky, nothing happens. They wake up sleep deprived. If they're unlucky, they hear the door click open and someone is heard getting into the beds with the students. Most of the times, all you heard were muffled pleas for help. He usually put a pillow over their heads. Everyone in the dorm rooms knows what's happening. They all know who it is. They all know they can't dare say a single word. Instead, they all pretend to be asleep, praying that they're not next. But it wasn't just at night or just in the dorms. She told the journalist about how much the kids hated something called movie time. Certain teachers would turn on movies for the whole class, and the teacher would sit in the very, very back in the shadows, call over 2 to 3 female students to sit in the back with him, and he would assault them in front of a classroom full of students. And nobody ever tried to tell the parents or anyone what happened? She said, well, he threatened to kill us. So it's just that one teacher, the one that plays the movies, or is he the same one that sneaks into the dorm rooms? No, there's more. There's one we call the pervert. When we see him walk down the hallway, we avoid eye contact. If the pervert catches you, it's too late. He caught Hemin. Hemin was a deaf student in the school. She was called into the pervert's office, and she didn't know why the pervert would want to see her. All she knew was that nothing good ever happens in the pervert's office. But she had no reason not to go. She literally lives here. No legitimate excuse that she can use. So she went. And when she walked into the office, she's facing away from the dorm. The pervert walks behind her and ever so slowly turns the doorknob and gently closes the door. And click, he locked it. But because Hemin was deaf, she didn't hear a thing. And she was turned, facing away from him, so she didn't see it. She had no idea that he was trapping her. And then, boom, he turned off the lights. It's pitch black. She could feel her breathing going faster as her eyes are just trying to adjust to the dark. There is a tiny little TV in the corner that she hadn't really noticed before, but now that it's dark, it's the only source of light. So she's squinting. There was a disgusting adult film that was playing on there. And she whipped around, and her determination was to just run out the door, right? Doesn't matter, just run out. And there she saw him blocking the door. The principal standing, pants at his ankles, fully masturbating and staring straight at her.
He's the principal?
The pervert is the principal. and she would not escape his office unscathed.
Wow.
The student glanced out the car window and told them another story. A friend of hers had been lured into one of the teacher's offices. They ambushed her there, hog-tied her, restrained her in 5 different places. She was gagged. A few of the teachers, they assaulted her for almost 15 hours. She was gone the whole day, and then afterwards, as a lesson, quote, lesson, they left her tied up after the abuse. She knew that there was nobody she could tell that would help. I mean, we know that the police are working with the teachers. There would be no point. She had no choice but to go back to her dorm and try to pretend like none of this ever happened. But there were other rumors too. When students would get pregnant, they would disappear. What do you mean they would disappear? We don't know. But one student was feeling morning sickness. She didn't have her period in like 3 months. She was pregnant. She started to show. One day we went to check up on her in her dorm room because she didn't make it to class. She wasn't feeling great. Her dorm was empty. She was gone. All of her belongings were gone. We never heard from her again. But that's not all. In the darkness of the car, the student told the journalist everything in a series of secret meetings. How they were starved. They would be forced to gather around for dinner and eat scraps of food that were left over from lunch, like teachers' food scraps. They were basically fighting for food in like a pit. There were rumors about a girl that had starved to death because she was so hungry, she ate wallpaper. And when she fell ill from eating wallpaper, because think of all the toxic substances in the glue and the paper itself, one of the teachers pushed her off the roof to make her family believe that it was her decision. These are the terrifying stories from Inwa Boarding School for the Disabled. It would inspire a movie called The Silenced. And this movie resulted in a public uproar that would change South Korea as a nation. And I don't put that lightly. Like, South Korean law was forever changed because of this movie. So let's get into it. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. There is a fictionalized book on this case. It's loosely fictionalized. So much of the abuse reported in the book is pretty play-by-play of what the victims have stated have happened. The book is called The Crucible, written by Kong Ji-young, one of the most prominent, respected female writers in Korea, and it is what many South Koreans consider the most horrific read you can ever pick up. And the thing about the novel is, there was an investigator who worked on this case and said, yeah, the novel probably covered 25 to 30% of what really happened. But probably due to public well-being concerns and publishers' legal, rights, I don't think that she could have ever published 100% of what happened. There was the movie, the 2011 Silenced movie that was inspired by the book, and it's often referred to the movie that changed South Korea. Because I think a lot of Koreans, they knew that it was a drama. They knew that it was sad. They knew it was going to be emotional. They went into theaters thinking, this is how I'm going to spend my Friday night. This is how I'm going to hang out for the weekend. People said when they came out, they couldn't breathe. It was like there was a 50-pound dumbbell on their chest. And I think maybe it's also when you watch something in a big group of people, there's kind of this energy that feeds off of each other. People said this should be categorized as the worst horror movie ever. It's that bad. Since this is a South Korean case, we had multiple Korean researchers assist in the gathering of the facts. And a big warning. Today's story deals with a lot of children with disabilities, quite literally the most vulnerable population of society. It's not a happy story. It's pretty hard to get through, and it has an even more depressing end to it all. So if you're not in a good mood, if you're not in a good headspace today, I recommend turning this video off and maybe reading a book instead. So with that being said, Kim Ho-sung, he kind of had a creepy job. His job was to wake up at the crack of dawn, drive around in the foggy morning picking up students. Then he would drop them off at school. Being a bus driver isn't creepy and the kids aren't creepy, but there was just something about that boarding school. So it's a boarding school where most of the kids, they live there full time, but there were still a few that commuted. So he would pick up the commuters. The school was nestled at the bottom of a mountain, and it looked like there was a perpetual cloud of fog looming over the place. And he would see the other students that lived at the school and just something about them, the way that they would walk around the school campus in the mornings when he came to pull up with the commuters, it's as if they were empty shells of ghosts. It's like he was pulling up to a zombie school. They weren't having fun. They weren't running around full of morning energy. They were zombies. There were probably moments he even joked with his family, hey, maybe the school is haunted and those are all ghosts and I'm the only one that sees them. That's how the kids are acting. They're just crazy. Maybe it's not even a boarding school. Maybe all the students that I bring, that's it. It's very creepy. The only reason he kept the job was the kids really liked him. They really loved him. He was like a grandpa. They were so comfortable around him. He wanted to see their journey through the school years. Sometimes he would open the door, a kid would step in, smile and wave, and as the sleeve of their shirt lifted up, he would see a bruise or multiple bruises. And the first time he saw it on a kid, he would lock eyes with the kid and smile. He wouldn't say anything because, maybe kids are tough players. Maybe they got too excited at the playground. But the second time he saw it, he would try and approach it as gently as possible. What happened to your wrist? He thought, maybe it's a parent, But they would smile sheepishly and a friend would butt in. Oh, he forgot his homework, so the teacher punished him. Hwasong didn't like the sound of that. Okay, so teachers physically disciplining students in South Korea hadn't been outlawed at this point, but to leave actual bruises, that's going a bit too far usually. He tried his best to be happy for the kids because it didn't seem like the teachers were that happy. It didn't seem like the boarding school kids were that happy. So,
and the physical punishment also, it's not like, it's like usually they ask you to put your hands up and they will spank you with a ruler.
Yeah.
So it's not like punching you, leaving bruises. Not that kind of physical.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually like
yeah,
spankings.
This is back in the days. Yeah, spank your palm and type.
Yeah,
of
or the
thing.
back of your legs. It's not like they're just throwing you around, jumping you with a gang of teachers.
Yeah.
I mean, but there have been instances of that, and I think that's why it's been outlawed in South Korea. But yeah, it was supposed to be disciplinary action. So this is why he's very confused. The bus driver is like, that's not normal to have any bruises left on a student because he forgot his homework. That's abuse. That's not even disciplinary action, right? So he makes sure that he's the happiest part of the kids' days. The shy ones would get on the bus and he would try to bring them out of their shells like, okay, well, how was your day? What'd you guys do? He remembered as he was driving, he was having a conversation with one of the female students in the front row. And she was telling him about her day at school. Her tone was very relaxed, casual. And she said, for lunch, I had more Korean food. And then the teacher touched me down there because I forgot my homework. And then, I think I had geography class right after. His hands gripped the steering wheel and he glanced in the rearview mirror and the little girl is just smiling at him, telling him what happened as if, because she's a kid.
How old are these students?
So this is from elementary to high school, this boarding school, because it's a school for the disabled. It's not like really a high school.
Yeah.
So I think she was like 10.
Wow.
Yeah. Of course, she has no idea that this is wrong. Nobody taught her that, and that's not her fault, right? And she's just smiling, telling this story because she's that young. He didn't want to push her too much. He was worried that he would cause her to close up or think that she was in trouble. So he tried to keep his tone light. Oh, a teacher touched you? Where? In my pants, like near my potty parts. The little girl got distracted with her friends, and that night the bus driver went home and he was pacing his living room. Sometimes you want to scream like, okay, well, bus driver, do something, right? But I had to keep reminding myself that this is a completely different time from today. There was no social media. There was really no police that cared unless there was social media pressuring them to care. And the media didn't care unless they were guaranteed clicks. Who was this bus driver to go up against an entire school accusing one of the teachers that he didn't even know which one of abuse?
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
No.
And I wonder if this is also his livelihood.
Yeah, and he had kids and a wife, and he had so much pressure. This is really the only job he had. And I know people are going to be like, then get a new job, right? Why would you even want to work under these people? South Korea is very different from the US. So in the US, you could get fired from a job. And if your next boss calls your old boss and they start bad-mouthing you, you could technically sue your old boss. The employee protection laws are a lot stronger here. In South Korea, if you get fired from a job, you're effectively blacklisted. It doesn't even matter if you were fired because you were too good at your job. Doesn't matter if you were, oh, sorry, I was late dropping off the kids. I was trying to help this old lady that was having a seizure on the side of the road. It doesn't matter. You're blacklisted. So the bus driver knew that he's at the bottom of the totem pole. The people doing this are probably at the top. A teacher, an administrator, he doesn't even know which one. If he stands up against them right now, he would get fired. And then what? And then they would replace him with a new bus driver. Who's to say the new bus driver isn't a predator? No, he had to stay where he was to at least try and protect the kids. But his job is done once he drops them off. He can't sit in class with them to protect them. He knew the smartest thing to do was to keep his mouth shut for the sake of his own kids, but he just couldn't do it. The next day, he went straight up to the head of administration, which is aka the vice principal, and he told him everything he heard from that little girl. And I don't know what the bus driver was expecting. Maybe nothing would get done, right? But at least he's expecting, okay, the vice principal is going to put on this show, and at least they would pretend to look shocked and like, oh my God, outraged, and then promise him change, and they're going to do an internal investigation, right? The vice principal looked at him and smirked. You're a bus driver, right? So just drive.
Wow.
The implication being, keep silent and do your job, and don't stick your head in what's not your business. The bus driver knew if this is how they're reacting to these accusations, he needed more to take down the abusers. So every day, the bus driver became a spy. He had never signed up for this. Wow. He was just a bus driver. But here he was. The minute the kids were on the bus, he would smile and he would try to nicely, as untraumatically as possible, ask about any abuse that they encountered at the hands of teachers. When he dropped them off at school, he would look to the left and then to the right, and when the coast was clear, he would stay parked in his bus, pull out his black spiral notebook. He started furiously writing down every single detail he remembered. He didn't want to forget a single thing about what any of the kids said, and he would date it. He kept every single entry. He kept comprehensive records every single day for 20 years. He had stacks and stacks of black journals preserved in his home in his closet. And every time he and his family would walk past it, it would catch their eye. And it's just like this dark energy that's just radiating off these journals. Some of the journal entries talked about the art teacher. The art teacher would force female students up to the second floor classrooms where it was empty. He would strip them naked so he could draw them. These are like 10-year-old girls. Sometimes he did more than just draw. The story of Soyoung was also in his black journal. She was in the 6th grade when it happened to her. Remember how he talked to the vice principal? Soyoung was called into the vice principal's office after school because her grades were too low. And she watched all the other students gather their things, head back to the dorm rooms, and she made her way to the vice principal's office. She's thinking, okay, it's going to be miserable. Maybe like an hour or two of extra supervised study time. Or maybe he would just yell at her and call it a day. But when she stepped into the office, she stood in front of the desk with her head bowed. She watched as he walked behind her, closed the door, locked it, and he prances up behind her and starts groping her. And she remembered screaming, please, somebody help me. But he just whispered, shut your mouth and be quiet. He started hugging her until it escalated to a full incident of the R word. She was in the 6th grade. This was in the vice principal's office. She said it hurt so much she had tears streaming down her face, and after he was done, he tossed 2 $1 bills on the ground next to her. Soyoung didn't live in the dorm, so she walked all the way home, and the $2 could barely buy her a cup of noodles from the convenience store. And I think it's not about the money. I don't think any amount of money would have justified what happened to her or made it okay. But it's almost a measly amount of money is worse, more degrading than no money.
Yeah. Like the thought that he thought this is going to mean anything to her.
Yeah. And the thought that he thought, that's enough. Yeah. That's what she's worth is basically what he's insinuating. The next day, she went to the principal and begged him to do something about the incident. And she's like, please, this is what happened with the vice principal. You're his boss. You're the principal. This is what he did to me. And the principal looked at her and said, you know, Soyoung, you're almost about to be in the 7th grade, right? That's what becoming an adult is. You need to try and be the bigger person and show him some grace and just forgive him just this once. If he does it again, then I can discipline him, okay? But how about you learn to be an adult and learn some forgiveness? Soyoung was R-worded 3 or 4 more times during her time at Inma boarding school. The stories in these journals were terrifying, and the bus driver didn't stop trying. It's not like he just sat there day in, day out, writing down the most horrific accounts of abuse and going home and doing nothing. He tried to bring it up at the company dinner. So they have haeshiks in Korea, which is basically you're forced to work after hours. You get invited by all your coworkers, your colleagues, your bosses, and you sit there drinking as much as your boss wants you to drink and kissing their butts. And then acting like you love it here. Okay, that's basically what it is. The bus driver is invited, and it's pretty well known that absolutely not in a million years, as long as you want to keep your job, you cannot say no. So he goes to the dinner. Everyone's getting drunk, because the administrators, they keep pouring soju into everyone's glasses. Now, another thing to add is I don't think the bus driver could just go to the police. If that's how he's being treated by his employers, think about how he must have been treated his whole life as a bus driver. He probably has no educational background. He probably doesn't feel like he has any social power.
Mm-hmm. And in Korea back then, like the social hierarchy is even worse.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're at the bottom of the chain, we know that Korea, especially back then, they only take anything serious if it comes from an influential or wealthy family or person. Mm-hmm. Anyone below, they can just disregard you completely.
For example, let's say you worked for a massive corporation and you're like the you're the vice president of that company. You throw out allegations of SA, they still won't take you seriously. Think about how a bus driver feels. He's not a teacher, he's not an executive, he's not an administrator. Why would they take his word? Why would they believe him and a bunch of students that, back in the day in Korea, it's always, kids don't know what they're talking about. Kids just say the darnest things. So he thought this was his chance. The bus driver never really got to interact with other teachers. He's thinking, okay, the vice principal shut me down, the administrator shut me down, but maybe if I get a teacher with a college degree, an intellectual background, these teachers must be even more connected to the kids than me because they see the kids nonstop. I only see them when I drop them off, right? It's not like I can hang out in the break rooms. So he quietly spoke to a teacher in front of him. While everybody else was drunk and rowdy, he's like whispering to this teacher about the things that he heard on the bus. And he's thinking, okay, the haeshik's about to go down. This teacher is probably going to finish listening to him and freak the fork out on the administrators, and it's going to be a whole thing. He didn't realize the teacher he was talking to was one of the molesters. Instead of even trying to play off his crimes as like, I didn't know that. Oh my God, I'm going to talk to the principal tomorrow. The teacher picked up one of those. So in Korea, we drink soup out of like earthenware bowls. They're made out of really heavy stone. It's basically a pot. You can put it on the stove. It's like a 돌솥 bibimbap bowl, right? Mm-hmm. I would imagine it's maybe 50 times thicker than a regular bowl.
Yeah, it's like a piece of rock, right?
Yeah, it's like a cast iron.
Yeah.
He picked it up, drank his soup, and hit the bus driver's head with the heavy bowl. Blood started dripping down his face and onto the table. They had to call an ambulance. It was that bad. And before he got on the ambulance, they basically told him, say a word and we'll kill you. He learned that he could never speak out. And at this point, the faculty had verbally, physically abused him for trying to protect the students. So he focused on maybe one day he could be the voice of the students. He wrote down every single story, every event. He logged it all. The dedication and accuracy of his logs would be a great help to prosecutors later. But you can't help but wonder, maybe things could have been different had just one teacher listened. And maybe there was one. Teacher J. We're going to call him Teacher J because the legal battle later gets so freaking messy. But if you've seen the movie, he's the main character. And his story is based off real life events. So Teacher J started his teaching career in 2005, which, something to note, being a teacher in South Korea is a very impressive position. Not that it's not impressive anywhere else in the world. We freaking love teachers. But unlike here, teachers in South Korea, they actually get paid pretty well. They have job stability. It's a really desired position. Once you get in, unless you get fired, it's really hard to just move through once you get in, you have job security is what I'm trying to say. But it's the getting in part that's a little bit difficult. Mr. J's dream job was actually a position that not a lot of other teachers wanted. He wanted to work in a school for the disabled. He understood it would probably take more patience, more love, more compassion to work with disabled students. But he wanted that. Like, why not? He wanted to be a capable teacher that was worthy of teaching the vulnerable population. It should be a privilege. It felt like his calling in life, especially because he himself had a disability. He also knew sign language, so he would be using all of his skills to his advantage. Wow. And so the first day at Inwa, he expected a really hectic day. I mean, think about it. You're working with kids. He's thinking, okay, I've worked with kids before. It's a handful. He's prepping himself for kids are going to be running around, screaming, being goofballs while he's trying to get them to settle down. Oh man, after recess, they're going to have all that adrenaline from running. So then he's got to, tone it down. He's going to be running around trying to understand all of his colleagues. Which ones are nice? Which ones are going to steal his lunch? He's expecting all of that. But when he walks into his first class, it was like walking into a funeral. These kids weren't acting like kids. They weren't even just well behaved. They kind of looked like they wanted to melt into the wall. Like they were trying to be invisible. None of them even wanted to be seen by him. It was weird. At first he thought, okay, well maybe I'm new here. Maybe they need to learn that they can trust me, right? But then the surprises just kept coming. Mr. J was shocked to find out that in the school that was quite literally built for the deaf and mute, he was the only one in the faculty on his floor that knew sign language. Okay, you would think because it's a state-funded program, the government pays for this school. For boarding school with students with varying levels of oral and auditory capabilities, the bare minimum requirement for teachers would be that they know sign language so they can, teach the kids, communicate with the kids. Another thing was Mr. J got to go home after classes. So most of the teachers, they didn't live at the school. But most of the students did. They never left, not even on weekends. And yet so much of the faculty didn't know sign language. Like what if a student had emergency in the middle of the weekend? How could they communicate with people that don't know sign language? And so many of them were sitting in the classrooms with bruises peeking out from under their shirts. Had this not been a boarding school, he might have assumed that the students were being abused at home. But they were here, in the school, all the time. Okay, maybe they're so calm because they play really rough at recess and they let out all their energy, right? He's trying to rationalize all these different explanations in his mind. And very quickly, there was just something that he couldn't ignore. A parent rushed into his class one day fuming. My son said one of the female students at this school is being molested by a teacher. Mr. J's eyes are bulging out of his head. I'm sorry, what did you just say? I asked my son if he was sure, and he said that he was positive. He speaks sign language, and I know that you are one of the teachers that do, so I need you to talk to him. I want that teacher punished. Mr. J brought in the parent's son, and the three sat down, and Mr. J asked, okay, tell me what happened. It's okay. Did your friend get touched in places strangers shouldn't touch her? The student looked terrified and his eyes were wide, and he slowly nodded yes. And then he rolled up his sleeves and there was bruising all up and down his arms. He glanced around because, in South Korea, I don't know if you guys can picture the classrooms, but there's these giant windows. It's not like America where it's like concrete walls and then a door with a window. There's like giant windows into the hallway. If you watch a K-drama of high school, you know.
Yeah.
So he's making sure that there's no teacher walking by, no administrators, and he keeps his hands as close to his body as he can. And in the smallest motions possible, he's quickly signing. It's almost like he's hiding. I'm not the only one. Mr. J watched as this student, this literal child, was signing as fast as he could, just listing off the most horrific abuse that Mr. J had ever heard of. His eyes were watering, but he can't even look away. He had to listen to every single thing that this student had to say. And the student continued, I'm not the only one with the bruises. The teachers always beat us, and it doesn't matter what they do, they'll beat us. My friend wasn't the only one that was touched by teachers either. There's a lot more. The others. Why didn't you guys ask for help? Why didn't anyone say anything? We tried. Every time we asked teachers for help, we just got sent away or punished even more. If any of us tried telling people outside the school, they would beat us, or they would try and touch us. How did you find that your friend was... She was walking weird? And I asked her if she was sick. But she told me that she was R-worded. A man with glasses R-worded her, and I was so surprised. Mr. J got up and went to grab the friend that this kid was referring to, and let's call her Yujin. Yujin was only 10 years old, and because both of her parents lived with mental disabilities, her parents thought that the best thing that they could ever do for their kid was to send her to this boarding school. These are not parents that didn't want her. These are not parents that are like, I'm so busy with work, I don't want to spend the weekends with you. They genuinely thought if when they were growing up with their disabilities, if there had been such a thing for students with disabilities, they felt like they would have a chance at a normal life. So this was Yujin's chance. She would be surrounded by students like her. She would have a community, a place to fit in, and that makes this situation even more infuriating. To her parents, this school was like a beacon of hope. And now she's shaking in her chair as this new teacher is signing to her. Did he? And she told him, yes, I'm sure that he did. He made me bend down and he pulled my pants down. And afterwards, he cleaned everything up with paper towels, and he gave me a cup of Coke to drink. The man with the glasses? Which one? And right at that time, she pointed at the perpetrator. It wasn't Mr. J's colleague. It wasn't a teacher. It was none other than the vice principal. One of the top dogs in the entire boarding school. And Mr. J could feel his chest moving up and down rapidly. Like, he had to be smart about this. He can't just confront the guy. If he is the vice principal, he has more authority than Teacher J. He could easily cover it up or shut him up. Teacher J stormed into the nurse's office, told her everything. Like, did you know about this? We need to get some evidence, like some medical evidence on these students if they're being abused like this. She boards here. Yujin lives here. So obviously she would have come here if she felt ill, and she was very ill because she couldn't even walk properly to the point where her friends noticed. And Teacher J is like holding back his tears. This is a 10-year-old we're talking about, a 10-year-old with disabilities that was so excited to be at this school because for the first time in her life, she felt like there was hope. And he's on the verge of breaking down. And this is the terrifying part. The nurse's face is stone cold. I'll look into it. What? What do you mean you'll look into it? I said I'll look into it, Teacher J. And that was that. The tone, the dismissal. I mean, honestly, it felt like the nurse was dismissing all concerns and probably knew what was going on. Mr. J thought, fine, if she's not going to help me, I'm going to march down here with all the other teachers until she finally listens. When he told a few of the other teachers on his floor, they all avoided eye contact and they were glancing at the walls. I mean, how are you guys okay with this? Did you not hear me? Do I need to repeat myself? One of them sheepishly responded, yeah, but what can we do about it, right? Mr. J feels like he's losing his freaking mind. Why is he the only one shocked at what's going on? Why does it feel like everyone is gaslighting him into believing that this happens at every school? It all goes back to the Inwa Mafia. That's what everyone calls it. So let me give you the rundown on the Inwa boarding school. Even though this is a state government-funded program, it was run like straight up like a mafia. That's what the press would later dub the administrators of this school, the Inwa Mafia. At the top of the food chain is the Inwa family. One family runs the entire school.
Wow.
The dad of the family is the chairman. The wife, the mom of the family, is the co-chairman. The first son is the principal. The second son is the vice principal. The third son is the art teacher that likes to draw nude photos. Their niece is the director of student affairs. Their brother-in-law is this. Everyone at the top that's not a regular schmegular teacher was part of the family.
That's why they feel like they can do whatever. And nobody can even say a thing.
Not a thing. The family ran the school. There was no checks and balances because, sure, if the head of administration does something wrong, you can report it to the principal. But would you still report it if you knew they were brothers? Probably not. Okay, but what if the teachers got together to protest what's going on? Korea itself has a hierarchical society, has a hierarchy, just embedded into society. And it's very different from the US, where technically you have a hierarchy. You're like, okay, there's a manager, there's an assistant manager, there's the employee. It's nearly impossible to speak out against your boss. So what happens is, a lot of Korean companies don't like to hire people that disrupt business. Even if you're doing the right thing, if it's disrupting business, you're not a good employee. Mm-hmm. Bringing up allegations of abuse has often been considered making waves, which is crazy, okay? I'm not saying this is proper or right. I'm giving you context. This is crazy, okay? It's considered making waves. And if you get fired, you'd be blacklisted from the industry. Your next employer won't care that you were sticking up for vulnerable students who are being abused. They will see you as someone who causes problems. And remember how I said teaching is a pretty prestigious career in Korea? Because of that, a lot of people want to become a teacher, which means there's not enough open positions. A lot of teachers at Inwa ended up there because they had no other option. And the family knew that. They exploited that. They would often force teachers to pay for their spot. This is so legal, especially if you don't want me to fire you and replace you with someone else next semester, give me 10% of your paycheck back. The teachers were so terrified of the Inwa family, they would bring them gifts every week. This is so bizarre. But every week they were expected to bring the family gifts. And if they didn't, their names would be written on the whiteboard in the office room. Kind of like, hey, we know you didn't gift us anything this week. And also, we're going to publicly shame you. Even during Chuseok, which is like Thanksgiving. So typically Koreans might bow to the floor to show respect. This is the ultimate bow. So you know how Koreans 인사, they say hello and they go 안녕하세요, right? The ultimate bow that I've only done a few times in my life, primarily to family, like my aunts, uncles, my parents, you get on your knees, your hands touch the ground, and your forehead touches the floor. This is the ultimate sign of gratitude, respect. Like you do this for people who have given their lives to raise you. You do this maybe for, if you're religious, right? For people that have genuinely saved you, made you who you are. You don't do this for an employer. The teachers were expected to bow to the family during special holidays. Okay, I get it. There's a hierarchy in Korea, but this is bizarre. Like if you told any Korean that, they'd be like, are you out of your mind? Like, have you lost your marbles? What are you talking about? Most of the teachers at Inwa, they had their own families. They had their own loved ones with medical bills. They had their own futures to look out for. Most of them, I will give it to most of the teachers, had no idea what was going on. Remember, a good portion of them don't speak sign language. The teachers don't live on campus. They go home at the end of the day. The ones that lived on campus with the kids, they were mainly part of the administration. Side note, the family does have their own home, the Inwa family, but I think they took turns and they would have a few different teachers that would stay during the weekends and the nights, but just keep that in mind. But for the teachers that did know and did nothing, I have no words. And so much of the abuse seemed like it was on a scheduled basis. Especially on the weekends when most of the teachers were gone, the vice principal would come into the dorm rooms. He would play music really loudly on speakers and assault the students. One victim said, he forcefully kissed me, so I got angry and I kicked him and I told him to get off, so he slapped me. And it wasn't just him. It seemed like everyone was in on it. The principal, the older brother, he was in on it. He was actually called the pervert by the students. Yeah, his favorite thing was to make us watch adult films with him. Again, I don't know if every single family member, a part of the Inwa family, participated in the abuse or if it was just the sons, but I can't imagine that the parents don't know. I can't imagine that the co-chairman, the wife, didn't know. I feel like they knew. Even the nurses were in on it. So there was another nurse at the school who helped forge medical records of the students when the administrators, the predators, needed it. This is wild. So a predator assaulted a student and then dragged her to get a nurse checkup to prove that she had no recent sexual activity. Like, what an odd thing to do, right? It's even more suspicious than not doing anything at all. But he dragged her there and demanded a physical checkup on her private parts. And I don't know what kind of school nurse does these types of checkups, but the parents were not alerted. They did not give parental approval. The nurse did the quote exam and stated that there was a tear in the hymen. Now, side note, that's not really proof that she was R-worded because hymens can tear or break from even riding a bike. But the nurse initially wrote in a report that there was a tear. Now, that doesn't prove if she did or didn't have sexual encounters. That's what the nurse wrote. And then mysteriously, the document was updated by the nurse. The administrators clearly didn't like this. The did or didn't lingo, it's too confusing. Did it or did it not happen? The nurse changed it to read, in my professional opinion, I am 100% certain that no sexual act was committed. Technically, you can't tell as a medical professional. So we could bring in the argument that the nurse was bribed or threatened into adding that, but my personal speculative opinion is that he full well knew what he was doing. A teacher brings in a young student in for a vaginal examination and the parents and guardians are not present and the teacher is allegedly unhappy with the inconclusiveness of the exam. You're telling me you don't know? It's really not hard to put the pieces together. Another thing that makes this extra horrendous is remember how it's a state-funded school? It's funded by the government. They get paid for the number of students who attend. The more students there, the more money the family makes. More students to abuse and more money. Not only were the Inwa family abusers just disgusting, they were really greedy. Technically, the school is a charity, and they constantly accepted donations from the public. People wanted to donate clothes, art supplies, books, whatever it may be. And what the school does reminds me of, you know, those really shady charity stories that come out once in a while about corrupt charities where you have all the charity organizers pocketing the money and just marketing to you, basically. They show you a picture of this new state-of-the-art facility for sheltered dogs, and then you realize it's fake, that 90% of the dogs that they rescue are kept in horrendous conditions that you will never see. This is like a set for ads, they say. It's like that at Inwa. The teachers would take all the donated shirts, do photo shoots with the students, rip it off of them, and sell these used shirts for cash. Like, they would make pennies on the dollar. They weren't even selling it for much. It's not like people are donating Dior shirts. People are donating just worn out shirts. That's how greedy they were. Every single penny, they refused to give it to the people that they're making money from. Like, it couldn't even be a shirt. They would even sell art supplies. Used school supplies, like 3-ring binders, they would sell it instead of give it to the students. So the family would do anything to protect their status and their positions. Mr. J was going up against what felt like a mountain as tall as Mount Everest, but he was willing to do anything to protect these kids. He didn't care if nobody stood behind him, if the nurses and the other teachers wouldn't listen. The next step was the police. So he went to the local police station after work one day, and the police listened intently as he's telling his story of what he had heard. They listened, but it didn't seem like they were taking any notes. And he questioned, why aren't you guys writing this all down? When he was done, the police doubted if the students could even communicate clearly what did or didn't happen to them. How do you know it's not just miscommunication? What are you saying? Just because some of the students are deaf or mute? Are you serious right now? The police did contact the victim's parents, and they asked the victim's parents to get all the evidence, to go gather all the evidence of the abuse so that they can maybe feel inspired to do their damn jobs. When the parents would try and argue the police should be doing that, how are they going to walk in and look for evidence in a school? The police would casually just state, well, then I think this is a case for the Child Services Department and not us. You should take your complaints there. CSD would send them back to the police. Everyone kept bouncing the case around because it, quote, wasn't their jurisdiction. It just reminds me so much of this Howard Ferry case. Nobody wanted to do their job. Nobody wanted to be accountable for anything. The police were assholes, and they were super ableist. This particular police station avoided dealing with sexual crimes against people with disabilities. Not even just minors, everyone with disabilities. These officers felt like people with disabilities were untrustworthy.
Wow.
They said they always change their stories. They stated if they have a mental disability, how can they remember correctly? Their job is to protect and serve the population, and here they are essentially allowing crimes against one of the most vulnerable groups of people. These officers are just as bad as the predators. So the teachers wouldn't listen, the school wouldn't listen, the police wouldn't listen, and Mr. J had one option left, and it was going to ruin his career and almost potentially ruin his entire life. He went to the media. He called the local news, the media outlets. He said he had insider information on one of the biggest child sexual assault scandals inside of a school for disabled students. He worked closely with the network NBC, and together they were able to gather 9 victims that were willing to speak up about what happened to them. I believe a few of them had graduated, but most of them were current students, and I can't emphasize enough how brave these students are. Keep in mind, a lot of these kids live full-time on campus. They all have some degree of a hearing, speaking, or mental impairment, and a good majority of the kids had the mental functioning level of a toddler. The teachers knew that. They used it to their advantage. These kids were in the complete control of the authority figures, and they were well aware of this. They were well aware that they had no power. It was them up against an entire school of wealthy, elite people with social power and connections and all the tools available to communicate what they believed happened. And they still agreed to put their lives on the line, essentially. Many of the perpetrators were out in the open once the documentary aired. So NBC aired this whole documentary about all the crimes inside the Inhwa school. Now, I will say that this documentary wasn't that explosive. People who cared, cared. People who didn't care, didn't care. It's not like the movie. I think if this documentary came out today, it would be a whole thing. But back in the day, people were just like, well, we don't really know, and it's not really our business, and I'm not even from that part of town. How would I know? And can we really go on a crusade? How would we even organize something like that? Many of the perpetrators, their names were out in the open in the documentary for the world to see. And the crazy thing is they had no shame. The vice principal, one of the more heinous abusers inside that entire administration, opened the door to his home for documentary makers and let them into the house. He was wearing nothing but his underwear. He sat down on his living room floor as if these are just family friends coming over to play poker.
He's wearing underwear only?
Yeah. So like they came over when he wasn't working and he's like, yeah, come in. He doesn't even go and get changed. He doesn't even like tell the intercom, hold on, I gotta go put on some clothes. And he knows what they're here for. These journalists aren't lying. They're not like, hey, we're here to deliver a chair. They're like, we are the NBC producers. We want to talk to you about this case.
So it's not only that he doesn't even care. He doesn't even think this is going to affect how he looks.
No.
So he doesn't even try to look serious or anything.
Yeah. He doesn't try to act shocked, serious, or hurt. He just lets them in and says, just by listening to the kids' so-called stories, like, how can you guys take this seriously? How can you come over here and give us all a freaking headache over some hearsay? So he's saying that the story is false and that the victims are liars? Not exactly. He continues, well, the nurses did it too. The teachers were constantly abusing the kids. Oh my God, there's this one teacher, I forget his name. He stopped working there. Kwang something, okay? He did it. You should ask him. I mean, even if the parents filed a complaint, nothing happened, so what do you want us to do? The kids have nowhere else to go. We're the ones taking them in. I know, you look so confused. I was so confused, and I was like, oh, maybe this is like a translation mistake because I don't understand the thought process. But he's basically saying in a whiny tone, as if the kids have nowhere else to go and being stuck there to be abused somehow makes it better. Like, it's almost like you're welcome, we're even taking them in. So what, it's not perfect. At least we're taking them in. No one else wants to take them in. I truly don't know what's going on with his brain chemistry, but something is clearly not right. Another incident really stood out to me. The vice principal, again, later was interviewed by NBC, and he bluntly, audaciously told them, I already filed all the claims. I'm sorry, excuse me, what claims? For false allegations? It's not even an arguable story, really, but they made it all up. I was so shocked when the students lied. I mean, how could they do that to me? How could they do that to me? When I talked to the students, I was always encouraging. I always had good intentions. They were always starved for love. If my sin is being too nice and too kind, then fine. That's my sin. This is all so ridiculous. So now you're saying you never committed any crimes? Yep, never did. Swear to God. Side note, at this point, the principal's wife, so the vice principal's sister-in-law, comes out and is like, oh my God, you guys again? What's wrong with you guys? The case is over. He resigned. So the vice principal had resigned after the documentary. He resigned, okay? Get over it.
Wow.
And the vice principal pulled out a letter and said, see, I told you guys I wasn't lying. He pulled out a paper and held it for the producers like a proud little rat. Like, I don't know how else to describe him. I'm sorry. But he's like showing it off, this piece of paper. And it reads, Eugene, one of the victims, did not have sex with the head of administration. That's literally what it reads. And she signed it along with 6 other signatures of students that were witnesses and guarantors. Ignoring the fact that minor signatures are not legally binding, this is so messed up for so many reasons. Can you imagine the amount of fear that Eugene went through when he R-worded her and now the R-worder is pressuring her into signing this document, and the fact that she still had to see him, she still had to talk to him. She was 11. But he claimed he didn't pressure her at all. He said, no. I just very nicely asked her why she said the things that she said, and she admitted to me that Mr. J forced her to lie. Yeah. Forced her to lie.
You know, these are like the worst people. These kids needs more love and attention,
Yeah.
right? They don't even treat them as equals. They already have a viewpoint of these kids, and then they took advantage of it and started a school just so they can take
money.
advantage, make money off them. So I don't think they started this for the right reason. They started this for this evil reasons.
Oh yeah, to make money off
to
the
take
government.
advantage of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, well, we're also predators,
Yeah.
so this is great.
Yeah, and they're saying, no, we are at least doing the good thing, guys.
I mean, it's obvious that they are just monsters in all of this. And the fact that they made a bunch of kids sign a document. And I think it's also the audacity that he's holding up this piece of paper like, I told you so. What are you talking about? Like, no one in the court of law is going to go say, oh my God, that victim that's so scared of you, I guess that is a pretty legal piece of document. He says, I even have a video recording of her admitting that it was all lies. Thankfully, producers went to find someone else that was at that quote meeting, and they're all a bunch of kids. One of Eugene's friends said that the room, there was so much pressure. They kept telling Eugene, tell me the truth, tell me the truth. And they suddenly got angry and started to hit Eugene. She told them the truth, and they said, no, that's not what we want you to say. They wanted her to deny that the R word ever happened. They said that they will be so nice to her if she said so. I thought something was wrong because if they don't have any sins, why would they need to hit us? So even after that, the student doesn't really understand what was happening. They know it's wrong. They know that the administrators bullying Eugene is wrong, but they're too young to grasp the concept of why they're even doing that. So it's not a moment of these students being like, see, they're trying to get us to change our story because they're in trouble. It's a moment for students being like, wait, no, but this is the truth. So now it's so weird and confusing and we don't understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It was later revealed that the administrators convinced older students to literally waterboard victims and witnesses if they were talking to the press. Literally waterboard. Take them to the laundry room and waterboard them. Thankfully, even if Eugene had to formally recant her statement later in the trial, because of this coerced letter, it was just too iffy to use her as a testimony. There were students that witnessed her assault through the office window. They even saw the wiping with the tissues, the cup of Coke part. They stated clearly for producers that Eugene was screaming, no, no, no. And that part is going to become devastating. The fact that she was screaming, no, just keep this in mind. So obviously, when the coercion didn't work, the vice principal asked to meet with Mr. J in a hotel lobby and begged him to negotiate with the administration. If Mr. J was to just admit that he made all the kids lie, he could get all the benefits that he would ever dream of. He could be the next vice principal, for crying out loud, if he wanted. The vice principal said, I'm the chairman's son. Being on my good side, it would be really good for you. Mr. J rejected it, and the head of administration, he's married, the vice principal is married. He's doing all of this with the wife and kids. And what's crazier is that the wife is sticking by his side. His wife comes out and begs, pleads with Mr. J. And she says, my husband is not responsible for any of this. He did not do it. He could go to prison for a really long time because of this. Please, you have to help us. Mr. J declined, and he went to the media and told them what happened. The school was super pissed with all the negative press that they were getting. They didn't even care about doing damage control. They just felt rage. So they fired Mr. J on the spot. They responded to journalists. Deaf people always lie.
Wow.
Deaf people always lie. It's in their nature. They lie as much as they eat. I was so shocked at this line. Okay, they lie as much as they eat is such a... I don't know if it comes off in the translation, but in Korean, it's such a disgusting way to describe something. It's like you don't even see them as humans. You see them as like animals. They said, teachers who I know also said the same thing as me. Deaf people always act however they want for their own comfort. They only think about the present moment. That's why they lie, and that's why we should never trust them. That's usually a firm iron rule in this industry.
Can you imagine? This is like the care, what are they called?
Caretakers.
Caretaker of these. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah. What I don't understand is, I don't know.
Like, how do they think it's okay to say that too?
That's what I'm saying. And I think I think they are evil. They are monsters, and they did receive a lot of backlash. But whatever the community, whatever bubble they're in, made them feel that was appropriate. So it's not just the person saying it that's wrong. There must be people behind this family that are like, yeah, I totally agree with you. They must have family friends that they go out to eat dinner with and complain about the students that literally are their livelihood. And everyone must say, yeah, you're totally right. I just can't imagine what that community of their friends or those closest to them are like if they think that this is okay to say in public to producers.
They're probably making fun of them all the time.
Yes.
And jokes around. And
so, like I said, we're probably covering a small percentage of the abuse that truly happened. The school was open for over 50 years. It's 50 years of abuse we're talking about. And I'm sure it's just horrific to the point where I don't think any of the general population knows truly the full extent of what happened. He said that with his full chest, and I have no words. I don't think people could be even more enraged. Parents of the school and the victims staged a sit-in. They demanded something to happen. The police hadn't gotten involved. Mr. J was fired. The perpetrators are still working with children and getting paid by the government. The people who saw the documentary, they were mad, but it wasn't enough. It was still up to the parents to fight. They just wanted the school to shut down. They spent 8 months of their lives on pause, living in front of the school on the street. They set up tents. They held signs that read, "Life is hard enough with a disability. How dare you?" Harsh punishments for sexual predators. In a gut-wrenching moment, the parents would protest in a full bow, on their knees, forehead touching the hot cement, scraping their hands, palms, knees, everything on the cement. This position is really hard to keep. They're doing this nonstop, begging the public to help them. For hours in the heat, this is what they did. Sometimes students joined them, and they would wait outside the school gates with cartons of eggs and cake. When the Inwa family would walk through the gates, they would egg them and then throw flour on them. You've most likely seen this in K-dramas. It's a real practice. It's one of the more severe social shame bullying tactics, and normally I'm against it, but I can't say that I'm mad on this case. And this is when media turned. Really random articles started coming out about how ungrateful students at this school were. The article were basically fluff pieces for the Inwa family, probably on their payroll. They would write things like, I get it, the students are upset, but this is still a working principle at the end of the day. We need to respect our teachers and elders. What are we teaching society? And they would say things like, this is a school that took them in when nobody else did. Okay,
wow.
I really hate that sentiment. I really hate that sentiment. What does that even mean? No, they were getting rich off this school. They were getting rich off this school. I'm sure if given the chance, there are so many people who genuinely want to help these students that don't have the proper connections, or maybe they don't even have the proper education and that's why they can't. And because the school was still operating, the principal gathered up all the students that egged him and forced them to write apology letters. This guy wants apology letters for getting egged. Oh yeah. They were the driest apology letters that I have ever read in the history of my life, which good for them, right? But they would write things like, I'm sorry to the principal for making him uncomfortable. Dear principal, we're sorry that we threw red paint at you. We're sorry that we egged you. From now on, we'll do the right things. The principal was pissed. He started to physically abuse them again. He would line up the students and slap them around and scream, because your parents are out there protesting and doing that weird shit. Now you're getting hit in here. Just know that this is because of your parents.
No way, they're still inside?
Yes. They have nowhere else to go. Finally, the protest gathered enough public interest and got enough civilians riled up that the police were pressured into launching an investigation. After a few months, Korean law enforcement arrested 6 Inwa school administrators and teachers. They were going to court. 9 victims were going to testify. The National Human Rights Center sent representatives to help prepare the victims and go through their trauma. Now, trial number 1, there were a lot of rough details that came out during all of this. Just really rough allegations of abuse. I'm talking watching adult films, forcing them to kiss, and just really nasty, nasty stuff. Most of which we've already covered. All of it is coming out into the open during the trial in its full gruesome details. Another student, let's call her Sumin, she was one of the girls that would get invited over to the teachers' homes. This is very sick and twisted. So think about how vile the psychology behind these monsters are. The vice principal would want to abuse his student. He does it in the school, but it's not enough. He wants to now bring that student into his home that he shares with his wife and kids. He forces that student to eat dinner with his whole family while he tells his wife about how good of a student Sumin is. After dinner, the teacher, the vice principal, suggests that his wife and kids go run some quick errands while he and Sumin go over some practice tests. He then assaults the student in his own home. I feel like there's some sick psychology behind that.
Yeah.
Like the risk it would take to even bring the students home and the whole dinner, like it's so sick and twisted to me. Like, what are you getting out of it? It's like something is wrong with you.
Yeah.
Because he's getting something out of it. And it didn't just happen once. It happened multiple times to Sumin alone. And I can't imagine that she was the only one that this vice principal did this to. If the girl refused to go to his house, he would beat her and R-word her in the school for retaliation. So there was no winning. Speaking of retaliation, those who ever looked like they would think about talking about the abuse, they were beaten to a pulp. The physical abuse in this school alone would have warranted a trial. There is some photo evidence of it. I'm not going to show it because these, again, are a lot of it would happen on the bottoms, like the butt, right? And they're minor, so I'm not going to show that. But there's it's just, there's no part that looks like skin anymore. It's just blue, deep purple, like yellow, but not in like the yellow undertone, like the bruising yellow. Mm-hmm. It looks like it was done with some sort of long cane. So many of the parents of the victims actually knew about all of this, but they themselves struggled with mental or physical disabilities, and they knew that the police would never believe them because they weren't able-bodied. So they felt like their best way to protect their child was to help them feel better and would teach them how not to cause trouble. And what's so sad is, and I think like these parents are always teaching these kids how not to be a burden to able-bodied people. And that kind of mindset is so heartbreaking because like that's not how we should think at all. One victim's grandmother cried out, "How can intellectual people do this? How do they even dare do something like this?" The perpetrators were intellectual people. My granddaughter is deaf and she cannot speak a word. How can he do that to her? Do they feel no pity towards her? If there were no laws, I would find the perpetrator and tear them apart with my own two hands. She is a kid who cannot even speak. Do you remember Soyoung at the beginning of this story? She was assaulted and then given $2. She would tell the principal what happened and he ignored her, right? She ended up graduating and tried to move on with her life. She got married, had a child. And she said every day all she thought about was the abuse. Even with her husband, she said it wasn't until the trial that she told him what actually happened. She was so worried that he would feel ashamed of her. She thought that he'd be upset with her. And she was so scared. And thankfully, he was a normal, morally upstanding person. He held her hand, he listened to her. And when she was done, his face was soaking wet with tears. And he told her, "None of this is your fault." He told reporters, "I was so angry after what I heard. I wanted to wipe out all the teachers. I just want to see them one time face to face." During the trial, the defense did some insane things. Their line of questioning towards Soyoung and another one who also was a victim, grew up, got married, and had a child, the lawyers asked, these are the perpetrator's defense attorneys. They asked, "How can you get married and pregnant if you had ever been R-worded?" I'm sorry, what? Their logic in this was, if a person who is R-worded, they can never fall in love and get pregnant due to the trauma. They believed if someone is truly traumatized sexually, they can never heal from it, and there's no way that they could ever be intimate ever again. Therefore, if the victims got pregnant, there was no way that they were ever R-worded as kids. Another really infuriating detail to note is it's going to be important throughout the trial. Most of the students in the school were using sign language to communicate. And to put it nicely, their sign language education and vocabulary was questionable at best, detrimental at worst. Many of the teachers in the school didn't even know sign language. How do you expect the students to learn? I mean, regardless of the case or not, that is so devastating that they aren't even taught the ways to express their emotions and feelings like most people can. It's such a disservice. The students had a limited range of expression, including words to describe the exact series of events. And They were too young to even understand what really happened to them. They just kept signing that they felt icky. They felt icky. Other students said it was so sad because these kids, they would go up on the stand and they would start getting so frustrated with themselves that they can't express what happened to them because they weren't given the tools. And again, I just want to disclaim that sign language is a complete language. And the reason that they couldn't express it was not because sign language didn't have the words, but they weren't taught that. Even if there were all the ways in the world for the kids to accurately express themselves, they weren't taught any of it. Spectators said the worst part was they ended up having to act out a lot of what happened because they just couldn't sign it. Yeah. There were also issues with the initial trial where the interpreters that the prosecutors got, so this is on the government's end. I don't know why they did this. The interpreters barely knew sign language. So people who knew sign language that were spectating the trial, they're like, what is going on? So the prosecutors would ask, why would the teacher do this? The interpreter would say, why would the teacher do this? The student would respond. And then the prosecutor would ask, okay, what did he do? But then the interpreter would just say, why did he do this? So the kid is like, why are you, they look confused, like, why are you just asked me this, I'm so confused. And because they're so young and vulnerable, they felt like, oh, maybe they're going to keep asking me until they like my answer. So sometimes they would keep changing their answer because it's like, why else would they keep asking me that?
Yeah.
But that's not what the prosecutor was asking. The interpreter sucked. It got to the point where all of the other students that were showing up in support were like slamming their hands on tables, like getting so frustrated. And another nuance to note that I think is very important is that when you are testifying, especially when a young person is testifying, when you're vulnerable, you normally hold your hands around your body in sort of like a protective gesture. Or maybe you don't make eye contact. Maybe you're crying and you're trying to keep a straight face and remove all emotion as you're recounting the series of events, right? But the nature of sign language that the children were using, they had to pull their hands and arms away from their body to talk. They had to leave their torsos uncovered, which made them even more vulnerable subconsciously. And to describe the emotions and actions, they can't just verbally say, he lifted my shirt. So like I said, with the rudimentary and whole-filled sign language that they were using and that they were taught, they had to mime it out. So they would even lift up their own shirt in the court to really show what happened. And another thing that's constantly taught to those that are learning sign language is that facial expressions are part of sign language. Because I think with spoken language, you have the tone inflections that kind of indicate the mood or the vibe that you're trying to communicate across. With sign language, because the hand motions could mean similar things, you're using your face to express the emotion that you want the viewer to understand. Mm-hmm. I mean, even with tone inflections, if you have someone who's speaking in monotone, it's kind of hard to understand what type of emotion you're supposed to feel. So it's very important. And to recreate those facial expressions without personally being back in that trauma, I think is impossible. So the whole trial, they're reliving the trauma. They're basically ripping their heart bare to the court, and everyone was under the belief of, okay, this is really bad, but the kids are doing their part, and the adults are going to do our part, and we're going to fight for justice, and this worthy sentence will show the world that they can never do this again. It'll be a landmark case. Right? The principal was given 2 years and 10 months. The vice principal, one of the more heinous people involved in all of this, was given 8 months. 2 nurses were given 10 months each, and most of these were then commuted to probation instead of jail time.
How?
Yeah, I'm going to get into it. Legal stuff. The judge wasn't even a bad person. The judge straight up kept apologizing to the victims because there was nothing he could legally do. It was shocking. It was shocking. The case could be classified as 2 crimes. Crimes persecutable upon complaint. So in South Korea, essay, especially against minors at the time legally, you couldn't do it until the minors complained or pressed charges. Now, the way that the prosecutors were trying to go about this case is they were trying to get the perpetrators jailed for a very specific law, which is essay against people with disabilities. Why is that important? Why didn't they just do essay? Well, because essay is not a felony in South Korea. At least at the time it wasn't. So most people were getting like probation for essay.
For raping people?
Yes. But if you did this for a minor with a disability, you would more likely get jail time. This was probably as harsh as the sentence gets. Ooh. And they couldn't do essay against a minor because the statute of limitations at the time was 1 year. 1 year. So this kid endured the most traumatic thing that a human can ever endure, really, and they have 1 year to show up in court and lay their heart bare and do all these things. Otherwise, your time is up. Can you imagine having a ticking time clock like over your head?
Yeah, because you just ruined a kid's life.
Yeah.
And in return, as long as nothing happens in a year, you're free to go.
Yeah.
When you just ruined a human being's life forever, altered their life forever.
Now, thankfully, there is no statute of limitations, or at least not a 1 year one for if they are children with disabilities. Now, here's the disgusting part. The premise of all of this is that people with disabilities, this is where the ableism comes into strong play. The law is written that a person with a disability cannot fight back or say no. That's how they describe a disability. So even if you're able to sign no, even if you're able to shake your head no, or scream for help, even if you are disabled and yet you can still speak and say, please stop, or scream, somebody help me, then you cannot technically be a part of this law. So let's take Yujin's case. Her R-worder held her down and assaulted her. She did have a disability that is listed as severe. However, there were witnesses that testified that she multiple times stated, no, I don't want this. So she said no. And because physically she could say no, she no longer qualified for the specific clause that she was a child with a disability. Now, essay against a child, they couldn't do it because the statute of limitations was up. So they got like nothing. Once the statement was signed to all the people in the court, so the victim's parents, fellow students, and I want to say this with, I'm trying to phrase this with as much respect and sensitivity as possible, but if you know or have been around a deaf person, being deaf doesn't mean being mute. A lot of deaf people still have the capabilities of producing sound. And since they've never heard spoken language, it's next to impossible for them to mimic it, because they can't hear the language, right? Mm-hmm. Which means if they're deaf from birth, they typically can't speak a spoken language, but they still make sounds. And they can still yell, they can still wail, they can still cry. But again, since they've never heard someone else do it, this is how humans are created. So much is hearing. Even babies, so much is hearing, right? Because they haven't heard people yell, it's a different sort of sound that comes out when they yell. And I don't know how to describe it, but I think that's how humans were supposed to yell. It's almost like a visceral, like the purest form of a yell that I can describe. It's like guttural. It's so raw. And I think you feel the grief, and it's different. It stays with you. And that day, the entire courtroom was filled with the grief of the victims. And a reporter wrote, "The moment that we heard the verdict, the courtroom was filled with the indescribable sounds from all the people." After the trial, the school was still opened, and after probation, all the administrators were back running the school. They were back around students because technically they had the right to hire whoever they wanted. There was no legal clause that said, hey, you can't be a teacher or an administrator at a school if you have this in your criminal history. Side note, Mr. J had to flee the country because he was attacked during this whole thing. Yeah, the defense attorney came out with some crazy allegations against him. I don't even know how that was allowed in court, but... And the public, they were enraged by this verdict, but what can they do? Their lives moved on. So the public, they were mad, but they moved on until the movie came out. And this film was a box office hit. It had an audience of 4.7 million viewers, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 10% of South Korea's population.
Wow.
Yeah. Even the president at the time saw the movie. Another person who watched the movie was the South Korea's National Police Agency Commissioner, General Cho. General Cho got right to work. He formed a special team to investigate the school, and he was really sneaky with it. I don't even think that the school knew that they were being watched again. They just knew like the movie came out and they were like, oh, bad press. Meanwhile, netizens were growing increasingly upset, and they wrote things like, what? In order to punish a trash criminal, the victim has to make a movie or a novel and make every single person in the country angry? That's how the justice system works now? We all have to get so emotionally invested in every case? The public put so much social pressure on the police department that the Inhwa school sexual assault case was officially reopened, and it was a lot. Now, they couldn't gather the same victims because that's double jeopardy. They can't be tried for the same crimes against the same victims, like I said, double jeopardy. So they started focusing on different victims. And the victims now were being represented by a huge human rights attorney, Lee Mong-suk. If you saw this man walking down the street in Korea, you would think he's just a random ajashi, like middle-aged man. He tackled some of the biggest human rights cases in South Korea. When an 8-year-old known to the nation by her alias Nayani was brutally assaulted in a public restroom, do you remember that case? To the point where she was left permanently disabled, he represented the 8-year-old. He was the reason that the perpetrator even got any jail time. He really cared about the kids, and this man was smart. Mr. Lee knew that every case needs a villain's face. You know, that's how it is. That's why big corporations are harder to be canceled online than a celebrity, because with a celebrity, you have a face. You can attach these emotions to a face. With corporations, it's a board of directors. It's a board of investors, executives. Every story needs a villain, and he thought the problem was the administration was too big of a villain. So they singled out the vice principal. That would be the face of their case. But the problem is, he can't be tried again for the exact crimes because of double jeopardy. So Lawyer Lee does something different. He was going to get the children treatment, therapy. First of all, he was the first person to ever care about their futures. He wanted them on the path to healing. But not only that, he wanted to do something that was never done before. A landmark case. He was going to sue the perpetrators for inflicting injury. What injury? Mental trauma. This would be the first time in South Korea that someone would sue for mental, like emotional distress after a crime.
Okay.
Because usually during the court trials, people would talk about the physical injuries, but they would never really even acknowledge the mental trauma that would linger for the rest of their lives. So now he was solely going to use that because there is no statute of limitations for inflicting injuries. And he was going to argue this was an injury. And the statute of limitations would start the day they get diagnosed with the injury. So they needed some sort of trauma diagnosis. And he wanted to bring in the best of the best because these kids were living on social welfare. They didn't have funds. His friend was a psychiatry professor at Yonsei University. This is like Korea's Johns Hopkins, if you will. And Yonsei is a public institution, and the hospital that they had near this school, because they have hospitals all over the country, they were underfunded and understaffed, even though they're one of the biggest institutions. It sounds easy, but this professor had to work with so many people at Yonsei, and they had to move so many schedules around. Everyone worked overtime to get these students in. And as they were waiting, because these students cannot be diagnosed unless they are inpatient, as they're waiting for everything to work out, the doctors and nurses on that floor that would be in contact with these students, they obviously couldn't learn that much, but they learned, hi, thank you, are you hungry, are you sleepy, are you okay, do you need anything? In sign language. They were able to get volunteer drivers. People in the community stepped up. There's a lot of students. They would need to be driven from hospital to hospital, from lawyer appointment to court dates. People volunteered to drive them around and just get them to these places. People volunteered to drive the parents around to be able to make sure that they're there. And the kids were all sadly diagnosed with some sort of PTSD from the abuse. The only silver lining of that diagnosis would be that now Lawyer Lee could aggressively go after the abusers. If they won, this would change the country, really. He even told the judge in the courtroom, please take a close look at the victim's eyes, their voice, their facial expressions, and body reactions. Even if you don't speak sign language, even if you can't understand the words that the victims are saying, you don't need to understand the words to know what kind of pain that they've been through. He would tell the attorneys on his team and the interpreters, don't ask difficult words, abstract words, or long sentences. Don't ask short answered questions like yes or no answers. Ask them questions in an open manner. This time, a bunch of very, very capable, competent interpreters volunteered to be a part of this case. They had the Sexual Violence Counseling Center work on this. They had psychiatrists from Yonsei, psychologists, sign language interpreters, drivers, everyone. Basically, Yonsei University was backing these kids. Everyone volunteered their time and effort and expertise. And it worked. The judge accepted the infliction of injury charge, and the vice principal, the worst of them all, the one that had gotten 8 months, he got 12 years in prison. It's still small, but the court back in Korea, back in the day and still today, not very inclined to send someone to jail for more than 10 years for a crime, even if it's some of the most heinous. But he still tried to appeal his sentence, saying that it was too harsh. Thankfully, it was denied. But still, the rest got virtually no punishment. The good news is the school was shut down and the students were sent to other boarding schools. A lot changed, though. But one victim's parents said, essay on a child is like murdering a soul. The physical or mental wound remains forever. The offender can avoid punishment after a certain period because of the statute of limitations, but for the kid, it's the rest of their lives. But Korea got to work. Civilians started advocating and protesting the change to the essay law. So there is a clause in basically all essay laws at the time that said, did they fight back? They said that shouldn't even be a question, especially with minors and particularly minors with disabilities. So that's in the works. And prior to this, if a victim of SA did not formally press charges or sue the perpetrator, the police would do nothing. That has also been changed. Now police are allowed to go after these abusers without the victim being involved, which is a very good thing because that's just re-traumatizing them, right? Especially right after. And the way that some of these trials were going on, it was weird. There was also another law put in place that said that if you are a state-funded institution, like a welfare establishment, you cannot hire only family members. 1/3 of hires have to be outsiders, which I get. It's like a good step in the direction, but not enough. Imagine going up against 2/3 of an institution and they're one big family. So things have changed. But I think that this is still something that every South Korean probably feels a lot of pain about. It's definitely it was a movie and it was a case that I think changed everyone. Just like this Haewol Ferry case, just like even Itaewon. I think a lot of areas and a lot of countries have these moments where the civilians get fed up and they start putting their foot down. And I think this was one of them. Before I finish up the episode, let me tell you about the principal's thesis paper that was later uncovered by netizens. The principal of Inhwa, one of the abusers, wrote a huge thesis paper on how important it is to take care of disabled people. He wrote, in order to help students with disabilities, treatment and rehabilitation has to be given from someone who loves them from the heart. It is the caretaker's job to secure the student's uncertain future without a single ounce of regret. Caretakers should serve in the role of a helping hand in place of the disabled. A helping hand, he said. If that's how he gives a helping hand, I think we should all hope that he gets a handful of care every single day for the rest of his miserable life. And that is it for today's episode. Please stay safe. And I will see you guys on Wednesday for the main episode. December 2018, 20-year-old Sanda Dia was brought into the emergency room by a few of his college friends. I don't know if we're going to call them college friends, but just think of it like that right now. He was unconscious. All the color in Sanda's face had drained from his body, and he felt cold to the touch. He was unresponsive. And the doctors are confused. This is an otherwise healthy, active young man who had no indications of any sort of pre-existing medical condition. And now, this 20-year-old is laying here with a body temperature of only 80 degrees Fahrenheit, or 20 degrees Celsius. A healthy body ranges around 97 to 99 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a huge difference. It was also showing that he had hypernatremia. So this is when there's an excessive amount of sodium in the body. The FDA suggests an average American adult consumes about 2,300 milligrams of salt a day. Sanda's body was reflecting as if he had consumed 160,000 milligrams of sodium. That is over 2 months of the average sodium intake that it seemed like he had consumed in one day. You don't do that by eating a ton of fast food, by eating something salty.
That's poisoning, right?
Yes. It didn't make sense. The doctors and medical professionals tried to ask these so-called college friends, what happened to Sanda? What was wrong with him? Like, how did you guys find him? How did you guys get him here? What was he doing prior to knocking out? They all just kind of shrugged. They all looked the other way or said things along the lines of, we don't really know. We think he's drunk. We don't really know what's wrong, okay? Something was clearly very wrong, though. Despite all the life-saving attempts by medical staff, 20-year-old Sanda Dia would die of multiple organ failure. When the hospital performed an autopsy to figure out what could have been the issue, what could have been the cause of such a healthy college student's sudden death, they were shocked. So it's customary to go through the stomach contents during an autopsy. It reveals a lot. You know, the last time when someone ate can be told by the stomach contents or the amount of acid there is. What they ate can even be determined. If maybe there was something ingested that could have led to their fatality, all of these things. I don't think anything could have prepared the doctors for what they were about to find. Inside of Sanda Dia's stomach, they found that he had been starved of food and water for the past 2 days. But instead in his stomach, there were goldfish, not the snack, the actual fish, like the pet goldfish swallowed whole, decapitated mice heads swallowed whole, and decapitated eel heads, you know, like the eels that swim in the ocean or freshwater. Eel heads decapitated. It was clear to doctors that Sanda had gone through something very horrible before his death. He had been tortured by 18 fraternity brothers from the most prestigious school in the entire country. He was being hazed. He was trying to join a fraternity and he died during the initiation process. And for nearly 5 years, 18 fraternity brothers held meetings with their powerful families and attorneys. They cleaned up the evidence, they covered their tracks, they stayed hush-hush about what happened leading up to Sanda's death, and for nearly 5 years, they were able to keep it somewhat a secret, till it all started coming to light, and it exposed one of the most heinous, sadistic fraternity hazing initiations I have ever researched in my life. Pledges were forced to bite off the heads of live mice and eels, swallow them whole, chug glasses of other people's urine, swallow live goldfish, drink fish sauce. Do you know fish sauce? It's like soy sauce.
Yeah.
They were forced to defecate and urinate on each other. They were forced into graves filled with ice water and eels. All these very well thought out actions of 18 college students would lead to a bright college student's death. And they would basically get away with it. So let's get into today's case. IngoPodcast.com. But last month, June of 2023, a YouTuber by the name of Acid posted a video that got him banned from the platform for like a week. So it's making me a little nervous. But his video has since been taken down, but the damage was essentially done. He started a social media carnage, if you will, and I'm not even mad about it. Acid posted a video about the killing of Sanda Dia from 2018. And in the video, he released some of the names of some of the perpetrators involved. He essentially doxed them. And that's why the video was taken down, but the impact was already done. Acid is considered one of the largest Dutch-speaking YouTubers in all of Belgium, where this case takes place. So his audience is pretty big. And when he dropped this video, this case starts getting massive attention. And even after the video is taken down, people have downloaded it, reposted clips of it, reshared it on TikTok, Facebook, all these other platforms. They've linked articles, journalists got involved. And this is how Sanda's case became international news recently. There were conversations about racism in Belgium and really everywhere else in the world. Conversations about colleges hiding and burying students' disgusting secrets. Conversations about how rich kids can seemingly get away with anything. And it thrust a certain fraternity into the spotlight. Rusholm, I think I'm saying that right. It's spelled with a G, but I think it's pronounced H, right? Rusum was founded 77 years ago, and their emblem is like this Flemish lion. I'm sorry, but when I look at their emblem, it's like very Harry Potter Slytherin vibes. Their colors are green and white. They've got a Flemish lion, and most of the fraternity members, so it's an all-male secret society basically, they're members that are students of law, engineering, business. So these are very established people from established families. This fraternity in particular quickly became one of the most sought-after fraternities of the entire university.
What's the university?
It is the #1 university in Belgium. It's KU Leuven, and this is like one of the most prestigious universities in all of Belgium. So this is like a top school. And this fraternity inside Leuven was one of the top fraternities everyone wanted to be a part of. They were incredibly exclusive. Every year they would only accept maybe 2 to 3 new members, and they really honed in on the secret society aspect of the fraternity. I mean, there were so many rumors about them. There were rumors about how extreme they took their hazing, but I think at the time, at the school, it only added to the intrigue. It only made them more mysterious and more sought after, like this larger than life reputation. Because none of them would speak on truly all the hazing that they went through. But it's almost like the badge of honor that they wore. You have no idea, and that makes you more intrigued. Most members also came from elite families that had power and influence, which added to the exclusiveness of the fraternity. It felt less like a fraternity and truly more like a secret society of all the rich, powerful kids at this particular school.
Do people know who's in there or not really?
Everyone on campus?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it's the type of fraternity. Here's my opinion on it. I think that everyone might shit on this type of fraternity and talk shit about them and be like, oh, what a bunch of weirdos. But maybe if they personally invited you to a party, you might get a little bit excited or like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they even know me, right? Kind of that energy. But because of this YouTube video that was posted by Acid, and this is a case that happened in 2018, a lot of the secrets of the fraternity were slowly exposed. A few secrets had been laid to rest, had been dug back up by Acid. In 2013, an animal rights group by the name of Gaia lodged a complaint against the fraternity. A video had been leaked in which the fraternity brothers had filmed themselves killing and abusing a baby piglet as part of the hazing ceremony. A baby pig. Instead of formally charging them, the university covered for the fraternity by putting together a document called the Hazing Charter. It's so unserious. The school admin put together a document that just said, please agree to abstain from violence, racism, extortion, bullying, sexual assault and discrimination, and using animals during hazing.
These are all illegal actions. Why are they even okay to do at the beginning? It's like, please don't kill people during hazing, please.
I know you already did, but here's
a thing.
Yeah. So they just made this document and had all the fraternities and sororities on campus sign it. And I know what you're thinking. Okay, so Rusum signed it and then turned around and went back to hazing people with piglets, right? They didn't even sign it. They refused to sign it. They basically told the school, thanks for covering for us, but we're going to do what we want. And the university took no further action, made no further attempts to make hazing safer for humans and or for the animals. And soon the whole thing was forgotten. Meanwhile, the fraternity got right back into it. A recent document showed that their annual initiation, they created a food menu for the pledges. This is what it reads. Appetizers, grasshoppers and cockroaches. Main course, live mice and fish. Dessert, coffee and cocaine. And that's not all. A creepy photo was released of the fraternity, and it's horror level. It appears to be the fraternity members after a hazing ceremony in the forest. And they're all dressed in suits and trench coats and these thick coats that are long. There's 4 pledges, so these are the 4 people getting initiated, that are in the photo. 2 of them are on the floor on all fours in the woods. The other 2 are on their knees. One has a gun pushed into his temple, and the other one has a rifle pointed at him. It's like horror level photo.
What?
And that picture left everyone wondering, what kind of hazing rituals was this secret society doing? Like, what kind of dark things was this fraternity involved in? What really happened behind closed doors in Rusum, where most members had parents who were politicians, lawyers, doctors, and CEOs? How far would these parents go to protect their kids if something happened inside this fraternity? Sanda Dia wasn't really the type to join a fraternity, and I'm going to explain why later, but not that anything is typically wrong with fraternities, but we're going to get there. Sanda was born in Belgium, and since the day he was born, like many immigrant parents, Sanda knew that he just had this privilege of even being born in Belgium. Like, even being born in this country to him was a privilege. Sanda's dad was from Senegal, and he was actually a refugee who sought asylum in Belgium just a few years before Sanda was born. And like so many immigrant fathers, he had given up practically everything for his two sons to have this better life. And he knew that Black Belgians, they just don't get as much opportunities as their white counterparts. And just to get the same level of respect, treatment, and career advancements, he knew that his sons would have to work twice as hard just because they were Black. So ever since they were born, hard work is like ingrained in them. It's like in their DNA from the minute that they took their first breath. So when they were kids, Mr. Dia, the father, he would work all day long in the local factory. He would spend his nights learning the local language. Any amount of spare time he found in between, he would sacrifice sleep to stay up with his sons while they did their homework. And, I think it's ingrained in immigrant parents to want to sit their kids down constantly and say things like, do you know what I had to go through? Do you even appreciate what kind of blessings you have? How privileged you are, right? Mr. Dia didn't really have to do that with his sons. They seemed to kind of already know. They didn't really take anything for granted. And all he wanted was for Sanda to dream big and achieve everything that he ever wanted. And Sanda was on track. Ever since he was young, he was constantly thinking of like new things he wanted to do, new projects, endeavors, challenges that he wanted to tackle. When he was in kindergarten, he made this best friend, Ferry, and they were like lifelong friends. They lived about 5 minutes away from each other, and they were practically glued at the hip. Everyone in their neighborhood would just hear excited talking, laughing, and then see this like blur of motion zip past them. And when they looked to the right, there goes Sanda and Ferry again, goofing around on their little bikes. They would constantly talk about how they're going to make their own video games one day, how they loved manga. So they would ride around on their bikes and talk about how they were going to go to university, get a good job, save up all their money, and move to Japan one day. And they would pinky swear to each other that they would be best friends forever and make it to Japan. Sanda would never make it to Japan. But he did make a lot of friends growing up. He's very ambitious and smart, goofy. I know it sounds really cliche, but he was just kind of like a natural at everything he did. You could be solving this impossible math problem and he would walk in, sit down, and within 2 seconds solve the problem with you. It almost didn't seem fair for someone to be so good at everything. On his first time playing soccer with his friends, they were shocked. They're like, what do you mean you've never played soccer before? How are you so good? There's no way. You're lying to us. You're hustling us. Whatever he did, he just seemed so naturally good at it, which is the exact type of person that people want to hate. People don't like perfect people. Too kind, too smart, too ambitious, too funny. But it's just really hard to hate Sanda. Those who knew him said you have one conversation with him and you just want to be his best friend. He just gets people. He gets how they think. He knows how to find common ground. He knows how to make people feel safe and unjudged and comfortable. It's like, when you're part of a big group and maybe for some reason they're all poking fun at you. Why is your voice so squeaky? Why do you talk like that? Oh gosh, you have a Valley Girl accent. Sanda would be the type to not even smile and look straight at you, look you in the eye and say, I really like your voice. He was just so magnetic, That's the best way people describe him. After high school, Sanda was admitted into the prestigious University of Leuven. To give you context on how impressive this is, Sanda would be the first member of his family to attend university, and he was going to attend one of the most prestigious universities in the country. His family was beyond proud. Mr. Diaz said, it was an absolute dream for me. Yeah. The school was about 30 minutes away from home, but Sanda chose to dorm, and he starts doing his studies. He chose civil engineering. And by 2018, he was in his third year of a 5-year program to receive both his bachelor's and his master's in civil engineering. I think Sanda put a lot of pressure on himself. Like, yes, I think his dad pushed him, but I think for Sanda, he was really mature for his age. And I think that most of us find out later, wow, being able to study in a country like this is actually a huge privilege. I think that Sanda realized that when he was a kid. So he put in the work. He wanted to make his dad proud. He didn't want to waste this opportunity that he had. He wanted to be the one to retire his dad and to tell him that everything had worked out because of everything he had sacrificed. So now that he's in his third year of university, the idea of getting a job after he graduates is just looming over his head. He's not even spending his time partying. He's just thinking about, okay, in 2 years, I'm going to graduate and I need to find a job and I need to be able to pay the bills and I got to do all of these things. And he thinks to himself, maybe I should join a fraternity. Okay, I know a lot of people join fraternities because they want a sense of community. Or let's be real, sometimes it's the prestige or the partying, the legacy, the friendships, the social life, the exclusivity. And I'm sure Sanda wanted a little bit of that too, but he's thinking very practically. He has the grades, he has the social skills, he has the work ethic, but he's going to be a black man entering into an industry that is still predominantly controlled by white men. White men that were all connected to each other somehow. So Sanda wanted, and as a black man, he almost needed that kind of network. Because, we live in a world where it's not really just about merit. It's also largely about who you're connected to. It was no secret that many students in the RISM fraternity came from very high-profile families and elite backgrounds. Some of Sanda's friends, they were kind of shocked when he told them that he would be rushing, which is like applying to be part of a fraternity. A lot of them were confused, And something that I found interesting, and I'm not sure if it's different in Belgium, but he's joining as a third year and not as a first year. Which makes me believe is, yes, maybe he wanted all the other cool things that came along with being a part of a fraternity, but it really does seem like he did it for the networking aspect. He's like, in 2 years, I'm going to graduate and I need a network. So third year into university, he's like, okay, maybe it's time for me to join a fraternity. Sanda's older brother said, clubs like that have its benefits. Being in a club like that, if you know them, it's really good for your network. And when you leave school, these types of people will trust you a lot faster. Another black student stated, some people think it's stupid to join a fraternity and go through the hazing period, but for a lot of black people, it's very understandable. So I think this is some nuance that's needed for this case. I'm sure he just wanted to be a part of a fraternity as well. But I think for him being a black man, that networking power meant so much more to him. It was so much more necessary. The sentiment being, for black university students, networking means more than just having frat parties on the weekends. It could make or break their careers after school. Remember Sanda's best friend, Ferry? Mm-hmm. He was kind of surprised when Sanda told him he was rushing. And side note, Ferry himself was not a huge fan of fraternities. Like, he had a whole stigma about them. And he always thought, you know what, Sanda, you're the type of person that you don't need to join a fraternity. You are such a people person. You can make so many connections on your own, in school, after school. I mean, you're so friendly. You're so charismatic. Why do you need a fraternity? But when Sanda explained to him all the reasons that it made sense for his career, Ferry was like, okay, it's actually kind of smart. Like, I get it. It's not this impulsive thing. You just woke up and you wanted to join a fraternity. You've put thought into it. In 2018, Sanda was one of 10 new students who rushed or attempted to join RISM. And out of the 10, just 3 made it to the final stages of the, quote, recruitment process. A total of 3 pledges, if you will. Sanda and the 2 other pledges that are just known by their initials were the 3. Now, I think at this point, they were just weeding out the ones that they didn't think would be a good fit. They were getting to know the 10 people, see if their interests, personalities, ability to socialize, all these things were a match. And now they narrowed it down to 3. And now the hazing begins. And side note, the definition of hazing is the practice of putting someone in physical or emotional distress as some sort of initiation test. The hazing would happen over the course of a few months. I know. So every fraternity is different. In the States, I believe it's 2 weeks of hazing. But here it is like months, 2 months, basically. And then it would all lead to this climactic weekend, which is like initiation weekend, where they have this big ceremony for 2-3 days straight. And you're just getting hazed the entire weekend. No stops, no breaks, no going home to sleep it off. You are just at the mercy of the fraternity that you want to join. And Sanda knew that he would be hazed. He went in thinking what everybody else was thinking. Okay, it's going to be uncomfortable. This is not going to be a good time. You are expected to drink alcohol, probably be pushed to your limits in some sort of sense or another, but nobody goes into this expecting to lose their life. Sanda spoke to his friend Rob on campus, and Rob had rushed for another fraternity, and he was calming Sanda down like, it's not that bad. Like, I obviously can't tell you what my fraternity did because that's a secret, but it's not that bad. It's like run-of-the-mill mental fortitude stuff, you know? They just want to see how disciplined you are, how much conviction you have in the fraternity. It's going to suck. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's going to suck for a little bit, but it's going to be worth it once you're initiated. Sonda hated it. He hated the parties, which were all mandatory. Allegedly, Sonda was made to drink large amounts of alcohol and then drink the urine of the members of the frat as some sort of test. And if that kind of abuse wasn't bad enough, Sonda was also verbally abused and emotionally abused through racist remarks. On one occasion, in October of 2018, only 2 months before the hazing ceremony that resulted in Sonda's death, the fraternity was hosting something that they call a cantus. And according to sources, it's like a traditional activity where there's a huge amount of alcohol and people get together where they play games, sing traditional songs, and drink beers. It's like a big party, honestly. So this specific cantus was held on October 8th, 2018 at this student association building that was now turned into a rentable party room named Albatross. And the pledges were forced to attend as usual. This fraternity is a rather rowdy party. Like, they're a crazy crowd. Everyone's getting blackout drunk. The pledges were forced to get down on their knees, and the fraternity brothers would pour hard liquor down their throats. On a normal evening, the pledges would be forced to down 7 pints of beer individually. Pints, not glasses. And I mean, just even think about the carbonation itself. Just think about like 7 pints of sparkling water. And once everyone was beyond drunk, everyone was done partying, the pledges would be forced to clean up after the party while they can barely stand because of how they were forced to be so drunk. They're basically throwing up, cleaning up their vomit, throwing up again, and then imagine how badly you just want to go to sleep. The room is spinning. You feel horrendous. You feel like shit, and you're being screamed at to hurry up and finish cleaning. Normally, all 3 pledges were forced to clean, but on this particular evening, the fraternity brothers had a different idea. They decided on a whim. Sonda should be the only one to clean. An employee of the party room, who was also a fellow student, overheard the conversations and it was reported. The fraternity brothers turned to Sonda and started calling him racial slurs with the hard R. They also said, and I quote, "Black people should work for the white." And the employee remembered calling out to Sonda and saying, "Dude, you can't let yourself be talked to like that." And all Sonda could respond was, "I can't do anything about it right now." Reportedly, the employee tried to tell the boys off, but he was just one guy facing off against 20 rich, entitled, powerful, racist men. Honestly, the scariest type of person out there. The fraternity brothers weren't even slightly embarrassed. They weren't even sorry for what they just said. It was so clear to the employee that they feared nobody. These are things that they're saying and doing in public. They have no shame. They believe that they were above everything and everyone. They responded to the employee saying, "Yeah, well, mind your own damn business." So imagine, Sonda is desperately doing his best to be accepted because of his future. He's wasted because the boys forced him to drink 7 pints of beer, and now he has to clean up after all of them while they shout slurs and derogatory remarks at him. And he's only 20 years old. He's really still just a child. And despite this horrific incident, Sonda continued to attend the frat party nights and continued to rush. And I know there's going to be people out there that are confused, like, why would he still even want to be friends with these guys, be associated with these horrible racists that don't even respect him? Because he worked so hard to get to where he was. He had seen his dad give up everything for his education. His friend said, Sonda knew his dad did everything for him to give him a better future, and he always promised to live up to that. Sonda knew as a black man, he would need more than just his merit and his own talent and skill to advance in his career. Had he been white, he may have never even thought to join this fraternity. Maybe he wouldn't believe he needed extra connections on top of his abilities. And had he been white, he might not be dead. There is a strong racial element to this case, which I don't think can be ignored. So clearly the fraternity brothers are racist, but it goes much deeper than that. In the 77 plus years of RISM, the fraternity, only 2 members were black or of African descent. And only one of the 2 is still alive. So one of them went through initiation in 2015, and Sonda was the second, who was accepted into the hazing. I did see some comments online about why he joined an all-white fraternity in the first place, because most universities do have like more black fraternities that have predominantly black men in them and stuff like that. But I feel like that's very victim blamey to me. But to give further context, Sanda actually knew a few of the frat brothers from RISM. They were part of a big group that he would play soccer with. So it's not like he just randomly chose this all-white fraternity and was like, that one, I want to be in that one. He was actually acquainted with some of them. And one of his kind of friends that he was slowly becoming closer and closer to while they played soccer, he was like, hey, I'm going to be rushing for RISM this year. So Sanda's thinking, okay, well, if I'm going to be rushing, I might as well be a pledge with someone that I'm already kind of friendly with, so we can go through it together. So he chose RISM. Besides, Sanda made it this far in initiation. He had his father's work ethic and determination. He just wasn't a quitter. Then the initiation weekend began. This is what the fraternity calls the baptism. This was the final weekend of hazing, a full weekend of the pledges being at the hands of the fraternity members. Whatever they already went through would most likely pale in comparison to everything that they would have to do this weekend. December 4th was day 1 of the hazing weekend. The first task would be initiated at 4 p.m. Sanda and the other 2 pledges were forced to dress up as apostles, a reference to the fraternity's Catholic origin. So they're wearing like these long, white, flowy robes, and they were sent out into the city with a bundle of single roses, and their mission was to sell as many roses as possible, and whoever sold the least would endure a wide range of punishments. The punishments would include things like drinking rotten milk, eating bird food, and, of course, being force-fed copious amounts of alcohol. Sanda ended up last place for the selling of the roses task. He sold 30 less roses than the other 2 initiates. And honestly, the way that they punished him for this first task, I was imagining it to be bad. Like, I was imagining it to be like, drink a glass of this rotten milk. Okay, punishment over, task number 2, let's go. But this was a whole new level. Sanda was forced to drink so much alcohol that according to one of the brothers at the hazing, he was already so drunk he couldn't even speak. This is after the first task. This is only 7 p.m. that evening, so only 3 hours into the hazing ceremony. I think, again, this is a very nuanced conversation, but a lot of netizens pointed out that Sanda's skin color could have also factored into why he wasn't able to sell as many roses as the other 2 pledges. And now he was being punished to the max, to the extreme for it, and they went overboard. To the fraternity brothers, being drunk didn't mean anything. It didn't mean no, it didn't mean stop. They continued hazing Sanda. Sanda couldn't even speak, and the brothers started their second round of tests. Side note, I am conflicted on how to reference the group, so maybe I'm just going to call them the group going forward. There's about 18 of them that are present throughout most of the hazing. Because saying brothers, even though I'm saying fraternity brothers, makes it sound like they're brothers to Sanda, which clearly they weren't. To call them men, I think would be a disservice to the real men out there that would never do something like this. To call them boys would make it seem like they're minors that are incapable of making good choices. They're all legal adults, keep that in mind. So I will call them the group. And if I do say brothers, that is in reference to fraternity brothers. So the group began their second round of tests. The pledges were forced to their knees. This was the group's favorite position because of how easy it was to tilt the pledges' heads back by pulling their hair and pouring alcohol straight down their throats. They got the pledges on their knees and started asking trivia questions. Now, remember, the other 2 pledges, who were white, have not been punished yet. And I don't want to say that they had no alcohol in them, as I can't know for certain, but they weren't drunk. Sanda was so drunk he could barely talk. Guess who's not going to answer the trivia questions well? Sanda. And if the boys got a question wrong, the group would pour gin, not beer, but gin, hard liquor down their throats. This went on for about an hour. How quickly you get drunk on gin depends largely on your metabolism, but I would imagine for most people, a few shots of gin, you're feeling buzzed, you're feeling tipsy, or if you're like me, you're drunk. Sanda was already super drunk, so he got most of his questions wrong, and by the end of the second round, he had consumed 1.5 bottles of gin. 1.5 bottles. It wasn't specified what size the bottle was, but I'm guessing it wasn't one of those airplane shot bottles. It's likely one bottle was around a pint, which is about 8 shots. And this is like he has nothing in his stomach. He hasn't eaten, just nonstop. It's not even over the course of the whole night. At this point, Sanda couldn't even walk by himself. And according to witnesses, all the color had drained from his face. He likely would have already thrown up a couple of times, and he was on the verge of dehydration and passing out. Now, what's wild to me is all of this so far has been done in public. According to the statement made by one of the fraternity brothers present, they did task 2, the trivia question and the pouring of the gin down their throats, on the pavement in front of a cafe in the town square.
What?
So they're literally hazing Sanda in public to the point that he is unable to even stand up on his own, and nobody alerted the authorities. Nobody did anything. It wasn't even 9 p.m. yet, so it's not like 3 a.m. where it's just a bunch of college kids being rowdy. Not even 9 p.m., and it was time for the third task. The third task was survive the night. The pledges were dragged back to the fraternity house, and 18 members of the fraternity hazed them for as long as they could. The pledges were made to guess how many beers they could chug without passing out. Presumably, the one that could chug the most would be in first place. Even though there's no first place, like, what do you get? Just being more drunk. The group started mixing hard liquor with beer, and just... The beer was intentional. The pledges were already so drunk, and it was only a matter of time that they threw up because of the carbonation of the beer and straight up alcohol poisoning. Sanda downed what is believed to be about 6 to 7 beers. This is already in addition to everything that he's already been forced to drink earlier today. So like the 1.5 bottles of gin, he was forced to drink a bit more earlier than that. So this is a lot of alcohol. He is at this point, from what people say, on the verge of blacking out. I mean, I think that he's already blacked out. Like, he's not out cold, if that makes sense, but I highly doubt that he's going to have much recollection of these events. I think he's blacked out. Sanda had thrown up multiple times, and now, after his 7th beer, he was knocked out cold. All 3 pledgers were completely unconscious. They were breathing, but nothing was going to wake them up at this state. Like, you could be kicking them and they would not wake up. Unsurprisingly, the group had their finishing touches to add. Even unconscious, the pledges couldn't escape the torture. According to the fraternity's tradition, if someone passes out at a party, they get urinated on. It is likely due to the fact that passing out is seen as weak, or like, oh, he can't hold his liquor, blah, 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 what a weenie. So to feel even more masculine and honestly just have this ego trip, the members of the fraternity would stand over the passed out pledges and just urinate all over them. It feels like such a power play, like so degrading for no reason at all. One huge piece of evidence that would be used later would be a deleted video of members of the group urinating on Sanda, who is completely unresponsive. It was taken at 11:39 p.m. that night. At around midnight, when the contest was finally over, they hauled the 3 limp boys and threw them onto their respective beds. The only thing the group did was make sure the pledges were all laying on their sides so, they didn't vomit while laying down, choke, and die. How nice of them. Besides that, the torture continued. The group cut off chunks of the pledge's hair and smeared the rooms with Nutella and ketchup. The most vile thing, though, the most inhumane part of all of this, the part that I can't even wrap my head around, though, is after forcing the pledges to drink lethal amounts of alcohol and dragging their unconscious bodies into this trashed bedrooms, the boys taped and cut off all the water supply. This meant that if one of the boys woke up and attempted to get some water to sober up and rehydrate, there was absolutely no way they could even get a drop of water. To me, this is beyond insane. To think that forcing 20-year-olds to drink multiple bottles of gin and then depriving them of water for the next 24 hours would not result in death, to me, that shows personally, in my opinion, this shows an incredible level of neglect and premeditation of abuse. And I would like to remind you, this is just day 1 of the hazing ceremony. And I would also like to remind you, these are college students from one of the most prestigious universities in the nation. You can't tell me they don't know that you get dehydrated from alcohol poisoning. Like, you can't tell me that they didn't think, oh, they're going to be dehydrated because they have alcohol poisoning. Let's cut off the water. Like, that's such a random thing to cut off water supply. Let's move on to day 2. The worst has yet to come. The next day, the 5th of December of 2018, at around 10:30 a.m., the fraternity members were ready to continue with the climax of the torturous ceremony. They woke up the 3 pledges, they gathered everyone into their cars, and they started leaving the city into a small neighboring town. One of the fraternity brothers, his family owned a small cabin there, and it's about an hour outside the city, and it's just surrounded by a thick forest, which is perfect for hiding secrets. Before they get to the cabin, though, the group had to make multiple pit stops. Now, keep this in mind. They stopped at least 2 different places. They drove an hour to the cabin, and you're telling me after the events of last night, not once did a single one of the 18 full-grown adults say, "Hey guys, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this sounds a little dangerous. Maybe we should tone it down. Maybe we should ease off a little bit. Someone could get really hurt." Like, not a single one of them? Not once? During one of their pit stops, they actually ran into a professor who was out on their day out. And let's call her Professor B. She recognized the group as being students from the university and as being members of the fraternity. And one of the pledges seemed to be in need of help. She said that Sanda wasn't behaving normally. The other 2 pledges were fine, but Sanda seemed extremely out of it, kind of like a zombie, like he wasn't fully present. He could barely walk on his own. And she approached them and asked if everything was okay. She looked at Sanda and she was alarmed enough that she straight up told the group, "I'm going to call the police."
Wow.
But they all turned on their charm and said, "Professor B, like, the hazing ceremony is almost done. He's just a bit drunk and shocked, but we're going to go celebrate now and we're going to sober him up. He just needs a cold bath." The group completely dismissed her and ignored her concerns, even though Sanda could barely walk. He had to be supported by other frat members to even move around. So Professor B does nothing, and at this point the group is like, "Oh, maybe we should split up into 2 groups because people really think that Sanda's gonna die or something." So one group continued their way to the cabin, taking the 3 pledges with them, and the other group made their way to run the rest of the errands.
What kind of errand do we know?
They went to a pet store to buy fish, live goldfish, eels, live eels, bird food, cakes, live mice, cat food, dog food. After that, they went to a foreign supermarket where they bought, knowingly or unknowingly, they bought the murder weapon. A gallon of fish sauce. Fish sauce is often used in Asian cuisine, and it's, to put it simply, it's similar to soy sauce, but it's not, okay? It's not, you cannot replace soy sauce with fish sauce and vice versa, but the general concept is the same. If you want to get technical with it, it's kind of an ingredient that you don't use too much of. It's very high in sodium, but it does add this great umami flavor to a lot of dishes. The sodium aspect is very important in today's case, so let me give you some context. People, when they use soy sauce or fish sauce, you don't use a lot. It's like tiny bit. It's almost how you would season things with salt. You use a little bit and it adds that oomph. 1 tablespoon of fish sauce has about 1,670 milligrams of sodium, which is about 70% of the recommended daily sodium intake. 1 tablespoon. But again, fish sauce is not something that you sip or drink. You use it sparingly to season dishes. You're not putting in a lot. They bought a gallon-sized bottle of fish sauce. This would last an Asian home months. This is like Asian restaurant style level. Gallon size? That's crazy.
Yeah.
They bought duck eggs, sardines, baby clams, shrimp paste mussels, and a bunch of other things. And after their shopping spree, the remaining members joined the others at the cabin at around 12 p.m. And once they arrived, the hazing activities immediately began. The initiates were made to dig 3 pits into the ground. 1 each, right next to each other until they formed. So they're like basically digging their own graves. And then in the end, they were forced to dig the graves together so it's one big ditch. Yeah. And text messages were shared between fraternity members' phones. And one frat member who wasn't present at the cabin texted, "Hey, how's it going over there, guys? Updates?" To which a fraternity brother responded, "Newcomers are starting to shovel. Sanda is already for the trash." Meaning like he's already for the rubbish bin. That's a figure of speech saying he's trashed.
Like he's not doing well. Is that what it is?
Yeah. The other 2 are still okay. So let's get into what happened the rest of the day before Sonda ended up in the emergency room. This is the story that police have pieced together with deleted videos and very limited evidence. Unfortunately, I don't think that we will ever know the full truth of what went down in that forest. For hours, the 3 initiates were ordered into the now one giant ditch as they huddled together to stay warm. The other fraternity members, a total of 18 young adult men, stood around the ditch and filled it with ice, water, and live eels. This is December in Belgium. The temperatures were easily 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. This is so reckless and so incredibly dangerous. You cannot tell me that there's premeditation involved. You cannot tell me that this is just hazing. But don't worry, the group was smart enough to know that the pledges would eventually need warmth. So what do? If you were cold, they would urinate on the pledges to keep them warm. Sonda at this point was so dehydrated and still drunk from last night, even if he wanted to get up and walk away, he physically could not. There was a recovered video of Sonda lying in a ditch, and it's unclear when this day was, but fraternity members can be heard saying, "Sonda, come on. Sonda, try and use those legs, those feet. Come on, move, man." The boys are asking him to stand, but he is so unconscious that 2 of the group are trying to get him up. He is not capable of even standing up on his own. I can't imagine that they didn't already know that he couldn't quit even if he wanted to. He couldn't say he couldn't do this anymore. It was reported that the official way out of the hazing ceremony and forfeiting your spot in the fraternity, you would have to ring a bell that would be off to the side of the ditch or on the side during all these hazing tasks. Members of the fraternity stated, traditionally, during it, we set up the bells next to the water holes so that they can ring them at any point if they can't take it any longer. Whoever was in charge of setting up the bell allegedly forgot the bell. So for Sonda, there was no physical identifiers of freedom, escape. There was no way out. There was no way he could physically get up. Nobody was listening to him. It was chaos. No, he couldn't even speak well. There wasn't even a bell that he could try and reach for to symbolize, guys, I'm not okay. Everyone knew that he was not okay. And he was at the mercy of 18 fraternity brothers. And for hours, he was tortured in that ditch until the sun began to set. The theorized event seemed to suggest this. Once the pledges were in their ice-cold baths, a question game began. If pledges got the answer correct, they would be rewarded with a sip of water or a Gatorade or an energy drink to get them pumping. However, if they got it wrong, they would have to eat or drink something disgusting. It's not clear exactly what Sonda consumed during this part of the hazing task, but from later records, for the most part, they were forcing him to consume large amounts of fish sauce and their urine. Some reports say semen was also involved. Yeah. Back to the hazing. After that, reportedly, the fraternity members took live eels and threw them into the water, and the pledges were sitting with all these eels that were just running around them. They yelled at the pledges to catch the eels with their bare hands and then bite their heads off and swallow the decapitated heads. It is said all 3 pledges made it through that task. Hours passed by, and at the time 7 p.m. came around, they had been sitting in the freezing temperatures for over 6 hours. The group wasn't even close to being done. The next task involved goldfish, live goldfish. The task was to swallow the live goldfish whole, alive, then drink a ton of fish sauce and attempt to throw up the goldfish whole. It is known that super salty things and super disgusting things can make you gag and throw up if you're repulsed enough. So the other 2 pledges, they were able to throw up and produce their whole goldfish, like bring it back out of their stomach. The only one left was Sonda. And instead of the fraternity brothers letting it go, they made him continue drinking fish sauce. At this point, Sonda was throwing up repeatedly, but every time there was no goldfish. So need I remind you, he's not winning the question games. He hasn't had probably a sip of water in the past 24 hours. He's beyond drunk, dehydrated, throwing up, which leads to further dehydration and being forced to consume copious amounts of fish sauce, which the sodium count on that, it's not even a drink. You're not even supposed to consume it like that. It's like being forced to consume tablespoons of just salt straight up. You can't tell me that no one thought that that's dangerous. You can't tell me that these are just boys being boys and they didn't know how far this was going to go. You just can't tell me that. I think in middle school, I would have put 2 and 2 together. I think anyone capable of reading a nutrition label and realizing, oh, that is quite a bit of sodium. right? Especially these university students. I think even without the nutrition label, the scent of fish sauce alone indicates that this is high in sodium. The fact of the matter is, they knew what they were doing. I mean, that's my personal opinion. They turned off the water. They were giving out water as prizes. Sips of water were prizes. That suggests to me that they know the pledges are incredibly dehydrated. On top of these tasks of vile mutilations of live animals and torturous conditions for the 3 pledges, the senior members were also kicking them in the back, harassing them, and, of course, urinating on them. Later, a deleted video uncovered by forensic techs during the investigation would show that one of the members had actually defecated on one of the pledges. It is unclear who it was. It is unclear if they defecated into the pit or they actually physically defecated on the pledge. But either way, what? This went on the entire day till the sun set, and the next phase of tasks would proceed. The pledges had not consumed anything but alcohol and mutilated pets. Reportedly, one of the pledges, not the sober brothers, the pledges tried to give Sanda a soda so he could ideally get his blood sugar up and hopefully muster up some energy. A senior fraternity member stopped him and said that's against the rules. The next phase included serving each pledge their first meal, 1 sausage each. However, each sausage was coated in toothpaste. And they were forced to eat this and endure 10 more buckets of ice water thrown at them in the pits, as well as a firework that had been thrown into the pit where the pledges were sitting in the urine feces-covered water. It was around this time the other 2 pledges, again, not the brothers, pledges, the ones that were also being tortured, stepped in to check on Nsanda. He was barely conscious. They pulled his body out of the pit next to the campfire, and Sanda was cold to the touch. I mean, any warmth was completely devoid as his skin was all pale. The 2 pledges and a few senior members laid him on the ground, and they changed him so that he was in a pair of dry clothes. They were the first to intervene at Sanda's rough state. The other pledges put him on a plastic trash bag, kind of like a tarp, and moved him to one of the cars where they turned on the heater. But they only kept him in there for so long. They moved him back next to the campfire, possibly because it was easier to get warmer faster, next to a fire. What were the other fraternity brothers doing, like the 18 brothers, the sober ones? They would actually take pictures of Sanda while he was unconscious. A recovered photo later would show Sanda lying in the weeds, completely passed out, and in a fetal position. Meanwhile, the senior brothers took it upon themselves to begin the next task in the hazing. They're not done. The pledges were allegedly forced to bite off the heads of live mice and swallow them. So while the senior members are preparing for this next round of hazing tasks, a couple more of the brothers began to notice how bad of a state Sanda was in. So they finished the little live mice thing, and Sanda was still ice cold, his face was pale, and now he was like completely unresponsive. There was no way he was even responding to anything they're saying.
They made Sanda do the mice?
Yeah. This was when 20-year-old Sanda Dia began to make very horrible noises. He was groaning in pain. Like, it was slow, it was torturous, whatever he was feeling on the inside. So what happens when you take a lot of sodium, it's not just your tummy hurts or you're in desperate need of water. Your brain starts to swell. And the pressure in your skull feels like it's going to explode. And that's actually what kills you when you overdose on sodium. It's not because your stomach is like, ooh, ouchie, so much sodium. Your brain pressure, literally, your brain's going to shut down. Imagine if someone is taking like a helium tank and just inserting it into your ears and turning it up. Imagine the pressure that would cause. Your organs, the rest of your organs are starting to shut down. Your brain is starting to shut down. He was clearly in a lot of pain. And at 8:57 p.m. on the 5th of December, one of the senior fraternity members finally called emergency services. Dispatch confirmed, yeah, you should probably take him to the hospital if he's unresponsive.
Noodcentraal nummer 12, ziekenwagen en brandweer. We hebben een hoofdjaar en we hadden een drill in een van onze richting dokters flauw gevallen. Ja. Die heeft een spouwneiging. Ja. Het was wel bij de receptie geweest, maar hij is niet op Pwede sila ba yung ikaw and Yara to the business?
Ja, en dat is op welk adres, meneer? We zullen daar misschien even mee beginnen.
Nee, maar we zijn veel met dit jaar op afgelopen ballen.
Okay, our friend's just kind of laying here, gurgling, and he's not making any noises. Which makes it seem like they took action, right? But it's important to note that it was 2 hours in between Sanda being unresponsive that they finally took him to the emergency room. Reportedly, he was also bleeding from his mouth and nose. Probably due to the pressure. They carried him to the car to transport him, and reportedly they threw his unconscious body into the trunk. The trunk. Not the passenger seat where the heaters could help warm him up. They didn't put him in the back seat or laid him across their laps. Nowhere where he could get warm. Nowhere where they could keep an eye on him to make sure that he's not choking or stops breathing. I mean, isn't that what good friends do? Like, isn't that what good people do? Let alone a friend, let alone someone you know. I imagine if I saw a stranger in that state, I would not put them in the trunk.
Who puts anyone in the trunk except serial killers? Like who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so, and this part really gets to me because later in the trial, these monsters keep crying and saying, "We're so sad our friend died." You put your friend in the trunk. If that's the type of person you consider a friend, like, who are you? You're a horrible person. I don't even know what to say. On the drive to the hospital, the boys in the car with Sanda in the trunk had reportedly been talking about the final stages of the hazing and how they would continue once he got out of the hospital. At 9:15 p.m., the group finally arrived. Sanda Dia was pulled out of the trunk and handed off to emergency medical staff at the doors of the ER. He would never make it out alive. Because medical staff didn't know exactly what happened and can't read minds, and they can only function and work to treat symptoms in situations that you inform them of, the group just dropped him off and didn't let them know about anything. Didn't let them know about the hazing, the alcohol, the lack of water, the raw meat in his stomach, not the cups and cups of fish sauce. Nothing. Sanda Dia didn't even stand a chance. Without the extra information from the frat members, doctors had no idea about the things that he had consumed. Had the fraternity members told them, maybe Sanda would have a chance. Maybe they would realize it was sodium. The only things in Sanda's bloodstream were hard liquor and salt. That was it. Like, literally, that's it. There was literally nothing else in his system. Within 45 minutes, Sanda was transferred to the University Hospital of Antwerp, where it was a bigger, better equipped hospital. And this was when the doctors finally discovered the extremely high salt content in his bloodstream. They also discovered that Sanda had suffered a cardiac arrest that sent him into a coma. But this was also when Sanda Dia, the 20-year-old university student, went into multiple organ failure. His organs were shutting down one by one. His parents were alerted of the condition, and as the family rushed to be by their son's side, the fraternity brothers rushed out. They rushed out and they got to cleaning. They won't clean up after a party, but apparently they'll clean up a crime scene. Senior members ordered the other members to clean up the whole cabin and the surrounding area. This included getting rid of all and every piece of evidence. They filled up the water holes with dirt to cover them up. They also went back to their frat houses to clean up the rooms of Nutella, ketchup. They turned on the water supply that they had cut. When the police went back to the campsite, they would find absolutely nothing. It was as if nothing ever happened. They also deleted all pictures, videos, and messages that they had on their phones that could be incriminating. And thankfully, these were recovered by investigators later on. And side note, while Sanda was being driven to the hospital, other fraternity members tried to get the remaining 2 pledges to finish their hazing. So the last stage of the initiation was for the pledges to lie naked in the forest for a few more hours. However, at 10:39 p.m., the other 2 pledges were also hospitalized. There are very few details on what happened to them, but we do know that one spent about a day in there, and while the other one was held for about 2 days in the hospital. They too were victims. And then Sanda's body could no longer hold up. He passed away. In his last moments, he was tortured, abused, and forced to mutilate animals, and he just endured so much pain. His parents wouldn't get to hear him say, "I love you" one last time. They wouldn't get to see him smile one last time. Instead, the fraternity members had waited so horrifically long to take him to the ER that he was already unresponsive and in a coma by the time that they arrived. At 20 years old, the bachelor and master's first-generation university student, Sonda Dia, passed away. The coroner's report would confirm that toxic salt levels caused by the excessive consumption of fish sauce was the leading cause of his death. The hospital notified the police and an investigation was quickly started. The medical staff informed the parents and the police of the group who had brought Sanda into the ER. And according to the police report, the Netherlands police arrived at the log cabin that morning, December 6, 2018. There were no ditches, no pits found, nothing. The cleanup was good. And while Sanda was fighting for his life in the hospital, the police would later find records of WhatsApp messages that painted a very clear picture of all the cleanup. People were in the group chat of the fraternity saying things like, delete everything, clean up the dorms, turn the water back on. Should we delete WhatsApp totally? I mean, this had to happen at some point. We really just are wild monkeys with that hazing ceremony, aren't we? How can salt overdose be so brutal? That's salt? Did the parents find out what happened? So they seem to know that Sanda's condition is grim and the chances of him making it alive are low, but even then, the way that they're chatting about it seems rather casual. Just like, yeah, they said it's salt overdose. How can salt be that dangerous? Man, we really are just too crazy with this hazing, aren't we? It had to happen at some point. Thankfully, forensic science had just absolutely skyrocketed regarding technology, and of course, the police were able to seize the boys' phones throughout the investigation and pull from these deleted photos and videos proof of the events that had occurred that night. And I'm going to list the evidence piece by piece, and it's rough. Investigators were able to discover photos with timestamps that proved that Sanda had been laying on the ground in a fetal position for almost 2 hours before being taken to the emergency room. It is unknown if Sanda would have survived had he received treatment within these 2 hours, but it feels like the group took away any chance of his survival. 7 hours earlier, one of them commented that Sanda was ready for the trash bin, which usually means they are not okay. They are beyond not okay. Investigators also found from their interrogations that it was tradition that at the end of the hazing ceremony, all pledges are required to prove their loyalty to the club by sniffing a line of white powder. They all swore it was going to be flour, but something tells me it was going to be cocaine. Other texts from the WhatsApp that were publicized included, "Oh no, I'm really going to pay for this, aren't I?" This came from the president and the pledge master of the fraternity. Another message expressed concern that the parents of the other two pledges would start a legal case against them. Other evidence revealed that Sanda fell hard a few times head on when he was forced to walk. Clear indication that he suffered from some sort of head trauma in addition to the 2 days of torture. The police also found a disgusting video on one of the brothers' phones dated a month after Sanda died, a month after. Because they weren't arrested. So a month after Sanda died, a few of the brothers, the fraternity brothers, approached a black man without a home on the street. One of the boys holds out change as the man nods, acknowledging, thanking them for placing the change on his jacket that was folded on the ground. So he places, and then an arm reaches out into the frame to try and grab the man without a home's hat off his head. They're just terrorizing a man without a home on the street. And he kind of dodges because what are you doing, right? And while these events are taking place, the boys sang the lyrics, "Cut their hands, the Congo is ours." This is in reference to the fact that a former king of Belgium sought out territory in Africa. They took control of land on the banks of the River Congo, which is present-day the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's estimated that the Belgian king killed 10 to 15 million Africans. He forced the residents to work for free, and when they didn't meet their daily quotas, he cut off their hands. A month after Sanda died, this is what they're doing to a black man on the street. This is what they're doing to a black man in general. They filmed it because they thought it was, I don't know, funny? They were proud of themselves?
Does that show intent though? You think they can use that or no?
It wasn't able to be used fully, but to netizens, it's clear intent. I did see some people that argued, is race really a part of this? Is race not a part of it? It was a part of it. Are you kidding me right now? So much evidence is coming out. However, it should be noted that the investigation would take a long time. The group, they were less than cooperative. So the police had to constantly meet their resistance with warrants, court orders. The group had connections, and if they didn't, they had daddy's money. In fact, after news spread of Sanda's death, a secret meeting was held at the home of a father to one of the 18 men, who happened to be a well-established, well-connected attorney. A new kind of pact was created, a new secret society of sorts, if you will, between the haves and the have-nots. We can never really know the conversations held in that emergency meeting, but we can speculate. There is an urban legend in the Philippines that revolves around shopping malls and beautiful young women that go missing inside of these shopping malls. The legend goes something like this. A young couple were in a shopping plaza in this massive mall, and the place it's bustling with people. It's the weekend. There's a lot of people in and out. I mean, there's just activity everywhere. It's supposed to feel safe. I mean, you feel safe when there's so many witnesses, when there's so many people, yeah? I mean, most of the time, right? Now, the couple, they walk into this women's clothing store. The boyfriend is already bored. She tells him, it's just gonna be 1 second, like just hold on a second. He leans up against the wall of the store. He's looking at his phone, scrolling through. She's running around the store, picking out a few pieces, and she lets him know, hey, I'm just gonna go try this on in the fitting room, and it's gonna be super quick. We can leave immediately after. He nods again. He does not look up from his phone. It is not until about 10 minutes passes he realizes, wow, she's taking an extra long time right now. What's going on? Maybe her zipper is stuck. Maybe she needs assistance. Maybe she needs my opinion on something. Not that we care, okay? But he makes his way to the back of the changing rooms, and every single one of them has their doors wide open. They're all empty. Sorry, miss, you work here, right? Have you seen my girlfriend? She was just in there changing, trying on some clothes. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You don't have a girlfriend, or at least not that we know of. You walked in here alone. Why would I walk into a women's clothing store alone? I came in here with my girlfriend. She literally was in that changing room right there. Perhaps you were buying a gift, but sir, you were alone. Nobody has been in the fitting room since this morning. The boyfriend starts to feel agitated, angry, and potentially even confused. He might almost be questioning, wait a damn minute, like, did I really come in here alone? I mean, her birthday is coming up. Was I trying to buy her a gift and I blacked out? Like, this is weird. But then you remember the legend of the half snake, half human. Look, some people believe that this is just human trafficking, but others believe that there are false floors in the changing rooms. Women walk in, they are spied on by two-way mirrors or cameras that are installed into the changing rooms, hidden cameras. If they are chosen, the bottom of the fitting room floor falls out. They're transported into this long tunnel/slide that leads them to an underground hidden maze/tunnel system underneath the mall. From there, they are either human trafficked, according to the urban legend, and never seen again, vanishing into thin air. It would imply that the malls are in on it, okay, including all the retail workers. But more people believe it's actually the half human, half snake. The legend isn't as old as you would think it is. It started in the 90s in the Philippines, and it kind of died down until recently. A case connected a missing woman with the half human, half snake legend. Legend says there is a half human, half snake living in the secret basement of a popular mall near Manila called Robinson's Galleria. There are two versions of this part of the legend. Some say that the owners of the mall know the human snake is in the basement, and at first they thought of all the ways to get rid of this human snake, but then they realized the human snake is what's bringing in the fortune. That's what's making this mall successful, so we need to do whatever it takes to keep the human snake happy. That is our price for fortune. The other variation says the human snake is actually a child of John Gokongwei, the owner of Robinson Malls. The human snake was allegedly the twin brother of Robina, which is John's daughter. So this is a very public family, very wealthy family. They own the malls, and they're saying, no. She actually is not just a daughter. She had a twin brother. He's the half human, half snake. The legend says John's wife had given birth to both human twins, and originally everything seemed very, very normal. Now, as time passes, the boy twin starts to grow stronger, faster, but also kind of stranger. Instead of legs, he ends up growing a snake body. This is the urban legend. Now, the growth of his body was so uncontrollable that within a couple of months, this infant toddler is taking up the space of a living room. Soon, the first floor, there's no way that he can play, live, and exist. And it's not like they can just let this half-human, half-snake outside. He's going to be shot dead or held in a science lab somewhere. So now the family is thinking, okay, what do? We got to figure something out. They also realize a little catch. It's not just the fact that he's half human, half snake, but it's also the fact that this little boy, this little creature, does not like to eat anything but pretty young women. Will not eat eggs, rice, nothing, just pretty young women. Now, it's debatable what he does with these women. Some versions of the urban legend say that he swallows them whole like a snake. Others say that he digs his fangs into their necks and drains them of every drop of their blood, just leaving bloodless, empty shells of dead women all around him. Either way, the family was forced to build a massive compound to house their son that happened to be half human, half snake. And they had to constantly find young women to feed their son. But you cannot just throw a big building in the middle of nowhere and have a bunch of young women disappear that's connected to that building and think that nothing is going to happen. So the only solution that they could come up with that made logical sense was a mall. It would give the family unlimited access to girls, and it would house their son in the underground basement. The fitting rooms were said to have these hidden cameras, and sometimes there would be two-way mirrors that allowed their son to see these girls. He's very particular. He likes them young and pretty. He has a style. Even though he's trapped in the basement, he would pick December 2018. 20-year-old Sanda Dia was brought into the room. You ever had kimchi before?
Oh, yeah. Every day.
So kimchi is like the holy grail in terms of Korean cuisine. I mean, we eat this side dish with practically every single meal, even with hamburgers, even with pasta. September 14th, 2020, at around 8 p.m. A Chinese vlogger by the name of La Mu went live. And she was in the kitchen middle of the night. A 13-year-old girl by the name of Lee. We're going to call her Lee. She would sneak out of her dorm room. She lived in this boarding school. There is an urban legend in the Philippines that revolves around shopping malls and beautiful young women that go missing inside of these shopping malls. The legend goes something like this. A young couple were in a shopping plaza in this massive mall, and the place it's bustling with people. It's the weekend. There's a lot of people in and out. I mean, there's just activity everywhere. It's supposed to feel safe. I mean, you feel safe when there's so many witnesses, when there's so many people, yeah? I mean, most of the time, right? Now, the couple, they walk into this women's clothing store. The boyfriend is already bored. She tells him, it's just gonna be 1 second, like just hold on a second. He leans up against the wall. September 14th, 2020, at around 8 p.m. December 2018. 20-year-old Sanda Dia was in the room by a few of his college friends. I don't know if we're going to call them college friends, but just think of it like that right now. He was unconscious. All the color in Sanda's face had drained from his body, and he felt cold to the touch. He was unresponsive. And the doctors are confused. Like, this is an otherwise healthy, active young man who had no indications of any sort of pre-existing medical condition. And now, this 20-year-old is laying here with a body temperature of only 80 degrees Fahrenheit, or 20 degrees Celsius. A healthy body ranges around 97 to 99 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a huge difference. It was also showing that he had hypernatremia. So this is when there's an excessive amount of sodium in the body. The FDA suggests an average American adult consumes about 2,300 milligrams of salt a day. Sanda's body was reflecting as if he had consumed 160,000 milligrams of sodium. That is over 2 months of the average sodium intake that it seemed like he had consumed in 1 day. You don't do that by eating a ton of fast food, by eating something salty.
That's poisoning, right?
Yes. It didn't make sense. The doctors and medical professionals tried to ask these so-called college friends, what happened to Sanda? You ever had kimchi?